Good morning. Good morning. It's an early Tuesday. It is November 28th. We are going to be joining court live today to watch the sentencing of Alec Murdaugh on his plea deal with the state for 27 years for the financial crimes. Today is going to be a day for victim impact statements, attorneys who are connected to the case to be making impact statements. And we are going to talk about all of those things as we go through this court day. I don't know how long it will take. Alec Murdaugh is not in the courtroom yet. So far, just looking at court, I have seen Justin Bamberg, Eric Bland, Mark Tinsley, and others. And I think we will see quite a lot of the lawyers. It is not usual for me in criminal cases to see lawyers representing victims making statements, but I think that we will see some of that today. And as I said, Alec Murdaugh is not yet in court. So as a quick road so far, chat, before you tell me what you're drinking and where you're coming in from, I have lots of coffee today. This is coffee number 1. This is coffee number 2. But what we will see in court today is a lot of statements, but this is a negotiated plea with the state. This is a plea to all of the financial crimes that the state grand jury brought for 27 years. That plea deal was worked out between Murdaugh's lawyers and the state AG's office, Creighton Waters et al. In this circumstance, the agreement was for 27 years, but the plea was to cover all of those 100-odd financial crimes indictments. There are still state-level indictments outstanding. We have not seen federal tax crimes yet. That's possible. So right now, it looks like Dick Harpootlian, Creighton Waters, one of the other prosecutors, are going back into the judge's chambers, probably just to check in and make sure there aren't any last-minute things. With media in the courtroom, of course, you're going to want to make sure that those are happening in chambers. They probably want to know from the state how many people are intending to speak, but it looks like we're going to see from a number of the lawyers, which should be a little bit spicy today. And we should see from some of the victims or victims' families. Some of the victims are deceased, of course, because, Alec Murdaugh was stealing from catastrophic injury clients, and so not all of them have survived. So there's not much of an outcome change today. We're going to see that 27-year sentence, but we're going to hear Judge Newman's thoughts on this, and we're going to hear everyone else's thoughts on this. So we should just get right into this before we go to court. Trust me, you're not missing anything. Murdaugh is not in court yet. Newman is in chambers, but we've got live court. How I have missed live court with all of you. I think you've missed it too. It's an early one, but let's get rolling.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
So since court is not quite live yet, we're going to just take a minute to chat. I do not think we're going to see anything unexpected today, except maybe how frustrated people are in their statements. I don't expect that we're going to hear any extreme frustration. I don't think Judge Newman can't really change anything. One of the questions here, let's make court a little bit smaller. One of the questions I get asked quite a lot, Emily, are you trying to pick which Streamyard layout you want? Yes, I am. This one. One of the questions I've gotten asked about this a lot is, can anything that is said today change the plea deal? Can Judge Newman throw the book at Alec Murdaugh? I mean, physically, he can't throw anything at him, but can he say, you know what, you pled to hundreds of years of time, because all of those charges that he pled to is hundreds of years of times. If he pled to hundreds of years of time, can't Judge Newman just be like, 27 years, bah, here's 75, 100, 150, whatever? No. This is a negotiated plea deal with the state. So Judge Newman cannot change what that plea deal is. Judge Newman can either accept the deal or not accept the deal. If Judge Newman does not accept the plea deal, what happens is the plea deal is wiped free. The guilty pleas don't stand, and then you get more time or something different. It would wipe the slate clean, and then they would either have to try those cases, work out a new plea deal, or whatever. There is no option to say, you've pled guilty, we're going to keep that. The state agreed to 27 years, we're going to toss that, and I'm going to sentence you to whatever I feel like. The federal system is different. In the federal system, you will often see plea deals that are open, where the state agrees to recommend a certain amount of time, or the government agrees to recommend a certain amount of time, but the court has the discretion. That's not the case here. The defense and the prosecution worked out a deal for 27 years. If the judge accepts the plea, which I have all belief that he will, if the judge accepts the plea, I don't see any reason why he wouldn't, then Murdaugh will get an additional 27 years. I hope it's consecutive to the multiple life sentences. If the judge does not accept the plea deal, then this all unwinds. But Judge Newman is not going to let all of the victims come into court and make impact statements to not accept the plea deal. That would be very unusual. It would be really awful for the victims, and it would be awful for everyone involved. So we're not going to see that. I love that Chanley Painter has a yellow coat. That's amazing. So that's what it is. Do judges do that? Gabby asked in the chat. I mean, how many times have you heard a judge reject a plea deal? I've absolutely seen judges reject plea deals. Absolutely. But not when they get to the sentencing date. So when I have seen judges reject plea deals, it goes something like this. Your Honor, the state and the defense have agreed to this count, this sentence. And the judge is like, I need more of the facts. And then goes, I am not comfortable with that plea deal. I either want to hear from the victim, I need more information, or I am not accepting the plea. And then the court will generally say to the defendant, you can plea open for me, meaning you can plea to everything charged by the prosecution. In some cases, that's just one charge. In some cases like this, it's hundreds of charges. So you can plea open and then you get what you get and you don't get upset. So that's not going to happen here. If the judge was disinclined to take a 27-year deal on these financial crimes, Judge Newman would not have put this over for sentencing. So what's going to happen today is, on the record, we will see Judge Newman formally accept the plea and sentence him. That's why we're here for sentencing. So with that, Missy DD Moo says most of his life, but it's about the victims. And is that really enough for justice? Financial crime sentencings are low a lot of the times in the first place. Secondly, we are going to see how any of the surviving victims feel about it when they make their impact statements. 27 years feels low, but 27 years might be better than having to go through multiple trials with this man again. It might be time to just be done. And so we will see with that and how that happens. So is the camera focusing in on victims of the financial crimes? Yes, and their families. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So with all of that, because court has not started yet, and because we do have a sponsor today, thank you to the sponsors that make streams like this happen and allow me to cover all of the different things, whether it is a friendly topic to the platform or not. We're going to take a quick minute to thank our sponsor, and then we're going to get right into live court. So thank you all. I beg the court's indulgence. Thank you to today's sponsor, Delete Me. The threat of being doxxed and harassed online extends well beyond content creators. There are data brokers that compile your personal information online and sell it. With Delete Me, you save hours because they scour the internet looking for your personal information and then go a step further and get it removed. Not only did they save me over 6.5 hours in searching for where my data was, but over 4.5 hours so far in requesting that data to be removed. And Delete Me follows up every 3 months and rescans and re-requests removal if necessary. You have the right to keep your private data private. And with the amount of leaks we have seen from large banks to just the internet being the internet, it is time that you take the steps to not just protect yourself, but your spouse, your family members, and your kids. So if you are ready to fight back, head to joindeleteme.com/lawnerd20 and use code lawnerd20 to get 20% off of all consumer plans. You pick the plan, you get 20% off. That's joindeleteme.com/lawnerd20 and use code lawnerd20 to get 20% off all consumer plans. Let's get back to today's show. All right, you guys, I'm putting up a poll in the chat. You can check out our sponsor down below and maybe take the reins of your personal identifying information. The poll I am putting up is, do you think 27 years is enough on the financial crimes? The options for the poll are yes, no, he is serving 2 life sentences. So, and that again is assuming that those life sentences stay. Remember that if anything happens to the life sentences, the result of that will be a new trial. It's not as if these sentences will get overturned and then nothing will happen. YouTube's being a little prickly with me. I'm not trying to add an option. I'm trying to start my poll and it won't let me. Why is it mad? Oh, I had too many characters. It was user error. Shockingly, it was user error. So I'm just curious what you guys think as we get into court. We're just going to let the courtroom kind of be the courtroom, and I'm going to sit here and chat with y'all until court starts. Emily, how often is it that court hasn't started yet when it says? Yeah, often. Though I saw somebody in the chat. Eric said the podcast tomorrow will give more information on the possibilities for the murder trial. Let's talk about tomorrow's podcast since we have a moment while I have you all here. Tomorrow's podcast. If you are new to the channel, I have a podcast. It's called The Emily Show. Tomorrow's podcast is talking about clerk of court, Becky Hill, Courthouse Becky, who wrote the book about Behind the Doors of Justice about the Murdaugh trial. She is the subject of the motion for new trial with regard to the murder. Oh, look, Jim Griffin by himself getting ready. So some of you all see the poll fine. Some of you don't. I apologize. I don't know if that is a platform issue, but some of you are seeing it just fine. Some of you are not. So I would refresh. So Courthouse Becky wrote the book, then got investigated for alleged jury tampering. Jim and Poot made that motion for new trial to talk about the jury tampering. Then her son got arrested. So her son gets arrested for wiretapping, listening in on phone calls. He was the IT director of Creighton County, where his mom worked. Becky is the elected clerk. Gosh, darn it. Now you know what it's like editing my podcast. The elected clerk of court for Creighton County. He was the head of IT for Creighton County. So tomorrow we're talking about some of the strange coincidences and the fact that Becky Hill's cell phone was taken via a search warrant as part of this investigation into the arrest and allegation that her son was wiretapping, misusing his position as the head of IT for Creighton County. My coffee's not nearly as hot as this podcast is tomorrow. There are some dates that are very suspicious. It is an unusual podcast for me because normally I wait until we're a little further into the court process beyond just an arrest and a charge. But I was too gripped. I couldn't help myself. Often I wait until we're like in it with the court process. I could not help myself. So there are a rare podcast indeed where I sit and go, what about this? What about this? Could it be this other thing? That is not my usual. I do not usually speculate. Tomorrow, we talk about it all. Did this investigation start because of the allegations against Courthouse Becky? Is this related to Murdaugh at all? Or is there more fuckery going on in Creighton County? It is staggering. There are some dates in there that are very, very interesting? Or is this Murdaugh's buddies playing 3D chess? I don't think they actually are, but could it be? Could Murdaugh's friends be setting all of this up to get a new trial? Could this be the long game? Could it all be planted? I don't know, but we're going to talk about it tomorrow. For all of you complimenting the hoodie, thank you. We're going to embiggen me. It's my purple I have questions hoodies. It's embroidered. I love it. I love the embroidery. I love it. It's cozy. It's cozy. Delori asked the important legal questions. What about double jeopardy? If a motion for new trial is granted, jeopardy is not a consideration because the defense is asking for a new trial. So if the state can't ask for a new trial once somebody is convicted or acquitted, the defense can. It's like if there's a mistrial. If there's a mistrial, you can retry them. Though jeopardy has attached, it's not considered being put twice in jeopardy because you haven't been acquitted. You've been convicted and then something happened, it got overturned, you can be tried again. It's much like if a jury can't come to a decision, if a jury hangs, you can absolutely try somebody again. Queen Shadina, didn't Becky's son get arrested? Oh yes, he did. Oh yes, he did. He absolutely got arrested. How is your coffee this morning? It is great. I need coffee number 2. I've got mine. This is, for those of you that were on the members recording of the podcast last night, this is one of my new mugs from Starbucks. This is one of my other new mugs from Starbucks. Yesterday was an issue. I was an issue. I had no options. Twin Mom, if you ordered the embroidered one, we have both embroidered and printed. If you ordered the embroidered one, can you send us a note? But there are embroidered and not embroidered. So thank you, Miguelina, for that. We will see how the sound goes and then see what we need to do. We're keeping an eye on multiple feeds just to make sure the sound is good. So let's see. I'm going to just hang out here with the court feed on and answer your questions in chat. Is it legal to keep someone in jail for 9 years, though, through 4 mistrials because you couldn't get a conviction? Is it legal? Yes. I would need more information on all of the question, but is it legal? Yes. Where that becomes a problem is depending on how much the potential maximum sentence is. If the maximum sentence that you're trying somebody for is 5 years and you've kept them in jail for 9 years trying to prosecute them on a maximum 5-year crime, then we've got bigger problems. If it is a life case, it is a much different calculation. But depending on what the mistrials were caused by, is definitely a big consideration there. And at some point, the court can also say no. The defense can make motions to say no. So we can do that. Oh yeah, I should move my face when we're doing it this way. We should just do it like this for the morning. There we go. That's better. So need a hot coffee. No, this stream is not sponsored by Starbucks. No, it is sponsored, just not by Starbucks. Miguelina, is that on the other feed? Everyone is rising for court. Well, let's hope that the audio cuts in. Otherwise, we're abandoning this feed immediately because right now this feed has 0 audio. Oh, no, that's me. That's me. I had no audio. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. It is a full courtroom. I think a lot of these people will speak. We're going to be here a few hours today. Good to hear Judge Newman. Could you show us Judge Newman? We would love to see him. And I'm going to start bumping this audio immediately just in anticipation of needing it bumped. However, from other feeds, it seems that we are on a bit of a delay with Court TV, which they do. So I'm going to go catch up on one of the other feeds. I hate it. I hate it when we're on a delay. All right. Give me a second. We're going to switch feeds. Court TV delays their feed. I don't know why, but we're switching feeds. We're abandoning ship. Goodbye, Court TV. Goodbye, Kyle. I'm going to back up to when Murdaugh came into court because Creighton is already speaking. And I know you guys don't want to miss a thing. We're going to put this at 1.25 and catch up in real time. Let me make sure we've got our audio. boosted. If this audio sucks, though, I might move. We're going to find a feed that we like eventually. All right. Thanks, Bingalina. It's, at least we figured it out quickly. Yes. Murdaugh's hair has definitely grown back. So.
And continuing on, the case of State v. Alec Murdaugh, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I please the court.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor is aware, of course, that as we showed up for a pretrial hearing for a trial that will be going this week for the set of financial crimes as it related to the Satterfield.
This is 1.25.
Ultimately, the parties agreed to a plea agreement to resolve the various financial crimes against Mr. Murdaugh in return for a negotiated sentence of 27 years in prison, that being 85% time that would have to be served before the possibility of being released. And obviously, those are independent of the two existing life without parole sentences currently Mr. Murdaugh is serving for the murders of his wife and son. At that time,
I hate to already interject. Creighton is already on a roll. It's early. Creighton's on a roll. I mean, it is 10 a.m. Eastern, but Creighton's on a roll. Here's the thing. I don't see any of Murdaugh's family in this courtroom. Do you? None. I see none of them.
because that plea negotiation developed during the course of pretrial hearings, we deferred final acceptance of that negotiated plea until here today so that all the victims could be properly notified and be present and address the court if they so desired. And we have notified all the financial victims of the various indictments against Alec, and those who wanted to attend are either here or their representatives are here, and will address the court at the appropriate time.
I don't see any of Murdaugh's family.
But Your Honor, I think it's important because we ultimately did the factual basis sort of on the fly, and I did go into great detail, but I said at that time that I wanted to spend a little bit more.
Did he just say, I didn't go into great detail? Okay, first of all, I've paused this and I feel like I am being stared at. He just said, I didn't go into great, sir, you spoke for like an hour. There was so much detail in your factual basis plea. He just said, I didn't go into great detail. Creighton, it is too early for this nonsense. Jill asked, can you take photos in the courtroom? No. Not unless you are an approved photographer. I'm sorry. I know. We're going. It's creeping me out too.
Time sort of laying the table, setting the table, and putting a little bit more meat on the bone since we are here post-Thanksgiving about the nature.
Putting a little meat on the bone. We're never getting through this today. Putting a little more meat on the bone, Creighton?
Of the schemes.
All right, Creighton's going to talk for the next 30 minutes.
And I will kind of walk through those to not only reset the plea agreement, but also to provide, Your Honor, some of the paperwork so you can see how this...
This is what I should have put the poll up about. I should have put the poll up about, was Creighton Water going to reset every single thing he said last week? Yes, he is. We live here now. Buckle up, get a snack.
The scheme ultimately went down. One of the things I would say again is that this is a negotiated plea, and as Your Honor is well aware, what that means is, of course, is that Your Honor, after hearing everything, of course, will
explaining this to the media.
Hearing from the defense.
He's not
and the
explaining this to the court.
Accept
the court
the 27 years or reject it, depending on obviously Your Honor's view of all that information.
He's explaining this to us.
But Your Honor, to begin with this whole morass. Again, I think the easiest way for me to walk back through it would be to go in chronological order and to, again, talk about not only the counts that are being pled to and what's being pled to, but also kind of remind Your Honor of the facts. And I do have some exhibits that I'm going to hand up to Your Honor as we move through this, and I've, of course, already provided copies to the defense.
Prior to proceeding, Mr. Harpootlian, do you have any introductory comments?
Your Honor, only to note that at a juncture after Mr. Waters finishes, we're going to hear from the victims, and I'm told this morning some of the lawyers. My concern is that the Victims' Bill of Rights guarantees the victims the ability to make a presentation.
Y'all, Poot's signaling. Poot's going to try to block the lawyers from speaking. I think that's what's coming. I think Poot's going to try to block the lawyers from speaking. No. Y'all, no.
Whatsoever, I'm sure extensive comments by them. But I'm concerned from what I read in social media about some of the lawyers making comments today. Some of them are they're going to express anger against me and Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh.
He's talking about Eric Bland. Oh my God. Poot, No. Eric Bland said on social media, okay, real quick. Eric Bland said on social media that he didn't want to get sanctioned for what he had to say at this sentencing. And now Poot's coming in doing his job, but still the audacity, but doing his job, but still. Poot's coming in saying, I am concerned about some of the things I have seen on social media. The Victims' Bill of Rights does not really give room for the attorneys to speak. It gives room for the victims and their families to speak. These, I saw in the chat, Aaron said, but aren't the lawyers still victims? Most of these lawyers are not. The lawyers from PMPED, yes, but the lawyers that represent victims are not victims. And if the lawyers are giving their own personal statements, that's something very different than a lawyer standing up saying, this family member cannot read their impact statement, I'm reading it on their behalf. Those are two different things. Seeing lawyers or victim impact personnel or prosecutors read a victim impact statement is different. The victim has written it. They are not comfortable or cannot read it themselves for whatever reason. These are highly emotional circumstances. And so they will give it to someone to read. But making their own statement is different. Poot is doing, Kimby, Poot is doing all the defense lawyer work. Like, he is doing the most. Telling Eric Bland he should be quiet is unlikely to be well received. That is a very kind way to say it. Okay, let's continue into the look, Poot is doing his job. I'm just surprised that we're here.
Some of them are nakedly using this as an infomercial to sell coffee cups or T-shirts or bobbleheads in an effort to maximize their economic return.
He just accused the lawyers of selling bobbleheads to maximize their economic return. He didn't say podcast once. Coffee mugs and T-shirts. This is delicious tea. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop.
They're going to express anger against me and Mr. Griffin. And
I want a bobblehead. Do we need bobbleheads?
Some of them are nakedly using this as an infomercial to sell coffee cups or T-shirts or bobbleheads.
Damn it, where are my mugs?
To maximize their economic
I sell coffee
return,
cups.
On this process. I would ask the court either to have the victim speak or the attorneys, but not both. And if the attorneys do speak, they address their comments to you and not to us. And their comments should exhibit the demeanor of this courtroom, not some sort of marketing ploy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harpootlian. Certainly, we will maintain the civility.
Should mark the decorum of this courtroom and not a marketing plan. That is a direct dig at Eric Bland. Oh, baby. The press conference after this is going to be great. Also, I sell mugs and T-shirts. I don't have a bobblehead yet, but maybe we need that.
And proper decorum of the court.
Hey, Your Honor.
The parties are entitled, victims are entitled to representation, and the lawyers can speak on the victim's behalf, addressing the court and not addressing counsel.
The lawyers can speak on the victim's behalf. That does not mean that the lawyers get to make a statement on their own behalf.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, just to kind of set the table, we all know
he's not letting go of those Thanksgiving analogies, is he?
Murder trial, through my comments from the initial proceeding we had at this plea, of the power and the influence and the family legacy that was exercised, that was so important.
I want to know everything Eric Bland thinks about this.
That his family name and that law license on the wall had in that community and in the state in its entirety. And it was, and with the staff at the firm and with the people at the bank. And there were so many individuals that were trusting of Alec Murdaugh, and that is how this decade-long scheme was able to take place. And ultimately, we had people who came to Mr. Murdaugh for help, people that he told he was going to help. And in many instances, there was significant funds that Mr. Murdaugh paid to those individuals. But that was how the scheme usually worked. It was a sleight of hand. It was where he was handing them a check and had their focus on that he was able to steal money from them behind their back. It was the fact that he used things like Palmetto State Bank and what we've called the fake forge on these disbursement sheets and told his staff to fill those out.
Who's got fake forge on their bingo card for today? We're going to hear it at least a few more times.
Those goes to the finance office at the firm, and it looks legitimate. And your average staff member who is going to never question a powerful senior partner, but these look like legitimate expenditures. And so that was that trust, that power, that influence that was the only way that these
Jim and
schemes were
Poot are
able to
using
take
this
place.
for marketing
And
too.
throughout this
So they keep holding
investigation,
press conferences.
Your Honor, and this ultimately, when we first got involved, the state
This
grand
morning
jury
got
first got involved.
feisty as fuck
It
real
was late
fast.
August of 2021. And I
Damn.
described it before as leading to a whirlwind state grand jury investigation.
Y'all live in this life
because the side of the road happened not long after that. And we realized that we needed to devote a lot of resources to figuring out what's going on here, because something certainly was rotten there, and we needed to explore it. And that's
You
one of the
missed
things
the
that,
opportunity
along
to say
with
something was rotten in
investigating
the
the
state of
murders
Denmark.
that we focused
Lawyers
on.
love.
And
Lawyers
I want to
love
say this: I'm obviously standing here as a
Short from
representative of
Shakespeare.
the Attorney General's office of Attorney General Alan Wilson, and obviously Attorney General Wilson. I'm standing here in his shoes. He's obviously been heavily involved in this case as well. You saw him at the murder trial, and we've come to this result.
I actually
for a lot
really
of
liked
reasons.
seeing him at the
And,
murder trial.
The reasons are,
he was very
and the
succinct.
main reason is
I
that,
like
first
seeing
of all,
him
we have
actively involved in
these
that
admissions
trial.
from Alec,
Too
Murdaugh,
many
that he
bosses
committed all
don't
these
know how to try
crimes.
cases.
We're able to detail those for your honor and frankly for the world, because
Alan
it's
Wilson
important
doesn't seem like one of
that
those bosses.
the South Carolina judicial system have accountability for those that abuse it, and it's important that we explore the manner in which it was done in some detail so we can see how easy it was for power and influence and trust to be used to steal millions.
I just have to say, we are not even 30 minutes into this stream, and we are already the #1 court stream on live trending. Law nerds, alternative media. It's no wonder that sometimes they get salty, but we have topped all of the other court streams already this morning. So thank you, law nerds. Let's keep going, because now we get to see Judge Newman and this glorious chair.
Dollars for years and years.
He is on fast forward.
Obviously, as we began
He's on
that
fast
state
forward
grand
because
jury
I keep
investigation
pausing.
with our partners at SLED, and I have a number of SLED agents that worked so hard on this case and on the murder
Cheers,
case
Leonard. Thank
that
you.
are sitting out there that
He's
were
on
instrumental
1.25.
as we started to develop this case and worked so very hard. But I want to say this as well, is that as we started to go through this morass of documents and financial documents and
fucking
bank
love the word
statements and
morass.
checks.
Stop looking
And again,
at me,
I have a lot of
Alec.
state grand jury staff sitting here.
It's fucking
I've
weird.
mentioned my co-counsel Johnny James and our forensic accountant Carson Burney a couple of times, who are also very instrumental in those early days in going through those. And we
I feel bad
worked
for
very
all
hard.
of you
But I
that
do
try
have
to
to
watch
say
this later on
that
1.25
we
with him
received
on 1.25.
a lot of cooperation through that process from the very early days, from the first grand jury testimony.
Eric Newman,
back in
I agree that
October,
Judge
November of
Newman's chair is
2021.
stately
We
and
received a lot of cooperation from the firm formerly known as PMPED. They had provided their staff members, their financial people who had done a lot of review themselves. The lawyers in the firm had done a lot of review, and they were able to provide us some of those documents that started
Like an
this
Oscar
investigation
speech.
that gave us breadcrumbs that we were able to follow. And so they've been cooperative throughout that process. Similarly, Palmetto State Bank. Your Honor is, of course, aware that we've indicted Russell Lafitte, who has yet to be tried and therefore is presumed innocent until found guilty.
He was convicted by the feds, though.
But the bank,
When Russell Lafitte goes to trial, we'll have to decide if we want to watch it.
who was also, in many respects,
We'll get to see
in
Jeannie
those
Seconder
early schemes,
testify again. She was
conversion of
great.
those Palmetto State Bank checks was how this scheme took place. And the bank similarly has been very cooperative in
Russell Lafitte
doing
has
its
not
own
been sentenced
investigation,
yet.
but also in providing access to documents and providing access to bank staff, and some of whom you saw testify at the financial trial and at the federal trial of Mr. Lafitte. So
We got a
those,
minute for Creighton. Creighton's
entities
gonna
have
be
been
chatting.
cooperative to us through this process, but ultimately, and I described this before, but I think it needs saying again, that we can talk about what the lawyers did and the Attorney General's staff did and the state grand jury did and SLED did and our other law enforcement partners did and what the firm did.
Oh,
and the
you
bank
already
did as we
gave a
tried to put
full
together and be
acceptance
able to tell
speech.
this long story of how this man was able to steal for so long from the system. But as I described before, the other people that were so crucial to that.
Different than Tom Girardi, Alec Murdaugh was never reported by his clients to the state bar. Girardi had hundreds of bar complaints against him. It's because Murdaugh was giving them a little bit of something and stealing most of the time. There were some clients that got nothing. He was stealing from the law firm. He was never reported to the state bar until all of this crumbled down, which is bananas to me.
Were so crucial to that were the actual clients, the victims, and their representatives. And I described before, Your Honor, and particularly in those very early days, having to sit down with those victims as we were getting started and starting to put together some of those first cases.
Some of those
and having to
victims
look
didn't
them
know
to
they
the
were
eye
stolen
and
from
say,
yet.
I need your help to tell your story. I need your help. We can't make change. We can't expose what's happened unless you tell your story. And I described it before, there was a palpable fear, particularly among those early victims, in coming forward because of the power, because of the influence, because of the belief that no one would ever do anything about what had been going on.
Because nobody ever had.
I told them that we would see this through to its conclusion, that we would be committed to it. And again, to a man or a woman, those individuals that I sat at a conference table much like this, looked them in the eye, and they ultimately agreed to come forward knowing full well their name would be out there, and they came forward knowing full well that they would have to go testify in front of the state grand jury, and they knew full well that they would have to testify. And that, Your Honor, again, was true courage, because I heard over and over again, Mr. Waters, again, you don't understand. I have to live there.
Yep.
You don't understand who you're messing with.
This is
but
the
they still
Murdaughs.
came forward, and that really was crucial to development of all of these
Mr. Waters, you're just a city boy. You
not
don't
only
know what they'll
expose
do to you.
this long-standing scheme of how a lawyer can abuse the system, but really put in context everything else that happened through the course of Alec Murdaugh's life. Your Honor, I have what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 1. I will hand up, and this is just a timeline of how the financial crimes developed throughout the course of this scheme. And as I described before, and again, I'm going to try to walk through this as quickly as I can.
Sir.
But the first thing that we had was that Alec ran into some financial trouble in 2008, 2009. We all know the recession happened. And
this I want to know about.
And after that, he had a number of early large recoveries. And it caused his partners and people around him, because the legitimate fees from those cases were so extensive, to believe that he ultimately had righted the ship. And he did take those legitimate fees, but he was also borrowing so much money, and he then started to steal from those large recoveries. And Your Honor, the first one that is part of the state grand jury cases is Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. And Your Honor, there was a catastrophic accident there.
Such a tragic
it left
case.
Hakeem quadriplegic. He ultimately passed away. And Mr. Murdaugh came to the hospital to offer to represent them. One of the things that he had done was had Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank appointed as a conservator. And that became crucial to this particular scheme. And ultimately, when those recoveries came in, and they were quite extensive, he was able to steal.
He is explaining this again for the court.
Hand up. And Your Honor, I would ask, not that first one, but
and for everyone else.
We redacted account numbers from it, but there is extensive financial information in there. And we would ask that these exhibits, which I think we're Your Honor to see, but that they remain under seal this time, just because they do have financial information in them.
He did play with his band at Crime Con.
Just not the first one. Okay. All right, I'm going to hand up this exhibit right there. And Your Honor, this is the exhibit as it relates to
They should be sealed.
And what you see on that first page and on the second page is really the hard work that was done in this case. Because it's one thing to determine that a check went from where it was supposed to be and somehow ended up in Alec Murdaugh's world. But it was another thing to figure out exactly how that money was spent and how that money was dispersed.
This I want to know
and ultimately,
about.
You can see here.
Tell me where that money's going. Where did it go?
Alec Murdaugh, and this would be on December 20th, 2011, stole the $309,581.46. That when we looked and traced how that money was spent, a large portion of it went to go to pay back a personal loan from Charles Lafitte, to pay his father, to pay the Hannah Plyler conservatorship, which is another conservatorship that Alec Murdaugh had set up in a case that he had where he had Russell Lafitte named as the conservator.
So Ponzi scheme.
And then ultimately he started to have, and Russell started to lend money from that conservatorship to Alec to keep Alec afloat, to keep him afloat on.
You know what this didn't go to so far? Drugs. It didn't go to drugs. His defense attorneys keep saying this man had an addiction issue. He was stealing. No, he was paying off his overspending. He was paying off stealing from other clients. It was a fucking Ponzi scheme, paying out the new money to cover the old money so people wouldn't catch you. It's going to his dad, who then died and left money back to him. Ponzi scheme. This isn't going to an addiction. Keep going, Creighton. This is what we want to know.
With Palmetto State Bank that Russell Lafitte had given him. There's another conservatorship, Malik Williams, that substantial money went to. But Your Honor, if you flip over to the last page of that exhibit, you'll see a disbursement sheet right here. And these are very indicative of how easy it was ultimately to steal. These disbursement sheets have the recovery amount at the top. They have the various sources, the insurance companies in there. And then they have the legal fees, which tended to be anywhere from 33 to 40% of, in this instance, a very, very large recovery.
40% of millions. He gets 40% of millions. And as a reminder, I am already pissed. As a reminder, and I talk about this in the Girardi case too, when those fees come in, if you get a $10 million settlement, the 40% comes first off the 10 million, then costs. Yes, costs. 40% attorney's fees first, then costs. Any experts you paid, court filing fees, all the rest of that. Then the client gets theirs. Now, I think they should have costs come first. I think that's the way it should be done, because if attorneys spend a ton of money prepping for a case, costs should come first, but that might incentivize lawyers to not spend money prepping the case, but then they wouldn't win, so then they wouldn't get the money anyway. But the 40% comes first, then costs. And that can total 60, 70, 80% of a recovery settlement. The victims get what's left. And he took that too. So just so we're clear, the amount of money he was entitled to was 40% of their recovery. Then his costs. Then they got what's left. And then he stole it.
Costs and expenses and loans and medical bills. And then down at the bottom, there's just a simple thing that says disbursement to client. And it has
this is live adjacent because I keep pausing, but it's live.
$309,581.46. And based on those disbursement sheets that Murdaugh would cause his staff to prepare, then the finance office at the firm would have those checks cut, as they were told to do by this man right there. And once he had that check cut to Palmetto State Bank, he would take it to Russell Lafitte at the bank, and then Russell, having a check in his hand made out to Palmetto State Bank, would then convert that money to Alec's benefit in the manner in which he said. And in many instances, it was to pay back loans that Russell Lafitte had either given Alec Murdaugh to keep him afloat from the Plea conservatorship or from other actual bank loans, to the point where Alec had gotten so much in hock to Russell Lafitte that Russell Lafitte was in hock to Alec Murdaugh. And in many instances, these loans, particularly early on, were used to stop Alec Murdaugh's financial situation from falling apart and from all of those loans going into default, much less the fact of being exposed that Mr. Lafitte and Alec together had been loaning themselves money from a conservatorship meant for the benefit to minor
stealing
girls.
from the conservatorship.
In hock or?
In hock, H-O-C-K.
In hock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge Newman's like, Creighton, we're only at Hakeem Pickney. There's 11 victims.
Your Honor, the first one, that being the Hakeem Pickney, that is Alec is pleading to a representative count for each victim. But that was 2022 GS 4702 count 1, breach of
all
trust.
All lawyers everywhere can agree
2,000 or
that
more,
we're mad at Alec Murdaugh and Tom Girardi and those that taint our profession.
Your Honor, the next one that I'll hand up deals with Natasha Thomas. And this is Stage 3 for purposes of this proceeding.
So there are 11 victims, including the law firm and his brother. I don't think we'll hear much about the law firm and the brother.
And this one again, Your Honor, she was in the same particular accident, and there were two different thefts that were taken in this particular one. One of them was on December 20th, 2011.
I do not.
And that was for $325,000. Again, Mr. Murdaugh had Russell Lafitte appointed as conservator for Natasha Thomas, who was a minor at the time.
That's what they're doing.
And if we look on the last page of this exhibit, we will see an amount down at the bottom. There's disbursements to clients, and you see the various disbursements that are going out. But the last one says Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, for $325,000. And again, the staff does as they're told by Mr. Murdaugh, and they cut that check from the trust account for $325,000 made out to Palmetto State Bank. And Alec Murdaugh is then able to convert that money and actually converts all $325,000 of it to pay back a loan from his father. Your Honor, that is 2022 GS 4701 count 1, to which he's pleading guilty related to Natasha Thomas. That's breach of trust, $10,000 or more, and he's agreed to a 10-year sentence on that one. Your Honor, also in this particular...
We'll cover Russell Lafitte again, and I've covered it on the podcast. Russell Lafitte has been federally convicted and charged at the state level. Yes, he was involved in that enough to be convicted at the federal level.
We have and this was very typical, that a lien was held back to pay off, in this instance, Medicaid. And it was very common for plaintiffs' lawyers, this is very common, very accepted, and very usual, to hold back give initial disbursements to clients, but then hold back monies to pay off medical liens and other liens that need to come out of that recovery. And it's very common, again, for them to then negotiate with those medical providers or whoever else, and then if they can, get them to accept something less than the full amount. So if they can get them to accept 70%, then what they're supposed to do is then return that additional money to their client. Hey, great news. I'm a great lawyer. I managed to settle those liens for less, and here's an additional amount of money on top of what I've already given you that you weren't expecting. But what we found, of course, was that that became a very easy delta that would allow them, Alec Murdaugh to steal funds. And ultimately, we see that second theft from amounts that involve.
Can y'all tell if Creighton Waters likes the financial crimes the most?
Natasha Thomas ultimately did pay some liens, but instead of returning that money to Natasha Thomas, as Alec Murdaugh was supposed to do, instead he had another check cut to Palmetto State Bank and made out Palmetto State Bank, took it to Russell Lafitte, and had that money converted for his own personal use, and pretty much had it converted to cash. And ultimately had it converted to cash, including $9,000 cash, which is obviously a very interesting number in that it's meant to stay under that $10,000 threshold.
$10,000 threshold
Your
for
Honor,
reporting the transaction.
I mentioned before
it's a very intentional number. Creighton's pointing out to the court, the media, and everyone else that this isn't an oopsie, that he took $9,000 in cash out so that it stayed under reporting thresholds. He was charged with money laundering numerous times over schemes like this. But what he's talking about with the liens, just so we're clear, with the liens, he's saying that attorneys would disperse the settlement and hold on to money to finish settling the medical bills and negotiate those medical bills because these are catastrophic injury clients. So instead of making the client deal with the medical bills, they would negotiate it. Some of his clients who didn't get their money went into substantial debt and hardship because those medical bills went unpaid.
He had Russell Lafitte appointed as a conservator, and they had been borrowing money from a different conservatorship.
Is Creighton also waving at the IRS?
Money to Alec Murdaugh from that conservatorship. Russell Lafitte had been loaning money to himself from that conservatorship.
With tax crimes,
and that money needed to be paid
back. The IRS will at some point catch up on that. Because the state tax authorities already done it.
5.
So no one is getting paid.
Ultimately, he had yet.
A lot of the victims have been paid. We'll talk about that at the end of this hearing if they don't address it. A lot of the victims have been made whole through other means. Are they getting paid through Murdaugh? No.
Another huge recovery, and that involved the case of Arthur Badger, whose family was in a catastrophic accident, severely injured his children, killed his wife. And Mr. Murdaugh told him the case would only be worth a certain amount.
He does not like hearing that.
During the course of this, and this was very common, Mr. Badger had to get money to pay loans. He had to pay his bills. And what we found in this particular case was that Mr. Murdaugh ultimately settled globally a lot of these claims and had the civil defense lawyers there allocate the money in a certain way so that he could ultimately hand a very large check to Mr. Badger, more in line with what he was expecting him to receive. But he structured so much of the money going into Arthur Badger's sort of part of the ledger that he was able to steal $1.325 million from that particular claim. And if you look at that first page, you'll see the tracing exhibit from the state grand jury and all the work that was done there. But you can see, for example, in one instance, he paid off a credit card balance that he had with this money over $150,000. He used this money also to pay back the conservatorship that I previously mentioned, that he was getting money loaned to him by Russell Lafitte for over $482,000. And those are just some of the expenditures that we see on this particular theft. The other
it was simultaneous. The day of the murders is when the law firm discovered the theft. So it all unraveled very quickly from there.
The thing is, it's very interesting, is you'll see at the very back, you'll see an email, and this is from Russell Lafitte to Alec Murdaugh. And he says, Alec, can you get Jeannie, who is the CFO at the law firm, to recut the check as follows? And then you can see some amounts that are down below there that were cut that way. And they were cut that way so that it could break up that money, and then that money could be used to give the illusion of regular payments, to really to fuse out a huge amount, like $1.325 million, in order that slowly, over a period of time, Alec could convert that money, and again, in large measure, to pay back loans that had come to him from that prior conservatorship. And again,
remember, Russell Lafitte and Jeannie Seckinger are family. Russell Lafitte is her brother-in-law. She was the key witness against him in the federal case. That is her brother-in-law. So they are family. She's known Alec since high school. And she, I thought, was one of the best witnesses at the trial because of the financial stuff.
Throughout that, there were a number of loans that were cut to Palmetto State Bank, and they were essentially cut in a manner that Russell Lafitte had Alec cut them that way, and then they were ultimately stolen all the way from February of 2013 through May of 2014. And so ultimately, it was a very involved scheme because it was such a large amount. They had to cut it up. They had to make it look like it was coming at different times from different sources. And that is how, over the course of that long period of time, Alec was able to steal that money through use of Palmetto State Bank.
Jeannie, Alec stole it.
Your Honor,
Alec stole it.
This is 2022 GS 4703, count 1, to which
Jeannie's like, y'all don't fuck around. You're going to find yourself in custody, and I'm not the one for your alibi.
Alec is pleading to breach of trust over $10,000 and has agreed to a 10-year sentence.
Yeah, Jeannie's second jury.
Next one I'll hand up to Your Honor, State's Exhibit 6. And this individual was Dion Martin. And Dion Martin was in a head-on collision with a drunk driver in 2012.
Me too.
He was on life support for a number of weeks, and a month after he was released, Alec Murdaugh called him and said, I'm going to help you, I'm going to represent you, and ultimately ended up settling the case without talking to him, ultimately covered up the paper so he couldn't really see.
You can't do that. I mean, he did it, but you can't do that. Creighton did not tell all of the victims' stories in detail the last time he spoke. He went over the overview of the fraud crimes. This is really getting into how bad this is and how injured, how severely injured people were that Alec was stealing from and how he lied to their face to do it.
What he was getting, but ultimately, like all of these, still gave Dion Martin very, very sizable funds. But if we look at this particular one, ultimately he was able to steal on October 7th, 2015, $338,056. $338,056.14. And if you look on the back page of that exhibit, you can see that there's a disbursement there. It says disbursement to Forge, and it has that very amount on there. And again, this is where we see the scheme start to change a little bit after the Badger theft and how much detail had to be engaged in with those checks to Palmetto State Bank, with Russell Lafitte sending emails asking Alec to cut it up different ways, to have that money dispersed in different manners. That got to be very, very difficult. So what Alec Murdaugh changed his scheme, and what he did was he went to Bank of America and again opened up a account in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge, and ultimately was able to get those checks cut to what we call the fake Forge. And again, the staff didn't question it because the legitimate Forge Consulting, which also was very cooperative throughout this case in providing information, was a company that served as a consultant providing services and linking plaintiffs to
Forge
annuities where they could structure their settlements where they would get regular payments. And so when he could get that money make out Forge, all he had to do was get on a disbursement sheet, the word Forge, get a trust account check cut from the firm trust account made out to Forge, and then take it down to Bank of America and deposit it and convert it from there.
Bank of America.
Your Honor, that was the first theft from
well.
Mr. Dion Martin, and I'm going to return back to him in a minute. But one of the things that we see paid off from that theft of $338,000 was a $169,000 balance on a credit card.
You can't pay your credit cards with your client funds. Just an FYI. I don't know who needs to hear it, Tom Girardi, but just in case it needs to be said again.
Your Honor, the next one.
No, he did not.
And I'm going in chronological order, is Johnny Bush. And I'm going to hand out what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. I'm going to come back to Dion Martin in a minute. But this particular one was on June 9th, 2016. And Mr. Murdaugh is pleading guilty here for 2021 GS 4736, count 2 to computer crime, and he's agreeing to a 5-year sentence. And in this particular instance, Mr. Bush was a long-time friend of Mr. Murdaugh. He was in a car accident. He trusted Alexander Murdaugh. He mentioned that over and over again because Mr. Murdaugh referred to him as a brother. And anyway, Mr. Murdaugh settled the case without talking to Mr. Bush. And Mr. Bush signed the documents because, like he said, he trusted him. And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able to get him to sign a disbursement sheet that had on it a disbursement to Forge for $95,000. And you can see that on the last page of this particular exhibit. And ultimately, again, that was in June of 2016 that he was able to steal that money from Mr. Bush. Going to the next one. This is Exhibit 9.
Just buckle up.
And Your Honor, this particular one would be in August 11th, 2016. This is 2021 GS 4731, count 1, to which Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to breach of trust $10,000 or more and agreeing to a 10-year sentence for that particular crime. And in this particular instance, again, he had a case where there were disbursements, but he had a lien put on the disbursement sheet. The lien just said the word Forge for $70,000. And ultimately, again, he was able to take that $75,000, deposit it into his fake Forge account, and then convert it to his own use. And a lot of that was cash. A lot of that was payment to employees that he had, payment on credit cards that he had, including a payment to on a credit card of over $21,000.
Thank you, Perwama.
Next one I'll hand up, Your Honor, is State's Exhibit 2.
When does a defense attorney cross the line, even when they're not doing anything unlawful? Zealous advocacy covers quite a lot in court. It takes quite a bit to cross the line. We saw Creighton getting a weapon pointed at him by Poot, Creighton and team, in court, and that did not cross a line. So it takes quite a bit for that line to get crossed. Zealous advocacy covers all manner of things.
And this one is the case involving Jamie and Risher. And in this particular instance, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2021 GS 4737, count 1, breach of trust $10,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 10-year sentence. And in this instance, he had been in a wreck. His family, Mr. Risher's family, had a long connection with the Murdaughs, and he was injured. He had a younger sister who was killed. And he, because of Mr. Murdaugh's name, because of the long family association, trusted Mr. Murdaugh and went to him for help.
Of course they went to him for help. He was the guy.
And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh, again, was able to get him to sign a disbursement. Actually, in this particular instance, if you look at the last page, you see that there is no signature on there
the
for Mr. Risher. It just has Mr. Murdaugh's signature, but it has on there a disbursement to Forge for $90,000. And in many instances, that's what would happen. Sometimes Mr. Murdaugh would get the clients to sign these disbursements, and they didn't realize that those disbursements were on there that he was going to steal. Other times, the records would reflect a disbursement that was never signed by the client. But ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh gets, based on this disbursement sheet, the staff to conduct to cut a check from the trust account for $90,000 made out to Forge. He's then able to take that money, put it in his fake Forge account, and convert it to his personal use. On top of that, Mr. Murdaugh also misappropriated $5,504.94 in case expenses, which he billed to Austin Aviation for a trip to New York, a private plane service, limo service, and meals that ultimately he was able to bill to Mr. Risher as if they were legitimate case expenses for this case, when instead that was a personal trip for Mr. Murdaugh, a luxury.
He takes 40% attorney's fees, and instead of using the 40% of attorney's fees from the millions he is recovering, he bills his trip to a football game on a private jet and all the rest of it. I love bougie travel, just not on someone else's dime. He bills it as costs. Remember, attorney's fees, then costs, then client recovery. This is what Girardi did too with the freaking earrings. He billed it to the client as case costs. Flying for a deposition might be a case cost. Oh!
Trip, which he then billed to a client and stole that money. All right, we're going back now to Mr. Martin. I'm going to hand up State's Exhibit 7. I mentioned Dion Martin before, and now we've moved to October 11th, 2016. He had already stolen, as I said before, over $338,000 from Mr. Martin over a year earlier. But now he's back, and in this instance, he gets a check cut from fake Forge, made out for $45,000. And again, this had been part of money that was held in trust, supposedly to satisfy liens, but Mr. Murdaugh was able to then convert that money since it remained in the trust account. And on October 11th, 2016, again, he converted $45,000. But very interesting, Your Honor, if you look on the last page of this one related to Dion Martin on the disbursement sheet, you will see that at the top it says, under the recovery amounts, it has structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn. It has $500,000. That's a phantom recovery. That doesn't exist. He just put that number on there, and by doing so was essentially able to generate on his books $200,000 of attorney's fees. That's a phantom. It's a phantom, but it's credited to him on his book. So ultimately, the firm was victimized in this regard because he, in the end, it works out to about $185,000 an extra year in bonus that went to him because of that phantom recovery that was on there.
If you didn't catch that, he wasn't just stealing from clients. The firm paid out bonuses based on how much money you brought in. So when he's over exaggerating the money he's bringing in money that's not actually going into the firm because he's stealing it, he also double dips because he gets more money back from the firm, which is why the firm is a victim here too. The firm paid back a lot of these clients out of their own pocket. That includes his brother.
Going to the next matter.
Thanks, Chad.
Hand up States 11.
I see you.
And we're back to the Pinckney matter that I mentioned before, that catastrophic wreck. In that particular case, Mr. Murdaugh represented Hakeem Pinckney. He had his friend Corey Fleming representing Hakeem's mother, Pamela Pinckney.
The firm did sue him.
She was driving.
They
were allied, but she still had to be named as a defendant. And ultimately, there remained in Corey Fleming's trust account $89,133.44. And even though the disbursements had happened in that case years and years before, even though Mr. Fleming had had a lot of direct contact with Mrs. P during the course of that and had disbursed money to her, had direct communication with her all the time, in this particular instance, without calling her, Corey Fleming and Alec Murdaugh got together, and Corey Fleming had a check cut from the MKF, the Moss Coon and Fleming trust account, for that amount. Didn't call Miss P and say, oh, by the way, there's $89,000 belonging to you. Instead, he sent that to Alec Murdaugh at the trust account, and then Alec Murdaugh, once it's in the PMPED trust account, if you look on the last page, you'll see that he gets a disbursement sheet cut. There is no signature for any client or anything like that, but gets that check cut for $89,133.44 made out to Forge, puts that in his fake Forge account, and ultimately converts that to his personal use. And one of the things that we see on this one that's interesting, we have a $23,000 and change payment to a credit card that he used with the stolen money. We also see over $20,000 of money that he took to a check cashing service to turn into cash. Your Honor, that particular one, again, was accounted for in 2022 GS 4702, count 3, to which I previously mentioned, to which he was pleading and agreed to a 10-year sentence. Your Honor, the next one is on May 16th, 2017. And this was the first check of what we call the double dip. And this is the one where Mr. Murdaugh is pled pursuant to Alford for stealing the repayment of the
not related to Batman.
Firm from the firm of money loaned by his brother Randy, and ultimately he pled under Alford to 2022 GS 47. He might not remember all of it. To money laundering $100,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. I think it's very interesting, though, that we look at the date that first double dip check goes in, and it's May 16th, 2017, which is the same day that also we have the check cut from the PMPED trust account check for Ms. P's money for the $89,000. Those both occurred on May 16th, 2017, and ultimately were converted for his personal use. Handing up the next exhibit is Exhibit 12. And the victim in this particular case is Randy Drawdy. And again, Mr. Drawdy was in a slip and fall accident. He trusted Mr. Murdaugh because from what he heard, Mr. Murdaugh had a good reputation. Ultimately,
he had a big reputation.
Mr. Drawdy felt like he needed more medical treatment, but he couldn't afford it. And he did receive some disbursement, but years and years and years go by. And ultimately, in this particular one, we see here a check, and this was money that was held to pay for a potential medical bill that remained in Mr. Murdaugh's trust account for years and years. But ultimately, he had $9,569.30 on October 3rd, 2017, cut to fake Forge, and then converted that money to his own use, including money to cash, to the check cashing services, and other expenditures. And ultimately, it appears that this money, again, was without in liens. It stayed there for a long period of time. And I'm sure at some point, someone came to Mr. Murdaugh and was like, why is this money still here? And so even though it was still less than $10,000, Mr. Murdaugh ultimately converted that to his own use. And to that, he is pleading to 2021 GS 4732 count 1, breach of trust, $2,000 to $10,000, and agreeing to a 5-year sentence.
He's like, it's under $10,000. Like,
Next exhibit, Your Honor, is State's Exhibit 13.
it's like, why are we even dealing with these amounts?
And this involves Jordan Jenks.
Nicolette asked in the chat.
And, Mr. Jenks is here present in the courtroom today.
The state did not pursue it on the murders, and that is not on the table for financial crimes.
And ultimately said that Mr. Murdaugh pushed him to settle the case for an amount that he thought was less than what he was expecting. And he also knew that there was money that had been withheld in trust if the insurance company ever came and claimed it, was what he was told. Mr. Jenks was told by Murdaugh.
Thank you for those of you that have gifted memberships.
And he also knew that Murdaugh was busy first with the boat accident and then with the murders and didn't want to bother him. And if we look at this particular exhibit, there was, if we look on the disbursement page, the first one, and this is 3 pages from the back, Your Honor, there was $150,000 in liens that were withheld for Blue Choice Health Plan. But instead of satisfying those liens, instead of doing right by his friend, Mr. Murdaugh instead cut one disbursement for $65,000 and another disbursement for $85,000 from that $150,000 that he had withheld and had those made out to forge and deposited into his fake forge account. And then ultimately converted all of that to his own personal use. And you can see on the first page, the tracing exhibit, how he converted that to his personal use.
I appreciate that Creighton is going through where the money went, because Murdaugh's defense team has constantly tried to say he was an addict. This money was going to drugs, Your Honor. He couldn't help it. Not something that's uncommon to be said in the criminal justice system, something that for some is absolutely true. Whether or not he had a pill problem, Creighton is saying, look, and lawyers run high into addiction, but Creighton is saying this money was not being stolen to feed an addiction. This is not a circumstance of somebody stealing for that reason only. Look at where all this money is going. And that's why he's laying it out. Look at who he hurt and look at where the money was going to pay his bills, to pay back loans. It's not going because he is an addict. It's not going to feed a pain problem or deal with opioid addiction that so many deal with. That is a cover story to make you, Your Honor, feel sorry for him.
Your Honor, for that particular one, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4735, count 5, to forgery for a 10-year sentence.
So he is leaving
With regard
this.
to these various exhibits, including number 13,
all sealed, I would imagine.
disbursements to C.E. Smith, Eddie Smith.
Eddie Smith. Those might be for drugs.
Can you explain those?
Yeah, there were a lot of monies, as Your Honor has heard about, that were dispersed through Curtis Eddie Smith. And
Tell me more.
And I'll get to that particular count, but he's pled to a conspiracy count involving the amount of money
Tell us
that
more
had
about
gone
Eddie
through,
Smith.
that Mr. Murdaugh ultimately from
Cousin
converted
Eddie.
funds then had cut to Eddie Smith. And those monies were ultimately converted for narcotics and other purposes. You can see, though, that Mr. Murdaugh would often have
Narcotics
those checks
for
cut
use
to Eddie Smith
or
using different
narcotics
names.
to
There would
deal?
be, and that's why you can see on the tracing exhibit, you can see that there's different mechanisms or different names in which that's listed. There's C.E. Smith. Sometimes it would be Eddie Smith. Sometimes it would be Curtis Smith. There were a myriad of different ways that Mr. Murdaugh would have those checks cut. Sometimes.
Because remember, Murdaugh was also charged with conspiracy relating to drug dealing. He was not necessarily being charged with personal use.
They would refer to work that was being done, that was not being done. Sometimes they would refer to auto purchases that were not happening.
I believe Cousin
but
Eddie's still in
ultimately,
custody.
that was one of the ways in which Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert the cash that he was stealing to his own use was through routing checks through Curtis Eddie Smith.
So,
Your Honor, next exhibit I'll hand up is States 14.
I wouldn't be surprised if money was offshore either. Wouldn't be surprised for a minute if money was offshore. Wouldn't be surprised for a minute if Eddie Smith was
Your Honor, this is the
helping
first
to move
of
that money
the
out.
Gloria Satterfield checks to which he is pleading guilty. And this is dated January 7th, 2019.
I love that they gave the court the tracing documents and where the money's going.
He's pleading for this false pretenses and agreeing to a 10-year sentence. And there are 2 other charges he's pleading that I'll get to here in a minute. I'm doing these in chronological order. I detailed at the prior proceeding how Gloria Satterfield was the longtime housekeeper for Mr. Murdaugh and his family. Ms. Satterfield's family, her sons trusted Mr. Murdaugh. There had been a long-time family relationship there. Ms. Satterfield, in February of 2019, not of February 2019, but Ms. Satterfield had fallen at the Murdaugh home and ultimately passed away. And Mr. Murdaugh approached the family, and some of the Satterfield family is here and is going to address the court. And he approached the family and said, I'm going to help you. I'm going to make sure that Ms. Satterfield's sons are taken care of. And ultimately, I've detailed the entire timeline, which I won't go through extensively here again. But he ultimately involved his friend Corey Fleming. They got an initial recovery of $403,500. Well, that's the ultimate amount he cut to himself. It was $505,000. At that point in time, Tony Satterfield was the PR, but instead of advising Tony that the first recovery had come in, instead they involved Chad Westendorf of Palmetto State Bank, who really served as a patsy. I'm
going to pause because Creighton's going to keep moving through this because we know the story so well, but I think it might help to explain exactly what he just said and what it means. The older, or he might be the younger, one of the Satterfield sons was the personal representative. The personal representative has to sign off on any settlement, has to be kept in the loop. They took the Satterfield son, Tony, and removed him from the loop. The only person that had to communicate with the lawyers regarding the settlement was then someone Alec Murdaugh put in place, one of his friends. So they cut the Satterfield sons completely out of the decision-making process and out of the communication loop. So not only did he steal the money from them, but he actively cut them out before he did it so that they did not have any right to be told what was going on, and they did not have any legal right to make those decisions because they were not the personal representatives. So to get a feel for how fucking devious this is, they cut them all the way out of the loop without telling them that that was the impact of them no longer being the personal representatives. That's how they were able to sign off on that initial $500,000 settlement that was ultimately found by Mandy Matney and reported on, which is how this came to light for the Satterfields, and did it with one of his co-conspirators. The family was completely unaware that that was the impact. They trusted Alec Murdaugh when he said, "We've got you, don't worry about it." He put in one of his friends that he had done this with before to steal the money from insurance so that the Satterfields would never see any of it. Absolutely wild, devious, unethical, appalling. Pick a word. Absolutely disgusting.
Fleming and Mr. Murdaugh dealt with Mr. Westendorf and told him they would take care of everything, they would handle everything, they would make sure that the money went to the boys, that this money was being set up for structure with the
Chad
boys.
Westendorf.
Don't worry about communicating with the Satterfields. We've got this. But of course, the Satterfields.
That's Tony Satterfield sitting.
The entire process. Right, and unlike many of the other schemes where Mr. Murdaugh was able to successfully steal because he had handed a big check to these clients. So therefore, they're paying attention to that life-changing money and not realizing what's really going on. In this particular instance, as I will detail, Mr. Murdaugh stole every dime of what ultimately was a very, very large recovery. And I will talk a little bit more about that. And I know I detailed that last time. I'm not going to go through the whole thing again. But suffice it to say that Mr. Murdaugh conspired with his friend Corey Fleming, who he had represented the Satterfields.
Yes, they lost their home.
Chad Westendorf, keep him in the dark,
after they lost their mom,
patsy, so that he would not really know what was going on. And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able then to convert sizable portions of this money. And this is the first exhibit right here.
Murdaugh was disbarred.
This is the first
a year
Satterfield
ago,
one.
2 years
Again,
ago.
This is January
before
9th,
the murder
2019.
trial.
And this ultimately had Corey Fleming cut a check for $403,500 made out just to the single word forge. and then he was able to put that into his
Ooh,
fake Forge
I
account.
forgot how much this
and
all pisses
ultimately
me off.
Convert that to his own personal use. And what's very interesting about that is if you look on the front on the tracing sheet, you will see the vast majority of that money was used to pay on
let Tony
sizable
just sit and
loans
watch,
that
please.
Mr. Murdaugh had with
Court
Palmetto State
TV.
Bank that were constantly in danger of going into default. We see a payment for $104,000 on Moselle. We see payments on Redbeard and Zero United. And so again, that money was.
Alec is paying for his properties while the Satterfields lost their mother and then lost their home. But he's paying for his multiple properties.
Necessary. Mr. Murdaugh needed to get that money in there, needed to get that money so that he could pay those loans that he had outstanding and stay one step ahead of the game, stay on what I've called an exhausting hamster wheel to stop that thing from coming off the rails. Because the second it comes off the rails,
ADHD wants to start singing Aladdin.
All of this falls
Stop
apart.
it, Creighton.
One way that could have happened is if he ultimately were to
can't say
default
one
on
step.
all these loans that he had with Palmetto State Bank. Because if that were to happen, then the bank, no matter how long this relationship had been, is going to be looking at what's been going on here. And so ultimately, it was very crucial to get this money in and pay on those particular loans.
Creighton
All
is
right,
still,
going in order here,
Creighton is
Your Honor,
still
we'll come
laying
back
it
to the
out.
Satterfields.
He's still setting the table.
We'll hand out what's been marked as States 15.
Fancy was my name. How much was my rate for lawyers' fees?
And Your Honor, this was
I
the
did
case
flat rate
of
in
the estate
consulting,
of
but I worked
Blondale
for the
Gary.
government, so low.
And in this particular
I was a
instance,
DA.
and had
I got paid a salary.
testimony from her survivor.
I never did plaintiff's work.
Her mother, who was Blondale Gary, had passed, and she met with Mr. Murdaugh a week later, and he ultimately settled the case without talking to her. And ultimately, there was some money that was being withheld to determine whether or not another individual was an appropriate beneficiary under this particular case. And that was why it was explained to them that they were withholding this money, but instead of Mr. Murdaugh doing what he said he was going to do, when he was able to withhold
This
that
is
money,
why
he was able
Creighton's
to
laying it out.
get it converted to a fake forged check. And we can see on the last page, we can see that forged structure. It says $112,500. And again, Ms. Gary is sitting there. She's being explained. That's why that money is being withheld. But ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert it to his own use. And again, he had a lot of that to go for his own expenses, for his own cash. Money went to Curtis Eddie Smith, sizable portions of it went there, as well as a myriad of personal expenses that you can see on the first page of that tracing exhibit. Your Honor, for that particular crime, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4733, count 2, money laundering, $100,000 or more, for which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. State's Exhibit 16. This is the big one, Your Honor. This is the check
This is the big one.
from the big recovery that Alec Murdaugh, in collusion with Corey Fleming, were able to get in the Satterfield case. And ultimately, after Mr. Fleming took his sizable legal fees, had a check cut from the Moskun and Fleming trust account for $2,961,931.95 and made out to the single word forge, and then had that personally delivered to Alec Murdaugh, who then was able to convert every dime of that money for his own personal use. And again, throughout all of that, and so all of this came to light until after the side of the road and people started looking, ultimately the Satterfields had never saw one thin dime of that money. They never received one thin dime of the money that went through Corey Fleming, that went through Alec
The
Murdaugh.
Satterfields have since recovered from other parties, not
check.
from Alec Murdaugh.
Your Honor, for that particular crime, he's pleading, again, 2021 GS 4730, count 5 to money laundering, $100,000 or more. That's a 20-year sentence, and that will be the lead sentence for the case. I will get to later the additional 7 consecutive years. That's the other lead sentence that will total that 27 years of 85% time. But this 2.9, by far being the biggest amount, is one of the lead sentences in the particular case.
2.9 million.
You can see how this money and the extensive amount of work that was done, that was to trace how.
That is the money stolen from the insurance company that was meant to go to the Satterfield sons that is still being litigated between the insurance company and Murdaugh, that Murdaugh keeps trying to pull the Satterfield sons into, even though they've recovered from other parties. They have not recovered from Murdaugh. I've covered that insurance case. If you want to talk about audacity, that insurance case is bananas, but this is the gravamen of that case that he's talking about now.
That money ultimately was spent, but just to give some examples, we have
the Satterfield sons have recovered quite a
on
lot.
page 2, Your Honor, a payment on of over $609,000 on a loan on which his father was a co-signer at the bank. We see a $500,000 payment on a loan relating to Moselle We see over $132,000 going to C.E. Smith. We see repayments to one of his law partners of over $304,000. We see payments to his father for a loan for $385,000. We also see payment on a credit card down at the bottom there of $146,968.06. So again, stealing this money, we're getting to a critical point for Mr. Murdaugh. Stealing this money was necessary, again, to keep afloat and to pay back all these extensive loans that he had taken from the bank, to pay back these loans he had taken from his father, to pay back these loans he had taken from his law partners, to pay back six-figure credit card balances, as well as all the other expenditures that are listed on there.
Stina, that's correct. They've recovered, the Satterfield sons have recovered over $7 million at this point in their separate litigations from other law firms, the banks, etc. Not
next one,
from
I'll hand up to your honors, is State 17. And the victim in this particular case is
Creighton is explaining that the stealing is what Murdaugh is doing to stay afloat of all the other obligations so he doesn't get caught. So he's not justifying it. He's explaining to the court that he is still behind and he is stealing to try to not get caught. This is a very common pattern in fraud crimes, that they start out as smaller thefts and then it escalates like a snowball. And to keep the scheme from getting discovered, you would say, or the lawyer would say, it's necessary to keep stealing because you have to keep from getting discovered. He's explaining it in that concept, not justifying it, saying it's okay to be doing it. Hopefully that makes sense.
For Anderson, and your honor, this he's pleading to 2021 GS 4734 count 2, money laundering, $100,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. And ultimately, in this particular case, he was able to convert through a disbursement statement that just said settlement proceeds to Forge.
It's absolutely a Ponzi scheme.
$750,000. And once he had that amount made out to Forge, and again, this check was on February 20th, 2020, he was then able to convert this money to his own personal use. And you can see the tracing exhibit on the front, all the personal expenses that were being paid through that money, a lot of online withdrawals and banking transfers, but also payments to Palmetto State Bank loans for over $104,000. A lot of money going to Curtis Eddie Smith, and then just general other personal expenditures. Next one I'll hand up is States 18. And this is the final Satterfield check, Your Honor. Again, over a year has gone by from the $2.9 million check, from that $3.8 million settlement. Again, the Satterfield family is unaware that a single dime has been recovered, and ultimately
until they
there's
see
still
it
money
in the
remaining
paper
in the Moss Coon and Fleming trust account. And so Alec Murdaugh, in October again of 2020, has a check.
Katie, I'm going to come back to this
Fleming,
after the victim's statements
for $118,000.
because I'm curious what they have to say.
Forge and delivered to him.
I think they were probably told about it.
Use. You can see cash
But
withdrawals
we'll
of over $22,000. You can see over $28,000 to Eddie Smith, as well as other expenditures. And this, of course, is around the time also that they then have the stipulation of dismissal signed in the Satterfield case that doesn't have the caption. They do not advise the attorneys for either Nautilus or the prior insurance company.
Somebody's phone's going off in
Instead,
court.
Corey Fleming signs it, and he has Alec Murdaugh, the defendant, not the defense attorney, but the defendant himself, signed that stipulation dismissal in conjunction with having this forged check cut to Mr. Murdaugh for $118,000. Your Honor, that is 2021 GS 4730 count 8, to which he's also pleading to money laundering $100,000 or more and agreeing to a 20-year sentence. Next one is States 19.
For those asking about gifted memberships, YouTube sends those out.
This is the
and determines those, but the mods
Taylor.
can help you turn them on. That goes through the chat periodically.
This one really gets to me, and
we said Creighton was going to keep
her mother,
going.
at least Mallory, testified. Her daughter was killed by a drunk driver, leaving behind 3 minor children. And I've talked to her extensively.
Drunk driving cases are tremendously hard.
She went to Mr. Murdaugh because she heard he was the best in town. And he kept telling her and lowering over and over again how much the case was worth. And if there ever was a more acute example of trust, it was Miss Mallory and Mr. Murdaugh. she put this case in his hands. And he kept coming back and saying that the case was worth less and less and less. Until eventually, he told her that the case was only going to be worth $30,000. $10,000 for each one of those children.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Because like many people, $30,000 is a lot of money.
Not a lot for that type of case.
The reality
That's not even policy limits.
Is that Mr. Murdaugh, with his insatiable need for cash, settled that case for $183,528 because he needed the money. And then he had a disbursement sheet that wasn't signed by Miss Mallory, executed, in which he put on their attorney's fees of $30,000. You can see that on the last page. And then had the rest of the money, $152,866, made out to Forge, and then converted that money to his own benefit. And that was on November 30th, 2020. $23,500 of that was cash withdrawals for his benefit. $29,000 went to C.E. Smith, and then more went to other versions of that name. Paid $20,000 on a credit card. And Miss Mallory, those children, like the Satterfields, who were also the most prime example of trust in this case. The people that trusted him more than anyone, the Satterfields and Miss Mallory, like the Satterfields, she didn't get one thin dime of that money. And Mr. Murdaugh even went so far as to go back to the firm and say, hey, I feel bad that I wasn't able to get that much from Miss Mallory. Can we refund the $30,000 to her? Because he told her that. He said, I can only get $30,000 in this case, and out of the goodness of my heart,
and took it from the law firm?
I'm not going to take a legal fee. That's what he told her. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'm not going to take a legal fee. I'm just going to get you that $30,000. But the problem was he'd already dispersed the money. He'd already dispersed the $30,000 to the firm. And he went back to the firm and said, and telling them a different lie, telling them, hey, I would like to just refund that $30,000. I don't want to take a fee.
Gotta be kidding me.
Just refund that give her that $30,000, which is what he had promised her.
Look, this is what I got you.
Recovery all along. But the firm was like, no, the fees are paid. No, we're not doing that. And so Miss Mallory never got one dime. For that crime, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2021 GS 4738, count 2, money laundering, $100,000 or more. And he is agreeing to that, to a 7-year sentence that is consecutive to the 20-year sentence of 2021 GS 4730, count 5. And those would, again, be the lead sentences for the total of 27 years at 85% time as a result of this plea here today.
Yeah, no, we're well in code red territory, chat.
Your Honor, our next.
But for the gravity of what Creighton is talking about, it's a little too cheeky for me. We'll code red at a break.
In this particular instance,
because we're there.
This is another instance in which Mr. Murdaugh was able to steal fees from the firm. This particular matter.
This is why Creighton is going through more of the details, not how the crime happened.
Ultimately, he had cut 2 disbursement sheets. Number 1, at the very last page of this exhibit, in the disbursement sheet, he had the MPED attorney's fee, and then in parentheses the word Forge for $83,333.33. Your Honor, that was from May 12th, 2021.
We might have to redo
that
the
particular
That's fair.
Fee made out to Forge instead of going into the firm as it should. It was made out to fake Forge, and Alec, again, was able to convert that money to his own use, cash withdrawals, payments to associates, the standard things that we see.
It's true, Claire.
He also had a second
I never know how
disbursement sheet cut, in which it said Forge on it, $91,867.50. That check was cut on December 16th, 2020. And again, ultimately, those were cut from the client trust account. Should have represented legal fees, but instead were diverted by Mr. Murdaugh into his Forge account and converted to his personal use.
He can, but I don't think
he will. And it's that last sheet, Your Honor, that where it says attorney's fees Forge. That, along with one of the ones I'm about to talk about next, the Ferris matter, or the matter involving Chris Wilson, those were 2 of the things that the firm had started to notice.
Yep.
as
The Chris
everything
Wilson
started to
matter
come apart.
kind of-
And Your Honor, of course, has heard about the confrontation, the discussions between Jeannie Seckinger and Annette Griswold and Mr. Murdaugh about where the Ferris fees were. But the other thing that had caught staff's attention, that had caught Jeannie Seckinger's attention, was this Hirschberger matter and whether or not some fees had been diverted there. And it was not until months after the murders that a couple of things happened at the same time. The firm, Jeannie Seckinger, was looking back at this Hirschberger matter, concerned about what that was. Around that same time, Annette Griswold found the actual Ferris check that had been made out to Mr. Murdaugh instead of the firm. And what I'm going to talk about here in a minute, Thomas Moore,
Marissa,
they
I'm going
started
to
to
talk
look
about this
around,
more if we get a
and
break.
that led them to identify the initial
He agreed to it at the
fake forge
plea
matters
date.
that led to
Not
them
this. This is
confronting
the
Alec,
sentencing part,
terminating him,
not the factual basis.
announcing that he had been stealing money, to which he's admitting today.
Thank you to
Of
everyone
course,
who
decided the road
gifted
followed him
memberships.
long after that.
Heather and Shannon Wolf, thank you both.
Your Honor, for that, the Hirschberger
Diana,
matter, he's
thank
pleading
you.
to 2022 GS 4724 count 3, false pretenses, and agreeing to a 10-year sentence.
10
Next exhibit I will hand out is
millions,
Exhibit 21.
but I would need to look to get the exact number. It wasn't as much as Girardi, but it was still millions and millions and millions.
Your Honor, this one is the matter involving Thomas Moore. In this instance, he was representing Mr. Moore, who had been injured in a wreck. Mr. Moore is a trooper who had been injured in the line of duty. Ultimately,
He
Mr.
spoke in one of
Murdaugh
the
had arranged
documentaries.
for a recovery,
I remember him.
did not advise Mr. Moore, did not tell him money had come in, and had a disbursement sheet cut for $125,000, you can see on the last page. Ultimately forged Mr. Moore's signature on there, and then had that dispersed to fake forge. This was on January 29th,
Fake forge.
2021. And ultimately, you can see on the first page how a lot of that money was being dispersed, including to cash withdrawals, various iterations of the name Eddie Smith, the cash services business for $14,000, and other matters as well. For that, Your Honor, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4727 count 2, money laundering, 20 years or more. Again, all of these 20-year money launderings are 85% offenses, and ultimately, he's pleading guilty to that one as well. Next hand up, State's Exhibit 22.
I love that we finally got through the tracing of where this money
Your
went.
Honor, this is the
Credit
matter
card bills,
involving
loans.
Chris Wilson. And as Your Honor will recall, Mr. Murdaugh had split this case with his friend Chris Wilson and another attorney.
We saw a lot about that in the
They
murder
tried
trial.
the case in, I believe, December of 2020, and bench tried it and had received a sizable recovery in the early months of 2021. Mr. Murdaugh, again,
Yep.
was in a desperate position needing cash and could not have these fees going to the firm because, again, the way the firm payment structure worked would be that he would not receive the majority of that money until the end of 2021 when the firm paid its overhead, settled up on its agreement, and then split up the remaining monies based on each attorney's individual contribution to that year's.
And many
revenue.
are Enchanted Wolf, but the ones
And
who are bad do
ultimately,
so
he
much
had
damage.
on March 10th,
It's like
2021,
doctors,
a
bad
check cut
doctors can
for
do so much damage.
$192,000. March 23rd, 2021, $375,000. And April 20th, 2021, for
Different than if I had an off day
$225,000.
when I was working retail,
And
right?
had those all made out from the Chris Wilson's trust account representing the fees that should have gone to the firm, and had those made out to him personally and deposited it and spent for his own personal use.
Saskia asked,
it was
is this
those
separate from the
particular
federal
checks
charges? Yes. And he has not
that
been sentenced on those
led
yet.
to, when the expenses came in, led to the
Separate.
whole inquiry from the firm, PMPED, back to Chris Wilson's office on where are the fees? Where are the fees? We got the expense check. And Your Honor, of course, has heard testimony about that issue percolating and the fact that it was even discussed on June 7th, 2021. And after June 7th, 2021, of course, no one was really paying attention to those matters anymore for a number of months. And one of the things that Mr. Murdaugh was able to do was borrow money from a law partner, and was able to borrow money from the bank and got $600,000 and sent that back to Chris Wilson, and then told Chris Wilson a lie. Pretty much said, hey, I've got some things moving around.
I heard about that at trial.
I'm going to send you the $600 right now. I'll get you the $192. But can you go ahead and tell the firm that all that money is in your trust account, which would solve the problem.
I can't
because
dog
that would
Creighton
stop the
for
inquiry.
it.
And so ultimately that
because
happened.
I'm also
Chris
a
Wilson
long-winded
sent an
prosecutor.
email and said, those monies are in my trust account. And when, of course, everything crashed and
Chris
burned,
Wilson was one of his
following
oldest friends,
Labor Day
and he dragged
2021,
him into stuff that could have gotten
Mr.
him
Wilson
disbarred.
confronted Mr. Murdaugh, and Mr. Murdaugh admitted that he had been stealing and admitted that he didn't have that $192,000. And ultimately, those were the basis for the indictments in 2021 GS 4728. Counts
You guys,
one,
we have 12,000
which
watching.
represents
Ninja
the
has
diversion of fees from the
17,000
firm of
watching.
$792,000 pleading to false pretenses.
I'm waiting
on that
for us
a
to
10-year sentence.
overtake
And then
Ninja's
count
stream.
7 representing that
Let's go,
192, not
Lonards.
to double count it, but representing the 192 that he defrauded his friend Chris Wilson out of, and that's false pretenses to which he's agreeing to a 10-year sentence.
It wasn't just the clients that trusted him. It was other lawyers that trusted him, including his own brother that he stole from. So when there are people that say, and there are plenty that say, I don't see how he could have done this to his wife and son. Look at what he did to the people he was closest to. His brother, his best friends, his closest friends. He was dragging his closest friends into things that could have easily gotten them disbarred. Sorry, other streamer. Another streamer that's playing Fortnite. I was looking at the live trending page.
Your Honor, additionally,
I love that you
Mr.
guys are
Murdaugh
like,
is
who?
pleading to 2022 GS
Yes.
4710,
Yes.
count 1, and that is a criminal conspiracy, Your Honor, between him and Curtis Eddie Smith.
I told you all to bring a
the dates
snack.
are from October
I did.
2013 through February 2021.
I hope you did.
And ultimately, those deal with the conversion of a lot of these funds from whatever source through checks to
Chat, I love
Curtis
you
Eddie
guys.
Smith. They're related to a lot of illegal purposes,
grown
including
adults.
narcotics.
I got
That
it.
total being at least $2,413,754.79. Finally, Your Honor,
He said finally.
Mr.
I
Murdaugh
don't
is
believe
pleading to 2022 GS 4734, count 9, and that represents his willful evasion of taxes for all of this ill-gotten gains, and that total from all those years is $619,391.
That's
Those are the
funny.
crimes.
A lot
to
of
which
you
he's
had
pleading
morning
here today
meetings
and
and
the
came
result of
back.
the exhaustive investigation that's been done here. And Your Honor,
I have pumpkin brioche from Trader Joe's this morning. It's delightful.
there were 101 offenses. And people might say,
27 years isn't enough.
why are we resolving this in this manner?
Correct, Creighton. That's what we're saying.
And the reason for that,
Thank you.
there are a lot of reasons for that.
Thank you. Tell us.
Ultimately, we're having here a guilty plea in which Mr. Murdaugh is admitting his guilt, and we have gone and been able to detail the manner in which the system was abused. Mr. Murdaugh is waiving his appellate rights and within the law, his post-conviction rights, which means for this plea here today, there is certainty,
I
as
appreciate
much
that
as
he's
the law
telling us
will allow,
why.
that he will serve
Ah,
at
what I
least
was trying to do.
85% of that 27-year sentence if Your Honor ultimately accepts this result. Whatever happens with any other litigation, we ensure with this result here today that Mr. Murdaugh will stay in state prison
for at least
for what is most likely
85% of
the remainder
27
of his
years.
life. And that's aside from the 2 life sentences that Your Honor previously imposed upon him. But we have to remember that this result here today is not for the murders. This result here today is for those white-collar offenses. And 27 years at 85%, Your Honor, is more than anyone can think of, state or federal, that someone has received for white-collar offenses.
Right, because they're not
More than
sentenced
Enron.
for the damage
than
that they
WorldCom.
do.
It's more than Carolina investors. It represents a singular accountability for white-collar offenses, the likes of which no one can find another example, state or federal, throughout the country.
No.
It spares.
Creighton, stop it. Stop it. White-collar offenses have been sentenced to more than 27 years across the country. Maybe not in South Carolina, but I think this is a bit of an over-exaggeration. But white-collar sentences tend to be on the lower end when you look between violent crime and non-violent crime. Rob someone with a gun, 27 years isn't unheard of, especially if you have priors. Rob someone with a computer, 5 years is more likely.
A lot of these smaller counties, what Colleton County already had to endure, and that is the expense in some of these smaller counties with less resources of these trials. It spares these victims those
Tabitha,
trials.
exactly.
And gives them accountability here today.
SPF's like,
And means that ultimately we can be assured that there is an accountability for Mr. Murdaugh solely for the white collar, unlike anything anyone has seen. We can be assured that he's not leaving state prison. He's staying in South Carolina State Prison where he belongs, because these were South Carolina crimes committed in South Carolina courtrooms, just like this one here. And South Carolina state court actions before South Carolina judges, just like you, Your Honor.
Do not pass go. Do not go to federal prison. That part.
Those are some of the reasons why this is a unique result, an appropriate result. Because although Mr. Murdaugh is facing an accountability just for white-collar offenses, unlike perhaps anyone ever, the course of conduct that we've identified through all of those exhibits lasting for all that time period, involving so many victims in amounts that may have been insignificant to him but were massive to them.
Yep.
The wreckage that he has left through the legal system.
Yep.
The distrust of the legal system that he has caused.
Yep. Keep going, Creighton.
Deserve a singular accountability more than anyone has ever heard of.
Oh, the chat wants to bury him.
And that is why this sentence is appropriate.
Yep. I think you could have given him more, but all right. But yes, keep him in state prison.
Ultimately,
make it consecutive to the life sentences.
The firm, PMPED, who I mentioned, has been very cooperative with this investigation.
I bet they have been.
Has been very cooperative with this investigation.
PMPED lost a ton of money because of him.
And we've indicted.
Let me just point out, when PMPED had to pay clients back that Alex stole from, it came from the law partners' pockets. Some probably came from their malpractice. But it came from his brothers and his law partners that trusted him. He has fucked over everyone, it seems, that trusted him. So it was PMPED was paying people back, not just out of their malpractice insurance, but out of the lawyer's pockets, including his brother.
In investigating this case, we've indicted the individuals that the grand jury found probable cause that there was criminality, which is a different thing from civil liability. And Your Honor knows there's all kinds of civil actions and civil matters that still remain associated with the wreckage and the morass that this man has caused. And that is not, all of that is not for this courtroom here today. This is to resolve criminality.
He said morass
and ultimately
like 4
the firm
times.
Has paid net amounts back to the victims that I've discussed here today.
Keep reading, Emily. The firm.
And that is not to say that those victims may still have claims outstanding. It is only to say that they have paid back net amounts. And in many instances, that would be the exact amount that Alex stole from them.
A lot of the victims have been made whole.
Not dealing with other issues that may be out there, like the loss of the money for all that period of time, or the appropriateness of attorney's fees, or things like that. Those are for a different forum. The firm has, though, cooperated. The firm has paid those net amounts back to those victims.
And then the firm sued Alec.
So that none of them are currently empty-handed. Doesn't mean that anyone was ever made whole by what this man has done, because I don't know that that's possible.
He's talking about the fact that they don't need restitution because the victims
ultimately, Your Honor,
have been compensated, recompensed. Newman looks done.
I want to hand up a couple more exhibits.
Newman's like, let me go. We're not even going to get to Newman till this afternoon, I don't think, because we need to go through all the victim statements, and then we're going to see if Poot and Murdaugh have a chance to talk. We have a day, y'all. Court got feisty this morning, and we are almost 2 hours in
that has been provided
to court time
by the law firm, going through a number of those victims, monies that they have paid, those net amounts, other costs to them. And again, this is not to settle on a restitutionary figure. This is just to give Your Honor an example of some of the expenditures that are out there. And I've discussed this with the defense. I'm giving these figures up to Your Honor, but assuming that this plea gets accepted here today, our plan is to ultimately work with the defense and with all the various
Newman is
parties
100% us right now.
with a figure
Pissed.
that is appropriate for a restitutionary amount, even though we all know that in the end, the well was dry, and the well was bled dry by this man.
You guys are really getting to see exactly who
exhibit
Alec Murdaugh is in the way Creighton is laying this out.
Tax liability
right?
amounts identified before, representing the loss to the state of South Carolina for the tax revenue. This next exhibit, which was an exhibit at the murder trial as well, Exhibit 25, represents the confession of judgment to the Satterfields for $4,305,000.
That he tried to withdraw in the civil case. That he, like months ago, that he tried to withdraw. The confession of judgment that he tried to undo. And the court was like, fuck no. Smurf Anna said, question, IRS state taxes.
Sort of summaries of some of that.
Yes.
Related to the criminality in this courtroom today. And again,
there aren't any federal tax crimes yet, but I think there probably will be down the road. The IRS tends to go slow, but they'll get theirs in the end.
I want to be clear. The criminality in this courtroom today is to address the victims for which there were indictments and not to address all the claims that may be out there, all the claims that some of these victims may have, all the claims that the parties may have with each other. That's not the purpose of a criminal proceeding, but this is an effort for today's purposes, for acceptance of this plea, for exposure to the world of the extent of damage wrought by Alec Murdaugh, to put some numbers on it. And if we look at that first example, if we look at those various factors that I've identified, we see a total of $12,425,254.32.
It's the court. It's the court audio feed. I don't
have been some offsetting.
I don't know if another feed is better than that.
If you account for those, we're looking at $8,548,488.26.
I can turn this down a little and see if it sounds a little better. We're almost caught up to full speed, so we can gain this down a little and see if that helps. It
say numbers like that out loud.
Frustrating.
To detail.
Hold on. Let's back up real quick. The numbers.
26 cents.
Hold on.
2 cents.
Wah! User
exposure to the world of the extent of damage wrought by Alec Murdaugh, to put some numbers on it. And if we look at that first example, if we look at those various factors that I've identified, we see a total of $12,425,254.32.
12 million. There it is.
There have been some offsetting claims as it relates to the firm, and if you account for those, we're looking at $8,548,488.26.
Yep.
To say numbers like that out loud, to detail these involved schemes for this period of time,
it's reprehensible, unique, appalling, disgusting, depraved,
unprecedented,
subhuman,
and calls for a unique and unprecedented sentence of 27 years. Your Honor, I do have a number of victims and their representatives who would like to speak.
Oh, yes.
And I believe our first one would be Eric Bland.
Yes.
I believe the mic right there is working. And at this time, I would, with the court's permission, allow these victims to address the court.
12 million all total.
We will take a 10-minute recess.
Judge Newman's like, we're going to the bathroom. 8 million without the firm involved. All right, I'm going to zoom. Eric Bland is next. I think we'll go ahead and send out a update to the text group because we're going to catch up to real time here pretty quickly. So if you need a bathroom break because you don't have streamer bladder, now is the time. And by streamer bladder, I just mean, me. I am a honed and seasoned trial attorney, used to not getting bathroom breaks. I'm going to answer some of your questions, and we'll go from there. So with all of that, we are waiting for court to come back, which will catch us up to live, which means we will no longer be on 1.25 speed to get through Creighton's speech. Let's see. We're going to do this. I'm going to answer some of your questions. Okay. So where we're at, let's just do a quick reset for everybody who came in. We got 13,000 in the chat. Not that I'm getting competitive, but I get a little competitive. Look, you guys know I was a Division I water polo player. I know I'm old now, but I was young once. Let's reset where we're at. So far this morning at the plea hearing for Alec Murdaugh's financial crimes sentencing, or at the sentencing hearing for Alec Murdaugh's financial crimes plea, we have heard Creighton Waters go into much more detail about the injuries suffered by the victims, the theft and the way the theft happened, and tracing where the money went. At the plea, we heard him overview how the scheme worked, how the theft worked. At sentencing, we have heard more about exactly each victim's story, how they were injured, how their case came to Alec Murdaugh, and how he stole from them, and went through each of those victims who he had a representative plea for. The agreed upon sentence is 27 years at 85%. That is an agreed upon plea deal. Judge Newman cannot say, okay, well, I'll sentence you to more because fuck you. 27 years is what the state and the defendant have agreed to. It's what I expect Judge Newman to sentence him to. Judge Newman, if he was going to reject this plea, which in theory he still could, but if he was going to reject this plea, he would have done it at the plea hearing last week. He would have said, I'm not accepting this plea for 27 years, go to trial. No. He let that go through and let the victims come in today. So we're going to hear from victims and victims' representatives today, including Eric Bland, who I personally think, this is my opinion. That was loud. This is my opinion. I think when at the beginning of the hearing today, Poot was taking a swipe at lawyers using this as marketing. He was taking a direct swipe at Eric Bland. It seems there's no love lost between the two. I have so many questions about it. So I'm going to go answer your questions. No, Judge Newman cannot sentence him to more. If Judge Newman rejected the plea deal, all of these cases would have to go to trial, which doesn't seem to be in anyone's best interest at this point. Creighton laid out the reason why he thought 27 years was unprecedented and all of it. MB, question, is there any scenario where he can get out earlier than the 85% of time served? There's always an off possibility that the legislature could change the law, and one of his lawyers is part of the legislature. If the legislature changed the law, there's a possibility, if it was retroactive, that he could get out sooner than 85%, but there's a lot of what ifs there. I would like to see, personally, this 85% time consecutive or after the 2 life counts. So life count 1, life count 2, then 27 years at 85%, so that he doesn't start earning time on that until the life sentences are served. This might be a little bit picky on my part, but if he has to serve the life sentences concurrently, he starts earning time on the 27 years when he's sentenced. If it's consecutive, then while the murders run through the appellate process, if for some reason down the road the murders are overturned and tried again, he wouldn't start earning time on the 27 years until there's finality in the murder case. So if that takes 5 years, it takes 5 years. He's not earning 5 years off of that 27. He has to serve that later. I'm hoping that'll happen. I don't know if it will. Those are the things we're waiting to see today. If it's concurrent, he starts earning time at sentencing. So with all of that, I'm going to get to to your questions. Eric Bland has a mug for sale that I'm sure is a dig at Poot, which is probably why Poot is digging back. Question, does Eric Bland get to speak for each of his clients or just one big speech for everyone? Sorry to ask a second time, just curious. Jen, I didn't see it the first time. We have over 13,000 in the chat, but he will get to speak once, and he will get to speak once on behalf of however many clients he represents that are victims here, not getting to speak on his own behalf. This is not about him personally. He is not a victim here. It is getting to speak for his clients who may choose not to speak. Arties, thank you for the super chat. That's very kind. Enjoying a hot cup of tea here for all the tea. This morning started out real feisty. Real feisty. If you sent super chats that are statements, not questions, I promise I will get to them when we get back to live court as we're listening to thing. Tina Chaos Lawnard says, is it true that once the IRS comes after the monies that they will get theirs first before any more money is paid out? Not necessarily, because there is a receivership that has a lot of the money that is there. I don't know if the IRS will get any money. I don't know if the feds are going to be able to find it, but there is a receivership here. So that gets a little more complicated. Receivership meaning, okay, this is just ugly to look at. You're ruining the aesthetic of my stream with these ceiling shots. Go back to the seal of the great state of South Carolina. Damn it. What are we doing with this ceiling? But anyway, so there is a receivership in the civil case with regard to the Satterfields that will get paid out to victims that have not been made whole from other means. But as we have heard today, and as we have heard from Eric Bland and others in other statements, the Satterfields sued Bank of America, Palmetto State Bank, the law firms, and others, and have recovered more than they would have been paid by insurance at this point for those lawsuits. So they've been made whole. PMPED that then got broken down into other law firms, that's the law firm that Alec Murdaugh was at, has paid out a number of the victims. And as Creighton was saying, he's not asking for restitution here because the victims have been made whole. So if the IRS is coming for any money, if the victims have been made whole, really that's money that's not going to be able to go to lawyers' fees. So I'm sure Dick and Jim will fight it, but that would be money that wouldn't go to lawyers' fees. So B2, good to see you in the chat. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Why are things heated this morning? This has been pent up and a long time coming, and there is a lot of bad blood going on in this courtroom. There is no love lost between the lawyers for the victims and the lawyers for Murdaugh. There is a changing of the guard in the power structure in the legal bar in South Carolina. And I can see where some of the old guard, Poot, might be made uncomfortable by that changing of the guard. And I think it's a healthy thing. I think the legal system needs to have these reckonings. There's a lot of room for fuckery. If you guys have not watched my interview with Jay Edelson, it was a while ago, regarding the Tom Girardi case, which is not tens of thousands of dollars stolen from clients, hundreds or tens of millions. It's hundreds of millions stolen from clients over a much longer span, where the state bar is also complicit. There's no murder accusations in that case, but the amount of money stolen is what? Fivefold, tenfold what was stolen here. And there were hundreds of bar complaints about it. Clients knew they were being stolen from and still nothing happened. Where in this case, largely clients didn't know they were being stolen from until the whole house of cards tumbled. But when Jay Edelson and I sat down to talk about it, one of the things he said is when he called the State Bar of California, the State Bar of California turned back around to him and said, aren't some of your attorneys barred in California? Maybe we should look at them. So when we're talking about systems that need to change, it goes to who's watching the attorneys too, because there were people formerly at the California State Bar essentially on payroll. So if you want to hear from a lawyer who is trying to dismantle these things and the things he bumps up against, he's a lawyer trying to take it down on the Girardi side and bumping up against other lawyers. I imagine Eric Bland and Mark Tinsley and Justin Bamberg are running into the same thing on the South Carolina end, into lawyers saying, will you please stop rocking this fucking boat right now? I get the sense that Eric Bland is like, turn this bitch over. I don't give a shit. Turn the boat over. I'm not going to stop rocking the boat. Turn it over. Flip this bitch over. Let's figure it out. So they are going to be meeting resistance within their own legal communities, which can be very isolating and make it very difficult. Kayla said, I'm interested in what Eric Bland is going to say. Oh, yes. I wonder how Judge Newman is going to address the court given these crimes. Loudly, I imagine. We're going to be here for a day. So will Eric Bland be allowed to speak today? He's up next. Bland will burn the boats. Yes, chat. All right, let's continue getting to some of your questions as we go. Tammy said, before EDB, I was alone watching trials and no one to share my frustrations or joy. So thankful EDB created the Law Nerds. Been quite a ride. Tammy, thank you. I want to just be clear on one thing. The Law Nerds are self-named. That was not my idea out of my brain. I've always said y'all are more clever than I am. The Law Nerds is a name that this community came up with, and I appreciate it. Janice asked, where is all the money? Isn't that what we all want to know? Where did the money go? Offshore accounts? Possibly. Do you think Buster knows where the money is? Maybe. All the money couldn't have been spent just on drugs or loans or debts or whatever. I agree with you. I don't know where the money is. Is it possible that the money's offshore? Absolutely possible. Absolutely possible that money is offshore. Abby's finance exposed and put on blast might be more devastating to Alec than being accused, tried, and found guilty of murdering his wife and son. Having his finances exposed? Maybe. I don't know. Lisa said, I've already run 2 errands and have been to Krispy Kreme during the stream. I have a 2 p.m. and a 3 p.m. Well, we're going to be here. I really hope Judge Newman doesn't accept the plea. Miss Saber, I don't think that's likely today. I think Judge Newman is going to accept this plea. He wouldn't have the victims come in to give statements if he wasn't going to accept it. It would be deeply inconvenient for the victims, and it would be unkind, I would think, to do so. So, Bridget, thank you for the gifted memberships. Let's get to some more questions because I've got a bunch of them. I've missed live court with y'all. I've missed live court with you guys too. There are more trials coming up that we will have to jump into once I am done traveling for the year. It's really hard for me to travel while I'm covering live trials. So I try not to start a case I can't finish, but sometimes we jump in midway through the case and we can do this with some of the other cases going on now too. Creighton thinks he's getting paid by the word. Creighton's been a government employee long enough. He knows he's not. He's going to say what needs to be said. This might be one of the last times Creighton is really in court bringing light to what Alec has done and to who Alec has hurt and the full gravity of these crimes and the full gravity of all of the fuckery that Alec was up to. There's not going to really be another opportunity for this. So that's part of it. Wolfhart said, Emily, this may be dumb, but I'm curious, when you were practicing, how did you, lawyers and judges, get fed? Did you at all? It depends on the circumstance. On a normal day, we would bring lunch or go out to lunch. On a trial day, a lot of us did not eat much, if anything at all, for lunch. It was breakfast and then dinner sometimes late at night. A lot of us had little mini fridges, like a dorm in our offices where we could keep food. But no, you go through till lunchtime. There is no time. But also adrenaline is a thing. So it's not really much of it. But judges generally don't always get to go out for lunch because they're doing search warrant duty and reviewing things for the afternoon. So they don't always get to leave and go to lunch. Lawyers sometimes have a little more flexibility. Michelle said, if Alec gets a new murder trial, will Creighton be the prosecutor? Unless he retires or something happens in the time, probably. But that's a long way away. Valkyrie asks, question, can I sue you for introducing me to Suica and getting me addicted to it out of love, of course? Don't sue me, but if you do, you need to sue me and Ludwig because I found it from Ludwig, so I find that he is jointly and severally liable for any Suica addictions that might have happened. So that's fair. Do you think Jim and Poot know where the money is? I don't know. They definitely don't work for free. They've asked for money to come from the receiver. I don't know. I don't know if they know. They could, and if they do, they're not necessarily required to disclose that information. See, it's interesting how the lawyer duty to your client goes. Marie, question code red. We were supposed to get to Code Red. Now, Eric Bland is going to get to talking next. So can we go to Code Red now and know that the Code Red is for previous Murdaugh fuckery and not for Eric Bland? I think we can. So let's go to Code Red. If any of you are new here, Code Red is flashy till the music stops. It's our DEF CON what the fuck, and it is reserved for our biggest moments of what the fuck. And I think today had numerous what the fuck moments. So we have gone beyond the audacity and we have gotten to Code Red, so it will flash for just a few seconds when the music stops. The flash stops for anyone who's flash sensitive, and we are going to DEF CON WTF in 3, 2, 1. There we go. The lights took a minute. And since we're on a court break, if any of you are new here, making this the number one place to watch live trials, don't forget to like and subscribe. I would appreciate it. Do we know if Buster received any life insurance payments? I don't know if he received life insurance payments. Wait, no, this came up in the murder trial that there was no life insurance for Paul or Maggie. So we knew that. But I don't know if he got payments from like his grandpa or anything like that. So not from his mom and brother. That. I bet you the law firm's bookkeeper might know where the money went. I don't know. I think if Jeannie Seconder knew where the money went, Jeannie would be turning all that information over to the feds stat. Jeannie's not fucking playing. Jeannie's like, oh, you came for my integrity, my job, my law firm, my friends? Yeah, no. Yeah, no. We're not doing any of that. So if Jeannie knew where that money was, I think Jeannie would turn it over. I think some of that money going to Curtis Eddie Smith. Curtis Eddie Smith might know where it is. Might not. Might have said, I gave it back to Alec. And Alec, who knows? Alec had a house that had a freaking jetway. Well, not a jetway, but like prop plane runway on it. So what are you laughing about with your lawyers? Had a runway. Like, do I think, could have Alec hopped down to the Bahamas from South Carolina and yeah, I mean, I don't know where that money is.
Mr. Bland?
Oh, we are ready and pleased, Mr. Bland.
All the time and attention that you put into these cases.
Alec is not looking at the camera anymore.
A lot of personal sacrifice, a lot of ups and downs. And
Eric Bland
just
is
on behalf
now
of the
speaking.
Families that I represent, and my partner Ronnie Richter represents.
I'm going to turn this up a little.
I also want to thank Attorney General Alan Wilson and Assistant Attorney General Creighton Waters, who is just a tremendous ambassador of justice.
Here we go.
Had a dogged pursuit of Alex Murdaugh in these cases, both the financial and obviously the murder cases. And Creighton is just a tremendous public servant. This day, Your Honor, was coming for 2 years, and we're happy it's here today. I just want you to know that we are satisfied that this is a very, very strong sentence that has been agreed to by the parties. It sends a clarion bell signal to not only attorneys, but to anybody who wants to victimize
Is the signal fuck around and find out?
This was predatory behavior.
Yep.
This wasn't Enron. It wasn't WorldCom. It wasn't stealing money from faceless people, from shareholders. This was Alex Murdaugh stealing money from those that were closest to him. Gloria Satterfield, who broke bread with him and his family for 22 years.
Raised his
helped
children.
Raise his kids. Jordan Jenks, that you'll hear from, lifelong friend. Since they were 8 years old, grew up, played ball together. This is close theft.
I'm going to turn this down
This
a little.
is the unicorn of all thefts. And, you know, he's on the Mount Rushmore of all criminals. He hit for the cycle. You know, he's convicted of money laundering, convicting of conspiracy, convicting of fraud. And most importantly, hit the home run. He was convicted of double murder. This is somebody that has tarnished our legal profession and tarnished our state.
Yes.
And, you know, we spent the past 2 years focusing on Mr. Murdaugh, but today is when we focus on the victims and the impact that his actions have had on victims.
Yes.
I met you for the first time at the bond hearing in October of 2021. I had never had the honor of appearing before you.
Well, that's a
And
bummer.
during that hearing, I said to you that Mr. Murdaugh needs to drink from the same cup of justice that every other criminal defendant has to drink from
And
in
then
our
he started a
state.
podcast
And
about it.
I think today he's getting that full cup. It's served hot. And I'm very proud of what our state has done. But now let's focus on the victims. My partner Ronnie and I have had the pleasure of representing Tony Satterfield and Brian Harriet, along with the siblings of Gloria Satterfield. We've represented Alicia and Hannah Plyler, two sisters that you've heard about that were victimized by Alex Murdaugh. Jordan Jenks. We represented Sandra Manning. Nobody ever heard of Sandra Manning. She was the sister of Gloria Satterfield.
Now we know where it comes from.
$28,000 was missing. She was also a victim of Alex Murdaugh. We've represented Blake Hodge. Now, we've heard a lot of cases that talk about money theft, but there's a whole slew of other cases out there that deal with Mr. Murdaugh taking their cases. Blake Hodge was a paraplegic. And guess what he didn't do? He didn't file their cases on time. And case was lost on the statute of limitations. Those are victims too. We've represented Melvin Edwards, who's the father of Hakeem Pickney. We've talked a lot about Mrs. Pickney and Hakeem, but Hakeem had a father, Melvin Edwards. And there are some issues that concern that. So now I'm going to focus on Gloria Satterfield, because that was the trial that we would be doing yesterday. We were going to start this trial. And Gloria, I get very frustrated when I hear that she was just a housekeeper. She was so much more than that. I think Alex would agree she was so much more than that. She helped raise their kids, of Maggie and Alex's kids, Paul and Buster.
She was their estate
She was
manager.
a good woman. She was a good mother to Brian and Tony. And
to Paul.
Alex exploited that woman, the woman who was in his house, the woman who helped raise his kids. He exhibited this type of predatory behavior where these people are not as educated as he was and is as a former lawyer. And he knew that they had something valuable. And he believed that their cases were his cases instead of the cases belonging to the client. So
He
I'm
got
going to
them to
introduce
sign up at their mother's funeral.
I'm going to introduce Tony Satterfield to the court and to everybody here. They're wonderful kids. They're Gloria's kids. Brian is a wonderful man, but he's a vulnerable adult. And Alex Murdaugh took advantage of this vulnerable adult. And it gnaws at me. And when I heard Mr. Waters get up and go through the litany of crimes, I got nauseous. I'm sure I'm not the only one that got nauseous here. And so let's not delude ourselves.
I got pissed.
He's not just guilty of 22 crimes. He's guilty of all 102 of those crimes. And he will live knowing that he is guilty of those crimes. These boys, these men are wonderful Christian men, but their death of their mother was used to steal, to enrich himself at their expense. And, I heard when he pled guilty, I wasn't in the courtroom a couple weeks ago, he used the words, "I wrongfully obtained." That's not wrongfully obtained.
Alex stole it.
He stole. Use the right word.
Alex stole it.
He was a thief.
Alex
He used the
stole
word and said, "I misrepresented." No, you didn't misrepresent. You lied. That's what we have to talk about in this courtroom. He was a thief, and he stole, and he lied to these clients, those that are closest
and he's
to him.
convicted of murder.
He lied to his law partners. He lied to his own brother. $3.5 million of the $4.3 million that was recovered on behalf of the death of Gloria Satterfield, he stole. He took. And you heard Mr. Waters, there's Mrs. Pickney coming in the courtroom. You heard Mr. Waters say, he stole every dime, everything, every last penny from them. And, I heard it said that, Alex said 2 weeks ago, I'm really happy that I'm finally able to be pleading guilty, that I've been wanting to do this since September of 2021. No, you need to hear, Your Honor, what he has done since September of 2021 in order not to have accountability and in order not to accept responsibility for what he did. When we had the bond hearing, after the bond hearing, his lawyers said in a gaggle that the Satterfield should look to others to get their money. They shouldn't look to Alex, that there's other people that are responsible for that. That was the start.
Alex
we sued him
lied
civilly.
to everyone.
He didn't answer the complaint and accept liability and deny damages, which he could have done.
Suit. Get into the
He
civil suit.
denied liability.
Yep.
From 12/21 through May of 22, we, my partner Ronnie Richter and I, negotiated a confession of judgment, the same confession of judgment that was introduced as, I think, Exhibit 23.
That he turned around and used to his advantage
Mr.
in his
Waters,
murder trial,
for
even though the
$4.3
jury
million.
wasn't having it. Yes.
The money that he stole.
Yes.
He accepted responsibility. Did he?
Ish.
You'll hear in a second. He did not. But took 6 months to get a simple confession of judgment that should have been signed immediately.
Because he said, I've been waiting to plea.
The murder trial.
He knew he did it.
Mr. Harpootlian, who's a wonderful lawyer, probably one of the best our state has ever produced,
Sir.
denigrated this guy on cross-examination, Tony Satterfield.
Yep.
Disrespected him.
Yep.
That's not a man that's accepting responsibility. That's not Alex Murdaugh accepting
Didn't
responsibility.
point a gun at him, though. So there's that.
After the trial ended in March,
Tony,
Mr.
you should be
Murdaugh tried
offended.
to add
Fuck Poot.
these two men
That was rude.
to the federal court Nautilus action as party defendants.
That part.
And it was said
Yes!
that if Nautilus wants any money,
That
don't
part.
get it from Mr. Murdaugh.
Take it back
You
from
gotta
the
get it from these
Satterfields.
guys.
Yes.
Because Mr. Richter and I, we recovered money, more than $7.5 million for them, but from other sources. If that wasn't enough, and Judge Gergel denied that motion, that wasn't enough to stop him.
Yes, the judge's name
In the
is Gergel.
summer, they filed a motion to vacate the confession of
Yes, they
judgment
fucking
that he
did.
gave to them in May of 2022.
Yep.
He signed his name. He had two really good lawyers help him negotiate
And he
the
said
terms.
he lied
It was
again.
notarized under penalty of perjury. But then he went and
that-
filed a motion in our state court trying to vacate that confession of judgment.
Yep. Trying to
Judge
take it back.
Price
No takesy
denied
backsies.
it in August. Wrote an order that said, not happening. You gave it freely, voluntarily, without coercion or duress. You're a smart man. You knew what you were doing. Did it end there? No. They appealed it.
Yep.
They appealed that. Did it end there?
Nope.
No. We were supposed to have a trial, but for his plea 2 weeks ago. What happened next? They attacked the jury pool in Beaufort County.
Yep.
Incapable of being objective and fair because of all the publicity, the pretrial publicity.
They're
They
the ones
didn't end
holding
it
press
there.
conferences.
They attacked you. They filed a motion to recuse you
Shit.
from hearing the Satterfield case.
The state Supreme Court.
saying
They sure
that
did.
you, who was giving your time, your sweat, and your blood,
Hopefully not
that
his
you were
blood.
conflicted,
No bleeding.
that you made any appropriate statements out of court.
Yup.
So the answer is no. He didn't want to do that in September of 2021, like he said 2
Eric
weeks
went
ago,
all the
or
way
was
there.
said in the courtroom. They did everything they could not to do it. But the calendar forced the plea. The 102 charges forced the plea. And there was all this about pretrial publicity, that somehow I caused pretrial publicity and others and people who wrote about it and podcasters or whatever.
YouTubers.
Boy, is that rich. The defense attorney himself's a podcaster.
They
He
give
started a podcast after the murder trial.
every interview they
They
can.
went to CrimeCon
They did.
and they talked for 2 days about the case. They've done press conferences.
Yes.
They've done documentaries.
Yes.
They've gone on TV.
Yep.
If there's any pretrial publicity,
going.
it's caused in part by them.
They were in the
And they
HBO
still
documentary
came before you
before
to say
the murder
that
case
Mr.
ever
Murdaugh
got
couldn't get a
filed.
fair trial.
Facts. facts, Eric. They were in the HBO documentary before he was ever charged with murder. That is
These
a
victims'
fact.
lives
Jim
have
Griffin,
been permanently
all up on the
altered.
TV.
Let's focus on them. These are people that lost their mother, that lost their sister. The Plyler sisters lost their mother and brother. Arthur Badger lost his wife and was left to raise 5 kids. And you heard $1.3 million. He didn't get that money for 10 years. Do you know what it would have meant to that man to raise 5 kids with an additional $1.3 million? Thomas Moore, that Mr. Wooders talked about, a state trooper. He stole $125,000 from a state trooper.
Who was injured.
The man needed the money to retire. He couldn't retire because he had to pay back medical bills because he didn't have the $125,000.
Please, Your Honor, I hate to interrupt this, especially since I'm one of the best lawyers that produced. But he's talking about other people's clients now. I'd ask the court restrict him to his clients. Thank you.
Hold on, we're gonna back up. Because Poot said as one of the best lawyers in the state. Oh my God. I'm gonna turn this up a little because I couldn't hear him well. But I think he referred to himself as one of the best lawyers in the state. I am gagged.
He couldn't retire because he had to pay back medical bills because he didn't have the $125,000.
Please, Your Honor, I hate to interrupt this, especially since I'm one of the best lawyers that the state has ever produced.
Especially since I'm one of the best lawyers the state has ever produced. He's taking a dig back at Eric for giving him that compliment. Poot.
But he's talking about other people's clients now. I'd ask the court restrict him to his clients.
Your client stole from all of them, Poot.
All right. Mr. Bland?
These clients couldn't assess risk. These 2 men couldn't assess risk. They couldn't navigate their way through the system.
Poot.
Even though Jordan Jenks is a council member in Hampton County, he couldn't navigate his way through the system. He was best friends with Alex since 8 years old. Alex would have been the last person
Poopy Putin.
that Jordan would have thought would reach into his pocket and steal from him. He preyed on them like a wolf does a rabbit, Your Honor.
Eric's not done. He is not even near
Being a
done.
lawyer is everything to my partner and me. 35 years we've spent helping people. Every one of these lawyers here, Jim May, Justin Bamberg, Mark Tinsley, we do it because we love to help our clients. It's a sacred trust. None of us ever look at our client's case as a piggy bank. He did it for 16 years. Now, I even disagree with the state. The state tags the number at $8.5 million. No, the federal government tags it at $10.5 million he stole.
Well,
It isn't a white
including a
collar
law firm.
crime. It's a red collar crime. It's a red collar crime because it includes lack of remorse. Just a systematic pattern of
There is a
taking
lack of remorse.
from clients, taking from the Satterfields, taking from the Jenks, taking from the Plylers, taking from the Mannings. It never stopped. The only reason it stopped was because of the boating accident, or it would have continued.
I don't disagree.
Every client was transactional. And
Everyone
he
in
has
his
done
life was
more
transactional.
damage to our profession. All the lawyer jokes that we lie, we steal, we double deal, we go back in chambers with you, and we cut deals behind our clients' back.
That's everything
He
Alex was
sent
doing.
us back generations. Our state was a laughing stock until you got a hold of that murder case. So now the Satterfields have a judgment. It's in stone. They withdrew their appeal.
Yep.
My clients want their money, Mr. Murdaugh. When do you plan on paying? They want that $4.3 million.
You still owe it.
I will never forget the words you used at the end of the murder sentence about how he will get visitors at night.
He's talking to Judge Newman.
And I'm here to tell you that Gloria Satterfield will visit him. That Alania Plyler and Hannah Plyler's mother and brother will visit him. All of these people will visit him and let him know that it wasn't okay that he that he used their trust and misused their trust, that he stole money from them. He will see them and they will visit him, and I hope they do.
I don't know if Murdaugh has the conscience
not only
necessary.
Did he hurt these people, he hurt his whole family.
Well,
there's
he's been
good in his
convicted of
family.
that.
Not everybody's bad in his family. He hurt his son. He tarnished his son. His father's a thief, a liar, a conspirator, and a money launderer.
And a murderer. Excuse me, Eric. He's also a convicted murderer.
So,
just saying.
In closing, I would like to thank you.
Wait, you're done?
Your Honor, for all the time you've given. I'd like to thank again the state. I want you to know that I am proud of the sentence. Yes, I wish it was more. We all wish it was more. But 27 years doing 85% of his time so that these fine people don't have to get up on the stand and be victimized over and over again, subjected to humiliating cross-examination.
He's talking to you, Poot.
I think the finality of that is good because I'm confident in a lot of the dominoes falling where they should. Don't forget, Judge Gergel still has a sentence coming.
That look!
And it could be a consecutive sentence so that if he lives long enough to get out of state court for forgetting about the double murder charge.
We're talking about the federal sentence.
But if he lives long enough and he walks out of state court and it's a consecutive sentence, he's going to walk to a federal prison. And I feel good that he will never breathe a fresh breath of air ever again. So on behalf of my clients, Your Honor, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think my partner wants to say just a very brief word. I appreciate your time.
Is Poot going to object to
Sir,
that?
thank you.
Is Poot going to object to that? No? No?
May it please the court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'm Ronnie Richter. I've been a lawyer in good standing of the bar of the state for 30 years now, Your Honor. I'm also a lifetime South Carolinian. What I want you to know about the clients that we represent is that they are the very best of us, that they are humble, that they're God-fearing, that they're honest, that they're hardworking. I've had a great career, but this has been the highlight of my career to try to restore some faith that was destroyed by that man in the clients that we serve. I want you to know this too about the clients that we serve. None of them are victims. And I've heard the word said over and over. I'm even going to disagree with my partner. We don't have a victim in this courtroom. The word connotes that some accident has happened, that some misfortune has befallen them, that they are not victims. Prey, Your Honor. Prey is hunted. Prey is hunted by predators. Prey is taken when it's at its most vulnerable. By any way of looking at what happened here, the people we represent are not victims. They are prey. And that man across the courtroom, by any measure, is a predator. And when I say to you that these folks represent the best of us, and I look across the aisle and I see Alec there, who was once a contemporary of ours, all I can think to myself is, for all the power, the privilege, the entitlement that he was born into, that, I mean, for God's sake, all that was ever asked of the man is that you wake up and be Alec Murdaugh every day.
I mean,
to have taken it so afoul is hard to reconcile. He's made his behavior complicated, but we figured out what he's done. He's tried to hide his true nature from us, but we figured out who he is. So the only question we're left with is why. And I'll suggest to the court this answer. It doesn't matter, because the only person who can answer that question is Alec Murdaugh, and he's demonstrated himself to be quite the cunning liar. Your Honor, in the opening, I heard Mr. Harpootlian say something about T-shirts and bobbleheads, and that is unquestionably
a shot
at
dig
my
at them.
partner, Eric Blaine,
Yep,
and I do want to address that to the court. I want you to know, Your Honor,
Thank you, babe.
that my partner has gained some very well-deserved notoriety for his courageous
Good for you,
representation of
Ronnie
our
Richter.
clients. And that, yes, he has sold T-shirts and other merchandise, and that all of those proceeds have gone to charities,
Get it, Ronnie.
including the Wounded Warrior Project and others. No one came here today to sell a T-shirt. We came here today to finish a job. We came here today for justice.
And the defense is going to have
We
a
trust you, Your Honor.
podcast about
We trust
this,
this court.
a press
We
conference.
thank Creighton Waters and his excellent team for the work they've done in this case. Thank you.
Get him, Ronnie. Way to
Thank
stand
you.
up for your partner. All right, we're going to get on to more impact statements. Tony Satterfield is going to speak.
Morning, Your Honor. I do have one request. Do you mind if I face that way?
That'd be fine.
Because when I talk to people, I like facing who I'm talking to.
I want to
Thank
look
you.
at who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you, Mr. Murdaugh. Get it, Tony.
I really don't have words. You lied. You cheated. You stole. You betrayed me and my family and everybody else. And you did it at a cost of my mom's death, first of all. A couple Octobers ago, you wrote a half-hearted, I'm sorry letter, which was half-hearted because you're actually just not followed through that you were really sorry. So I'm going to read you. I have an apology. I'm sorry that you felt like you had to betray us, steal from us, cheat us, and lie to us. I'm sorry that your family has to now go through what they're going to have to go through the rest of their life because of your actions, of what you did. I want you to know that I forgive you. I will pray for you every day, that God get the hold of your heart. And you may not know the gospel, so I'm going to share it with you. The gospel is the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. That's how people are able to forgive people and able to do right and able to pray for those who hurt them and do.
I don't know how
Thanks
people
to
are
them.
taking photos with their cell phones. in
So
court,
my
but
heart
there
is
must be
with you.
press.
My prayers
That's
are
the
with
press
you,
box.
and I just wish the best for you.
Wow. Did he say thank you?
This Gloria's sister, Jenny.
Alex said thank you.
Do things to them. So my heart is with you. My prayers are with you, and I just wish the best for you.
He did. He said thank you. Wow. That is press up there in the box with the cell phones.
Yes,
That is
ma'am.
just odd to see cell phones out in
You'll
court.
allow me to speak. And
This is
again, I'd like to.
Gloria's sister.
If that's okay.
Okay, a little louder, please.
I would like to speak and address it to Alec if you don't.
That mic adjusted.
Can you speak? Do you hear me?
I don't know. Speak on it, please.
Can you hear me now? Hear me
Yes.
now? Now you hear me? Okay.
I think that Tony forgave Alec,
Alec.
not for Alec, but for Tony.
Gloria worked very hard for you for 20 years, you and your family.
I want to hear what her sister
She
has
loved
to say.
Buster and Paul as her own. She loved Maggie, and she trusted and loved you wholeheartedly. She considered you and your family as her own family. To have her loyalty and love and trust betrayed by you is very hard for our family to understand. We just will never understand. And how you were able to profit from her death is especially hard for us to understand and and cause unimaginable hurt to our family. The fact that if only you had given Tony and Brian just a very small portion of the money you stole from them, they would have appreciated it and been very happy while thinking that you had kept your word, done your legal duty, and looked out for them and their best interest. Instead, you chose to break the law that you had sworn to uphold, be greedy, and look out for your own best interest. Alec, in time, the wrong you did to so many people may be forgotten, but in hopes that Gloria and her pure heart, full of kindness and love, will not be forgotten, we started the Gloria's Gift Foundation in honor of Gloria and her memory by providing gifts to some needy children
during the holidays.
during Christmas, so that Gloria will be remembered forever. And my heart goes out not only to my family, but today to hear all these families that you did wrong by, those children that you stole from, everything They lost a mother, and you stole every dime from them. I just don't understand. Did you not have a soul? I don't get it, Ellen.
She's asking the questions
I can't
we've all been
understand it.
asking.
And I thank God maybe that I don't understand it. Because then I might be in the same situation as you. I just don't get it. And I guess I never will get it. So hopefully God will forgive you, because you're going to need forgiveness. I just don't know. I'm lost for words, Alec. You are not the person that I thought I knew.
Yep.
And you come
need
from a
to
good family,
sit
but
there.
you wasted your life. And I hate you did your family the way you did, because you do come from a good family. And I'm sorry you threw your life away. Thank you, Judge, for allowing me to address.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And thank you for the state for everything y'all did for us. Find justice.
That's on behalf of the Satterfield.
Thank you.
Governor, I believe next person to address the court would be Justin Bamberg, who represents a number of the victims here,
Including the
including
Pickneys.
MSP, Sasha Thomas, Angel Gary, Jamie and Richard, Johnny Bush, Christopher Anderson, and Randy Drawdy. Mr. Bamberg.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Beside me is Miss Pamela Pinckney, and she would like to say just a couple of words. I'm reminded of a quote, and I think it's very fitting for today. It's that fairy tales don't tell children that dragons exist. Children already know that dragons exist. Fairy tales show children that dragons can be slayed. This process,
Wow.
from the beginning of the investigation through the state grand jury process, as Attorney Waters said earlier, a lot of people were afraid to participate.
That is really good.
And it took courage. That grand jury process, this entire criminal justice process, not even thinking about the civil stuff, the criminal justice process, this has been the fairy tale. The children are the victims. It's the victims' family members. It's their closest friends. It's the people in our communities, whether you're talking about Colleton County, where some of the charges were pending, or Beaufort, or Hampton, or Allendale, or Bamberg, or Orangeburg, those communities, the children. Today is such an important day because these victims, their loved ones, the community members, everyone knew that dragons existed. They've seen it. They watch TV, they read the newspaper. Everybody knew that dragons existed. Today, this sentence, Your Honor, will show all of them that dragons can be slayed. And that is important in our society. With regards to the sentence, and it's tough to reach a decision and talking with the clients and explaining them what the options are, we support the sentence. It is a lot of time in the quote-unquote legal white-collar arena, but there's another aspect to this. And I understand, I get it. I think my clients, the victims, understand that this entire ordeal for a lot of people, not just in our communities in South Carolina, across the planet, this entire ordeal has been very entertaining to them. And I don't say that in a negative light. They're not involved. It wasn't their mother who died. They didn't have to bury their son, right? There's a reason Law and Order is one of the #1 most watched shows that's ever been on television. It is entertaining to them. But for a lot of people, this has been one of the worst nightmares, the worst fairy tale that anybody could ever actually have to live. And it needs to come to an end. Again, one of the most amazing things that I've seen from my clients is the degree of grace what's the saying? Act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. And a lot of them live by that. There are people who would have every reason and right to hate this man for betraying them, for what he did to their families. It's not just about money. These are not just names on a piece of paper or commas and decimal points. This was money that they needed for their lives. I believe there were victims who ended up getting put out on the street when their money got taken. If they had a reason to hate him or hate anybody, they would be justified. But the degree of grace and mercy that they have displayed by forgiving him, because that is their religious belief, and they stand on that. They don't just say that. They don't just do what Alec did and say, I have your back, or say this and do something else. They stand on that. And although they have every reason to be selfish as it pertains to the pursuit of accountability, the pursuit of justice against an individual who truly does not deserve grace from the criminal justice system, does not deserve any benefits from the criminal justice system, they're still willing to think about other people. And Your Honor, you know I come from Bamberg County. We're one of the smallest, poorest counties in this state, filled with good, hardworking people, much like all of the people that Alec victimized.
Stole from.
Folks in Hampton County, folks in Allendale County, where literally you try to wake up, do the best you can do, keep a roof over your head, food in your fridge, and a couple of presents under the tree at Christmas time. These victims are also thinking about those communities, their neighbors. The reality is that if Alec were to have individual trials on all of these charges, these victims' neighbors and friends and community members would also begin to suffer, because those local governments, poor little Bamberg County, Allendale County, Hampton County, they're the ones who have to pay for it. The victims recognize that. I, as an attorney, recognize that. And based on the plea and the time that Alec is going to be sentenced, we understand. And there is a degree of value in finality. There is a degree of value
down quite a lot
for not just these victims, but
good perspective.
These communities and the criminal justice system, to be able to actually see the dragon be slayed in this courtroom and sentenced to prison for what will effectively be the rest of his natural life. It's no secret how tough SCDC is.
South Carolina
people generally age a lot faster in there. And that's not something I celebrate. I don't say this excited and happy to be here. As a lawyer, I hate looking at Alec and seeing a former attorney sit there. I hate it. I hate to see somebody from our neck of the woods sit there. I don't celebrate that. This process has sucked. If it wasn't for the commitment to shining light on things and standing up for folks like Ms. Pinckney and others who needed it, I personally don't know how I would have made it through the process, because it's not enjoyable. And I don't think any decent person celebrates the downfall of another living, breathing human being, particularly somebody that they knew. But it's necessary. This has been a horrible, tragic, sorrow-filled fairy tale. And I think everybody is ready for it to come to an end, Your Honor. We'd like to thank Creighton Waters and the AG's office. They've done a wonderful job. And Your Honor, if it wasn't for the encouragement that Creighton and his team poured into people to let them know that the state had a true interest in accountability, I think that there would be far less charges, because people wouldn't have wanted to testify at the grand jury or have their name public or their face public. And there's a lot to be said for that.
People were afraid to stand up
today
against Murdaugh.
will make our system better. It will bring closure. And ideally, it will deter others. There's a whole nother discussion that can be had with regards to the fact that 27 years in prison is a very, very large, as you heard, if not the largest amount of time someone labeled a white-collar criminal could get in prison. But that's more so of a American criminal justice system discussion compared to some of the other offenses. But here today, I think that is a win. My clients support finality here. And I'd just like to thank you for all your time and attention that you have given this particular case. And at this point, I think Ms. Pinckney has something that she would like to say. Ms. Pinckney.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
I like the way that
To Mr.
Justin
Murdaugh, because I am an ordained evangelist and I have Christ in my life.
illuminated.
The 23rd Psalm says, Thou preparest the table before me. No, the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art is with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life.
I love the
And because
sheriff
of what you
sitting
did to
behind
me,
Alec is just like, yes.
I thank God for giving me strength to get through what I went through. Because without God, I wouldn't be here. And to you, Alex Murdaugh, I never thought that you would betray me and did me and my family the way we did, the way it was done at a vulnerable time in our life, at our lowest estate.
Tell him.
We was in a terrible motor vehicle accident, and you just took us for granted. But all I want to say to you is I forgive you from my heart. On this day and forevermore, my prayers and endeavors shall be with you, and God bless you.
Oh, Mark Tinsley.
Good afternoon,
Your Honor.
These lawyers have brought the fire today.
The longer I do this,
And
the
the
more I
victims-
realize I don't know.
The lawyers have brought a tremendous amount of fire. The victims have brought a tremendous amount of empathy and a willingness to close this and move on. You can see all of them relying on their faith to move forward, to be able to speak out loud to the person who did this to you, I forgive you, so that I can move on, and to see the victims be able to stand up and not just say, I am getting closure for myself and my family, but to see the lawyers say, this gives closure to these communities, helps ease the frustration, I think, for those of us that feel that 27 years is not enough time. So with all of that, let's get in to see what Zero Dark Tinsley has to say.
I don't practice in this courtroom in terms of criminal defense cases. I don't understand why the label of a white-collar crime is given to these crimes, to
because it's
the
nonviolent
predatory acts that befell all of these people.
Talk
The
to
money
Poot.
that
He's
they
in the
were
state
owed
legislature.
was owed because of blood, sweat, and tears. Hakeem Pinckney needed his money. The Badgers, who I represent, 6 children, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, and 11, are left with a single father, and he stole everything. And so I stand up here to say that I believe in accountability. I don't know that justice is served here, and I don't know that the punishment in this case is justified, and I don't want to be the odd man out.
Be the odd
So
man
I'll just
out,
keep it to
Tinsley.
myself and think it.
Be the odd man out. Say it.
Alec, you're a broken person.
Say
I don't
it,
think
Tins.
you're going to lie in bed at night and have people come to you. I don't
Laying
think that
caught.
those people matter.
Is caught.
And I don't know when that happened, but clearly it happened where you matter more. And I feel bad for you as a result of that.
Tell him you pity
I knew
him,
Paul
Tinsley.
and Maggie. I knew you. A lot of people thought they knew you. Clearly we didn't. I don't think you've always been this way, but somewhere along the way, you became broken.
Ooh, Alec looks
And you
pissed.
justified it. And he's justified it every step of the way.
These two do not like each
And
other.
I stand up here, Your Honor, to simply correct the record. They didn't steal $1.325 million from my clients. The bank didn't help. The bank was complicit in every step of the way in enabling Alec Murdaugh to steal
That
and
part.
pull this off. You asked about Eddie Smith. Eddie Smith was a check cashing scheme. Eddie Smith was being paid to cash checks, but that money is still out there, and he knows where it is. He
Get
didn't
it,
spend all
Mark?
that money on drugs. If he wants to be accountable, he wants to be contrite,
Tell us
he
where
ought
the
to tell these
accounts are.
people where their money is. That's not going to happen. The same as he's not going to lay in bed at night and think about the wrongs and feel sorry for what he did.
Seems
I
like
don't
he doesn't have
envy
a
you
conscience for
in
that.
having your job and the decisions you make. I recognize that there's value in finality. And maybe this is the right decision. I respect Your Honor. I respect this system. I stand up here merely to correct the record that my people have not been made whole. We are going to continue to seek accountability from the people that enabled him, that helped him, that were complicit in the thefts of their money. And so that's the reason I'm here today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Get it, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Our final person to address the court is Mr. Jordan Jenks.
Evening, Your Honor.
Hello.
First of all, I want to say I duly respect your job in this entire case. I admire what you did.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alex.
Oh, sir.
I've been waiting on this day. I've been waiting on this day to look in your eyes.
Hold on, George.
I wanted to sit down with you one-on-one. When I found out what you did, I just want to know why. I can say, oh, excuse me.
George. You're okay, Mr. Jenks. You take your time. We're all with you. We're with you, sir. Look at the media.
Unlike a lot
All of them
these
picking up
people
their
here, these
cameras.
victims, I got a lot of intimate stuff that I can say.
He knows you. Tell it, Mr. Jenks.
You remember
George, come here.
all those wildlife hunts I had for law enforcement? Your entire family was the guest of honor. Mr. Buster, Judge Eldroff insisted on me taking care of them for the day. You don't know how many brownie points you got in my life from just that. I trusted you with everything. I knew I was going to break.
That is the point of these cases. The violation of trust.
Mr. Bland, can you reposition his mic so I can understand?
Just give him a minute, Your Honor.
I knew I was going to break. Excuse me. I
You're
knew I was
all
going to
good,
break.
sir.
But
You are all good.
I got some notes here. I don't even know if I can go through. Our family got a deep relationship, man. You remember making a comment to me after I found out, after we discussed the possible amount this lawsuit was worth, and you made a comment to me, and you said, don't spend all this money foolishly.
The
Tell me what
audacity.
you did with $20 million that you stole,
Yep. That part.
part of it being mine. And you know, I'm sitting there crying. I want everybody to, Judge, I need you to know. I'm not crying because of what he stole from me. I'm crying for what he did to everybody in the suit. These kids, these people dying. I didn't want to come up here and bash you, but I gotta ask you, what kind of animal are you? I can't even go over my notes. I'm not here to be your judge. Ultimately, that belongs to the good Lord and Savior. But may He have mercy on your soul. I didn't want to see you. When I saw you on TV in an orange jumpsuit, it hurt me. Still wasn't mad at you. But this judicial system put together a system to deal with people that make bad choices. And my friend, you chose to make the choice you made. So I need the judge to know that I am full favor. I am in full favor of the court's recommendation for the 27 years.
And Alec needs
I
to
can
hear
go
that.
back to us going to mediation. That you affected my wife. You chose to have Maggie deal with us those 2 days we were in Charleston in mediation. She catered to us hand and foot. You told me where to go and check into my room. We did. From that point, we never drove another foot. Neither did you. Maggie drove us everywhere we went. When all this came about, Paul, and Maggie, I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it. But after sitting here today and hearing some of the devious things that you did to people, these victims here,
Wow.
changed my mind, bro. Once again, I ask you, what kind of animal are you? Boy, I gave you my all. Wow. I would do. The money you stole from me, you could have asked me for it, and I would have gave it to you if that's how I felt about you and your family.
And that's the truth.
You didn't have to steal it from me, man.
And that's the truth. Wow.
And I still, if there's any way possible, you set it up for me to be on your visitation list. I want to sit down with you. I want to look you in your eyes and talk to you when I can really talk to you.
I want to have a chat.
We got some intimate things we can talk about.
He knows you from the time you were children, Alec.
Why, bro? Why? Such a talent. Do you know what you just threw away? How talented you are?
Come on, Georgie. George says hi.
I don't understand. Mr. Harpootlian, nothing to do with you, but you made a comment earlier about the attorneys trying to sell bobbleheads and cups.
You took a
Can
swipe
you
at his
represent
lawyer.
this man to sell those bobbleheads and cups to repay the victims that he stole from?
That
Thank
part.
you.
That part.
Thank you, Mr. Jenks.
They have known each other since they were kids.
Your Honor, that is all of the victims that wanted to address Your Honor today. I've obviously already
Ooh,
spoken
Mr. Jenks.
extensively. I know that we need to get to the defense.
I'm glad he went last.
And might have some final closing comments. But I will say this, Your Honor.
I'm going to end the poll.
I appreciate these folks speaking. I appreciate Mr. Bland.
And I'm going to ask you
Mr. Richter.
if you think Alec is going to speak.
Passionately expressed. I appreciate and was blown away
Mr. Jenks.
by Tony.
Damn.
And his words.
What powerful impact
I
statements
appreciate
today.
so much Mr. Bamberg's words, putting in perspective some of the considerations that we have to consider in slaying the dragon and having not only Mr. Bland, but Mr. Bamberg and Mr. Tinsley, having been there at the beginning of this investigation, I appreciate Mr. Bamberg putting in context the effect
On the communities.
that these trials have on communities and have on the system.
I do too.
I understand Mr. Tinsley and some people saying, is 27 years and 85% enough? I understand you. I've wrestled with that over and over again.
I bet you
As
have.
we thought about that. But we also have to realize the real human cost to multiple trials, because while this has
12
become
trials. It would have been 12 trials.
TV, it's not. It's not about that. It's not about trials to generate content. It's not about
I think Creighton's the only one in the courtroom that doesn't have
What it's
podcasts.
about is getting justice like it's never been seen before, in a situation like it's never been seen before. And doing that in a manner that doesn't break the system in this county or other counties, and allows the state grand jury and law enforcement to focus on the next dragons that need to be slayed.
It's a fair
There's
point.
a lot of them.
Alec wants to say something, I think.
Is 27 years enough?
Okay, Creighton,
I believe it's a practical life sentence, and I believe, like I said before, it's a unique sentence that no one's ever heard of for these types of offenses. But I echo what Mr. Tinsley said, and I understand his reservations, but I echo what he said when we talk about white-collar crime.
you can't chew on my
Because the
ears.
effects are devastating, and I've handled a lot of white-collar crime, and I see those effects, and you heard it in the voices of these victims, and I've seen it in looking at their eyes.
Yep.
Because a lot of times with the violent crime, as horrible as they are, at some point you can process that some horrible predator broke in your house and did something to you. And it wasn't anything that you did.
It's different when you
But
trust
with white-collar
someone.
crime, it can be so devastating, lifelong devastating, because
Agreed.
a lot of times that money can never be repaid. But the problem is that they start with trust.
It breaks the trust.
And that's different than being
And the victims blame
victimized in
themselves.
a violent crime. And sometimes that can be
So
harder, a lifelong
Yep.
scar.
Totally
It can
agree,
be
Creighton.
harder because of that trust that you place in someone. So I agree with Mr. Tinsley, and we have always taken very strong positions on white-collar crime. And ultimately, there's a happy medium somewhere. There's nothing happy about the situation, but there's a medium somewhere.
That's the balance of justice.
I think that you heard from Ms. P and Mr. Jenks and Mr. Tony Satterfield and Ms. Hadman. You heard that trust and how devastating that is. And so white-collar crime is just as bad.
I agree.
But Your Honor also knows that 27 years at 85% gets handed out for, less than that gets handed out for, unfortunately, for violent crimes as well. So this is a strong result. It is one that ensures finality. It is one that ensures that the system that has also been abused by that trust that was given to Alec Murdaugh when he was allowed to have that law license on the wall, that the system can start to heal as well.
The
And it
85%
can
is
focus
set by
on the
law.
next problems that it
The
needs
judge
to
can't
address.
change it up or down. That is statutorily set.
Out of the 100+
Statutorily set.
indictments I was assigned to handle, how many will be left?
This will resolve all of the state grand jury indictments. And so ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh agreed to a full factual basis as it relates
The only state
to,
crimes left on the side of the road.
The crimes that he's pleading to as to the state grand jury ones. What we did was
Casey Cat,
represent
thank you.
Each victim with at least one and then sometimes multiple counts that are still outstanding.
The court microphones.
Well,
Or
of
the
course, the
microphones
Chief
coming
Justice is not chief of just the state grand jury, but the entire court, unified court system. how many other indictments aside from
The
state grand
indictments.
jury will remain if this plea is accepted against
There will
Mr.
still
Murdaugh?
be the county indictments
The roadside
for
incident.
the side of the road that are still outstanding that are not resolved by the state grand jury pleas here today.
That's a different prosecutor's office.
Unfortunately, I do not have that exact number in front of me. I think as it relates to Mr. Murdaugh, I think there's 4 charges that are outstanding.
What's proposed to be disposed of include all the state grand jury indictments only?
That's correct, Your Honor. This is a state grand jury plea here
And
today.
aside from the specific one, he is offering to plead guilty to, the remainder will be dismissed?
Yes.
There is no deal on the table for those charges. The defense and the parties will discuss those after today, but this is to resolve state grand jury.
Referring the remainder of the state grand jury indictments
Oh,
will be
yes, sir.
dismissed.
Will be no problem.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
In return for his plea here today, he is agreeing to a full factual basis, except for the offered one that I mentioned before.
And a
so
no
even
pros.
though there are representative charges, he's agreeing to the conduct that's been
Audio
alleged.
cable as well.
Yes, he's pleading to 22, and the remainder will be non-prossed upon successful conclusion of this plea.
All right.
Which
thank you.
means they'll be done.
Your Honor, the last thing I will say before I turn it over to the defense is on behalf of the Attorney General Alan Wilson, on behalf of the state grand
Oh,
jury
not
team,
another thank you.
on behalf of SLED and all the law enforcement partners that have worked so hard, DOR as well, that have worked so hard on this case, we would ask you to accept this plea and to issue the negotiated sentence of 27.
Creighton, the defense gets to speak, and then you get to speak. You've gone
Yeah,
completely
Mr.
out of
Harpootlian.
order, but whatever.
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
We would
Poot.
join the Attorney General in
Pootly
urging you
Putin.
to accept this 27-year guilty plea. It is,
Covered
as he
in
pointed out, harsher than any defendant charged with similar crimes has ever received in the state of South Carolina. Alec Murdaugh stood before you and
Then
pled
this is one of the
guilty,
most egregious
except for
crimes in the
one
state.
plea, guilty to this course of conduct.
That's the way I see
He
it.
has admitted that he is a thief. He has admitted that he lied about it. He has admitted that he victimized people that put their trust in him. That in no way entitles him to any mercy, if you will. But what it does do, I think that should demonstrate to the court, is that he's, rather than putting all these people through trials, he wants to put this behind him, understanding that there is a high likelihood on these charges alone he may never leave prison, although he has 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole for the murder charges. He would like to address the court and these victims, if Your Honor will permit it.
Oh,
He has
boy.
a statement he'd like to read to the court.
All right.
Which should take about 5 minutes. And then, as I understand it,
Miguelina, send out an app update that Alec
10 minutes, I'm
Murdaugh
told.
would like to make a
The only
statement.
other thing we would say is this, that we,
I guess we end the poll.
subsequent to today's
69% of you agreed.
and we believe we can work out a restitution amount, as the Attorney General's indicated to you already.
Do you all have an agreed number of days that he's entitled to
None.
credit for pursuant to
None.
section
No credit.
1340 of the South Carolina Code?
He was
Your
in on
Honor,
the murder
amount that
case.
we've calculated is 505 days.
I'm being
That
salty.
would be the time period from October 14th, 2021, when he was taken into custody on those initial 2 arrest warrants, through March 3rd, 2023, when he began to serve his sentence for the double murder.
Yep.
Do you agree with those days as being the
500
proper number that he's
whatever
entitled
days.
to credit for, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, we would say that he gets credit up till today. Not, it doesn't, well, I don't understand why it would stop.
Because he started serving on the murders.
For the murder.
I agree with Creighton.
Your Honor.
Gonna make me salty.
Give me 1 second. I'll find the statute. I've also had those discussions with SCDC. I think it's 24.
241340.
241340. If Your Honor will permit me, I can bring it up with my phone. But the language of that is very clear that you don't get to double dip, and that when he
Yep.
began to serve his sentence for the murders,
Get it,
that he
Creighton.
no longer was also getting to claim
Fighting over
credit
credits
for,
matters.
Pretrial detention on other charges.
Well, Your Honor, I would
Correct.
suggest that you indicate he gets credit from October, whenever he was arrested, and if SCDC takes a position.
Not till
that he
today.
doesn't get credit for the time subsequent to his conviction on the murders.
No.
And by the way, if the murders were set aside for the sake of argument, which, as you know, we have a pending motion, then SCDC may interpret it some other way.
Then I'll get
But
credit
if it's an
then.
SCDC interpretation,
No.
we would just ask that you indicate that you give credit from October 4th.
Disagree.
Subject to any SCDC interpretation.
Does it really matter?
Talking
Yes.
with SCDC,
Credits
it has
matter
that
quite a
box
lot.
on the form, as Your Honor is aware, that says credit for time served shall be given as to be calculated by by SCDC. I don't have a sentencing sheet in front of me. And
That's
so in
fine.
discussions with them, they said that that's what they would do. They would have the bond form, and that they would calculate that amount of days and then come up with
Who's
that. And
trying?
obviously, I guess, if down the road there needs to be an issue litigated as to credit for this delta between March and today, then Mr.
This is
Harpootlian
Poot
and I can
arguing
handle
for
it.
his
But I know
client.
that
I
SCDC
disagree with
and,
him, but he's doing his
and
job.
looking at this and looking at 24,
Yes,
13,
Weezy.
40,
He
would
is.
say that his credit that it's appropriate would be solely that time that he was on pretrial bond and not given double credit when he's actually serving a sentence for double.
Because he hasn't been sentenced
Your Honor, all
consecutively.
we ask is that you comply with the sentencing sheet and say give credit for time served. And if there's a dispute between us and
Well, no,
the
he doesn't
Attorney
get
General,
credit
more-
time
more
served.
appropriate between us and the Department of Corrections, that's what administrative law courts are for. And we can deal with it there.
That's what administrative law courts are for. Stop being
All right,
so
thank you.
condescending.
And Your Honor, at this time,
Damn.
I would ask that you allow Mr. Murdaugh to address the court.
Here we
and
go.
Courtroom.
Yes, sir. Mr. Murdaugh? Or Murdaugh?
Thank you, Your Honor.
He hasn't been sentenced yet.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
All right, here we go. Chad. Oh, with the clearing of the throat again. Is he going to?
But thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to speak to the victims who spoke to me.
You need a hand free or are you good?
No.
Having a hand free would be helpful, but I can handle it without it.
Yep. Leave him be with what he's wrought upon himself. I just can't with this man. But y'all can see how comfortable he is in court, can't you? Just as comfortable as he was before.
Fine.
He's like, one's fine.
Yes, she's fine.
Can I take like this? Just a free cuff? Can I take that off, sir?
He just needs
Can I
one.
just take this free cuff off?
Sure.
Yeah, because they need to take the cuff off so he doesn't swing it around and hit anybody with it. The deputies aren't playing with Alex.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Still chained to his waist.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I want each of you that spoke to know that I listened to you. I heard you. Your pain and your hurt is palpable. I get it. It's reasonable. And I promise you that it resonates with me.
It's reasonable.
I understand it. I hope that the time will come when you can look back and know that despite the things that I did, that I care about each one of you.
Sir.
Because I do. I did terrible things. Each of you placed your trust in me. I was very proud of that. And I'm still today honored by that fact that I deceived each of you.
I'm honored that you trusted me.
I did terrible things. Things that thinking about right now caused me to be hurt,
Oh, it's about you.
caused me to be disturbed.
Okay.
I mean, it is so important to me that you know how bothered that I am by the things that I did. And it's important to me.
Where'd my fans go?
After
I need you to know how hurt I am
days,
by what I did
weeks,
to you.
months of self-reflection, I know now that I took more and more bills because I was hiding, attempting to hide from the reality of the things that I was doing to all of you. I do care about each of you. I have special recollections of my interactions with each one of you outside of the terrible things that I did.
Special recollections? I have fondness for you. Didn't stop me from fucking stealing from you when you were your most vulnerable, but I loved you when I did it. It's just so abusive.
JJ.
And now you're calling J. Jenks by his nickname.
I felt as close to you as anybody. I still do. As anybody I can think of. We grew up together.
And he trusted you.
And JJ, we've hunted and fished together, alone, all over the low country. I mean, I think we've talked to each other about everything that's important to both of us.
It is the media recording on their cell phones. I'm annoyed by it too.
And man, I hate the things that I did. Our daddies were the best of friends. I mean, I mean it. When I say that I care about you, as hypocritical as that seems in light of the things I did, it is so very true. I did care about each of you, and I still care about each of you. Michelle, I can't think of a bad day that a hug from Miss Carey and a kiss from Miss Carey that she would always give.
You do not hurt people you care about like this.
Because I never saw one without the other. That wouldn't make better. And it was usually accompanied by some sage advice or words of wisdom that were always so perfectly appropriate for whatever was going on. I truly love her, and I love you. And I am so sorry. There's so many others that aren't here today that I hope will listen or be listening one day, like Dion. Dion's daddy, one of my dearest friends. I can still remember going to Dion's graduation, spending time with him.
You heard
one more
the
thing,
people who
JJ,
you love?
going back, I
Is
do want
that
to tell
what you're
you
saying?
as to how close I feel to you. My wife loved you, and you are absolutely right about everything you said, but you are dead wrong about one thing, and I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul.
They don't believe you. The people
And
that
it is
know
important to me
you don't
that you know
believe
that.
you. They don't believe you.
Because she did love you.
A jury
And I
didn't
hope
believe
you know
you,
that.
and they don't believe you.
And I hope you know that I mean what I say here today. Jamie, Richard, man, Damien's uncle and daddy were as close to me and my daddy as people can be. Lord knows, Tony, I went to elementary school, middle school, high school with your aunts and your uncles. Ginger, how many classes did we have? I mean, I've grown up with you guys.
Let me tell you how well I knew your family before I
Tony,
fucking stole from you.
And
They know it. That's why they're so hurt.
Brian and Gloria are like a part of my family. And I mean that as hypocritical as that sounds, and me saying it, as hypocritical as it sounds, is the absolute truth. That does bring me to a point, and I will say that I say to Mr. Mr. Bland, Maggie and I raised our two boys with input from her mom and dad and input from my mom and dad. But we are the people who raised those boys. And also mother.
With the help of my sister.
Now, with that being said,
shit.
Eric, with that being said, there is no person, period, that was more important
Oh, shit.
to my family than Gloria was. To all of us. To me, especially to Maggie, to Paw.
Wow. Sir, coming after Eric Bland for saying Gloria helped raise your kids
Lord knows he adored
is the audacity I was not prepared for.
and I hope you know that. And Buster, and me too. I adore her. And I am so sorry. So sorry for the things that I did.
You have
And it is
continued to try to
important to
loop
me
her sons into
that you
lawsuits.
know.
Shut the fuck up, Alec. Stop
I'm sorry, I am. For the things that I did.
it. If you're sorry, you would have stopped after you were caught, and you
To
didn't.
each of you. All my law partners.
You still haven't stopped going after them. You
It's the
still
best.
haven't stopped. Stop it.
And Danny, looking at you here kills me. Knowing what I did. And you guys, we shared every facet of my life. With every member of my family. And you are my family, Danny.
Do not hand him a Kleenex. The box is on the table. Leave it be.
And I have some more to say as we go along.
Sure.
We'll talk in some more detail.
Sure.
But to you, it is so important. Two things today that are most important to me is making sure that you do understand.
Yeah. Tell me more about how you
that
feel,
I do
Alec.
care about each and every one of you.
You don't get to
Number
tell
one.
them how to
And
feel,
number two,
Alec.
that I am so sorry. And that I hate and am so bothered by the things that I did.
You're so bothered.
And
you don't get to tell them how to feel.
This brings me back to the text that came out in trial that I believe I sent to my paralegal, Christy, as I became better and less sick in rehab. One of the things that bothered me was knowing how I hurt the ones I love the most, the worst. And you all are included in that sentence. I hope you know that.
Because he wants to come away from here today with you knowing that he cares about you.
Brian, when I decided to make up the story and the claim about the dogs and Gloria, I did it with good intentions of helping you. I am so sorry that those intentions very quickly became selfish. And I am so sorry that I continue to involve you in my actions.
You continue.
And I am so sorry for everything that you, and I want to make sure the whole family knows that I am so sorry. For
then leave them
that you
out
have been
of the
through.
civil cases, Alec.
And JJ, I really want to take you up on your offer that you proposed earlier, but I also hope that in time that each of you will be willing to talk with me, because
they owe you nothing.
I would like, as time moves on, to continue to reiterate just how sorry I am and just how important it is to me that you know that.
Yeah, we
So
know
I'd
it's
like
important
you to
to
think about
you. It's not about
Despite
them.
what was said in this courtroom today,
It's about you, isn't
I
it?
can tell you that through my attorneys, I have been asking for a plea offer since the very beginning. The very beginning.
Because you didn't want it to come up at the murder
I formally
trial.
pled guilty within 2 weeks of receiving the very first plea offer. That was in this courtroom however many days ago. But I formally pled guilty within 2 weeks of receiving the very first plea offer. And you've heard a lot of talk about the sentence. And I will tell you that the sentence that I'm agreeing to is harsher than I wanted. It's certainly harsher than I had hoped for.
Mm-hmm. And
I will tell you that while I am pleading guilty for a number of reasons, all of which I believe are valid, none of those reasons is more prominent than my hopes that seeing me punished will help each of you heal
it's not about me. It's
and
about
begin
you. I'm doing this for you. I'm
to be
so
able to put this
altruistic.
behind you.
Oh, God.
Because I can see it. I mean, I can see.
Oh, we can see it
feel.
too. You don't need a
I know
DSM
what
to
you've
see
been
it.
through.
You know what they went through?
I
Really?
don't know it.
At your
But I
hands. Oh. Oh.
And I am so sorry.
I'm doing you a favor. I stole from you, but I'm pleading guilty so you can move on. I mean, I'm not going to give you back any money.
Now
I'm not
we'll
going to tell you
talk
where it is, but I'm doing this for
to
you
two
because
different
I'm
people. I won't
such a good
start
guy.
with Buster.
Ugh. John, you're not wrong. Dusty, I see you in the chat. You're not wrong. There are personality styles that we come across in the criminal justice system repetitively. Or I should say personality disorders. What else? You've talked about you. You've talked about how this is for you. You've talked about the fact that you're altruistically pleading so that they can all move on, but you haven't paid any of them back.
Buster.
And now you're talking to Buster, who's not here. Buster's not sitting in this courtroom for a reason.
I am.
Oh.
I am so sorry that I let you down. so sorry that I have not been able to be with you. During such hard times.
It's of your own doing, sir.
I am so sorry that I did so many things that are so contradictory to every single thing
Oh, don't look right at us.
Mom and I ever taught you.
Do not look right at us.
And Paul.
Stop licking your snot.
I am so sorry. I am so very sorry that the things that I did and that I am pleading guilty to here today have somehow caused some people, especially people on social media, and some people in the media,
oh, you want to talk to people in the media?
that based on the things that I did, that it is somehow okay to make false, baseless, unsubstantiated claims against you that are not only based on no facts.
Now he's coming for the media.
And no evidence whatsoever, but are also not based on any semblance of reality whatsoever. And I am so sorry.
Y'all, I had to pause as they shifted back to the audience because Mandy Matney texted me that Eric Bland walked out of court in the middle of this part of the speech. Thank you, Mandy, for sharing that with me via text. And as I'm looking around the courtroom, I do not see Eric. I don't know if Tinsley's walked out. I don't see Justin Bamberg. There was a whole front row of attorneys down there that has walked out. Wow. Also, Buster's not in court. He is looking directly. You can see this courtroom layout. He is staring directly at the media in the jury box. Just take a minute to look at the fact that he is standing there. Siri, seriously? He is standing there staring directly at the media pool in the jury box. That's what he's doing. He is looking right at them. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Let's continue.
Sorry that you have had to go through that. I know,
disgusting,
Buster, that you know that I have always been proud of you. I have never
looking right at the cameras,
been more proud of you than I am for the way that you have handled all of the adversity that I put on you.
This is wild.
Your whole family is proud of you.
I thought this was about the financial crimes victims, not about Buster. Not
Mom
about
is
you.
proud of you.
Not
And
about
Papa
Buster, who's
is
not
proud
in
of
court.
I see in letters, emails, and messages that people give to my attorneys how impressed people are with the way that you have carried yourself through all of this.
Then let Jim call Buster up and tell him about it, Alec.
I want you to remember
This is your
that
last moment on stage. Gonna just milk it.
Reasonable thinking people never make as much noise as haters do.
This is unbelievable.
I want you to continue to tune them out and continue to be the bigger person.
Call him on the phone, Ellen.
As you have this whole time.
Tell him during visitation. Talk to him about your fantasy football and your beef sticks at visitation.
I want you to continue.
This is not for
to
Buster.
stay
This is for the
positive.
media. Don't get it twisted.
And stay the course.
What is that course? How about you tell everybody where the money is, Alec? I like Tinsley's suggestion. Can we do that?
I love you so much. And I am so proud of you.
No, Judge Newman's not going to stop this. He's going to let
Next,
him
I'd like
say what
to
he wants to say.
address and speak to my mom, my brothers, my sister,
Your brother who
my
you stole
nieces
from?
and my nephews,
That one?
who I love dearly, my aunts, uncles, cousins, the rest of my family.
Start a podcast and send it to them.
I am so sorry that I let each of you down. I am so sorry that I humiliated each of you. I am so sorry that I destroyed our family's reputation.
You've destroyed more than their reputation, Alec.
With these terrible things that I have done. I am so sorry that my actions.
Well, if
that
you've
I'm
never
pleading
seen a
guilty to
fraud
here
defendant
today,
manipulation in first person, here you are.
somehow made people on social media and in the media think that it's okay to falsely attack two of the three.
What are you upset about?
Best men that I've ever known. And that's my father and my grandfather.
You opened the door to those questions, Alec.
Two men who spent their life in service, helping others. Two men fully and wholly
Are you going to try to
committed to
rehabilitate your
justice.
family image while you're being sentenced for stealing from clients? You're really going to try to rehabilitate the image of your family, who are also attorneys, while you're being sentenced for stealing from your fucking clients? That's what we're doing right now? That's what's happening? Seriously?
Two men who were most honest
Where are the murder
and most
weapons, Alec?
decent.
Where's the money?
And if they were here today, two men that would be devastated.
By your actions. By your actions.
By what I have done.
Manipulative.
And you know that.
I bet you he's staring at JJ.
And you know that.
Y'all, chat motion granted, motion granted, motion for the audacity granted. I literally cannot. I have seen some things in criminal court. I did a lot of white collar cases, but this is on another level. So to take a minute from the manipulation, we're going to go ahead and grant the motion for code audacity, because we've moved back to the audacity of it all. All right, y'all, take a breath. We're not done yet.
Next, I want to apologize to my mother and father-in-law, although I hate the term in-law, as they have always treated me like one of their own.
You're talking to your wife's family? To your wife's family? Okay.
Also to my sister-in-law, Mag's sister, Marion, her husband, my brother-in-law, my nieces, who I adore.
Mm-hmm.
My aunts and uncles and cousins on Maggie's side. I'm so very sorry that I let you down. And I am so very sorry that I humiliated you. And I am so very sorry. And I had Buster, back to this, that I have negatively affected.
Oh, Judge Newman's face says it all.
Max and Pawpaw's memory. And legacy. I also apologize because I know and I know in my heart the actions that I am pleading guilty to here today and the stress from all of that
Working up some more tears.
Contributed to the health issues of the third of the three best men that I know.
Continue to tell me about the best people that you know, Alec. I thought you wanted to talk to the victims.
Pop tea. I think about it every day, how my actions have affected him and all of you. And it eats a hole in me. Next. And I'm sorry, this is taking longer than I had anticipated.
Mm-hmm.
Next is my brother Randy. I say that I am sorry to you because I know for a fact that the actions that I'm pleading guilty to here today have caused you terrible, terrible problems.
He was still able to make his mortgage payments, though, wasn't he, Alec? Didn't lose his house, did he?
I am so sorry.
I don't doubt that he's
hurt. My actions alone have caused you to be so wrongly and falsely attack, and that my actions have caused your integrity to so wrongly be questioned? Because I know, and those who know you know, that you are, without a doubt, one of the most honest and high integrity people.
How many best people he's ever known are we on now? 4 or 5?
That's ever walked this earth.
Where are we at, chat?
And I hate that the things that I have done have somehow made that an issue for you.
What did you think was going to happen?
I will challenge any negative-minded person as it pertains to Randy to go and find one single person. Anywhere.
The thing is, Alec, it's not about you.
Or who truly knows him.
Your actions
doesn't have an ulterior
caused a
motive
tremendous amount
to tell you
of damage.
that he's not one of the most honest people that they've ever known.
You're not going to be able to rehabilitate the image of your family members in this.
And I am so sorry that I went.
He is just taking his time. Your Honor, can you play him off?
To such lengths to hide my addiction and my criminal actions from you, because I know that you would have helped me before things got so out of control.
Bananas. I can't wait to hear what Judge Newman's going to say.
Next.
Next. Poot said 5 minutes. And you're here trying to rehabilitate your entire family legacy that you single-handedly destroyed. Okay, Jan.
I apologize to my law partners
for almost getting them disbarred.
I assume you don't want to talk to you as hard as it is.
How many of them are in court today, Alec?
I am so sorry.
Oh, he feels so bad
that I
for
have
himself,
caused
doesn't he?
so much trouble for people. That I love so much.
It might be. I'll just say if Alec Murdaugh is annoying you, I can give you some things to do with your hands. You can go ahead and subscribe to the channel.
And I love each of you.
And I hope shamelessly asking for subscribes annoys Poot. Maybe I'll sell a t-shirt.
Get
a bobblehead.
Humiliated each of you. Sorry that I caused you to have to go through what you've been through. I'm sorry that I destroyed our law firm, a law firm that you know, that I dearly love.
He's not filibustering. He's taking a moment in the spotlight to have his time. He wants he wants to have
And
his
I'm
time
sorry I let you down.
to say what he wants to say in a public way. And we're all just along for the ride.
I'm sorry that I've caused each of you to be questioned.
I want to see Creighton's
Every one of you
face.
is not only one of the best lawyers that I've ever been around.
He's giving some kind of farewell soliloquy. He's very aware of the media,
that I've
Chad.
ever been around.
Yeah, he
Such
clearly is.
good, such compassion, such smart.
Alec, they're not going to put money on your books just because you're flattering them in front of the cameras.
Such giving.
Okay.
And such decent people.
And what did you do to them? You destroyed their law firm, and you took money out of their family's pockets because of your theft. That's what you did. And half of them had to come testify at your murder trial. That's what you did, sir.
And I, again, am so sorry that I went to such great lengths to hide my addiction, and to hide my criminal acts from each of you. I know you would have helped me before things got so out of control.
If you had asked
Without
for
it,
help.
I'm not. I say, Johnny,
He's not done yet.
that he was a great mentor to all of us. I learned so many good things from him. I am sorry that I failed him. I hope one day that Johnny will listen to this so that he will know how much I miss him and I miss our chats, and he'll know what I'm talking about. Danny?
He's going to say everything he has to say to everybody, hoping they'll watch it on TV. Okay.
They don't make enough good words
I think he knows that the
for
media
me
is
to accurately
not going to hear from him much after this.
depict how I feel about you. And he knows things that you helped me through. And you know how you helped Maggie. When she didn't think she had anywhere else to turn.
What's that about?
Concerning her son.
Why did Maggie feel like she had nowhere else to turn, Alec?
I hope you know how special you are. To me,
I don't know what he's talking about.
But also the Buster for all you have done. And I mean it when I tell you that it hurts me so much
It's about you, yes. I forgot for a second.
to know
I was temporarily distracted.
that I have disappointed you. And I know that that is an understatement. I now apologize to every single person who cares about Maggie and about Paul. Because I know that the things that I did, that I'm pleading guilty here today, allowed SLED and the Attorney General's office
What now?
to focus on me
Oh, and
and not to pursue
the real killer. That's right.
the person or the people who hurt and killed Maggie and Pawpaw.
Mm-hmm.
And I am so sorry for that. To each one of you, and to those who might be listening, who are not here,
Oh
I want
boy.
to reiterate again
I would like to apologize
just
to
how
the
sorry
chat for the no caps
I
rule.
am.
I know how tough that is right now.
I want to try to make sure to look at each one of you
I'm
right now,
sorry.
so that hopefully when you leave here, you will know and believe that I was sincere in my hopes that you understand how much I care about
You
you
don't get to tell them how to feel.
and how sorry I am for the things that I have done.
I am sorry for the emoji limit, that you can't put enough vomit emojis into the chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you can't scream in all caps. I'm sorry. I'm feeling the all caps too in my brain. It's hard to feel
I'm still-
constrained.
As I said, after a lot of reflection, I'm still not sure how I let myself get where I did,
I actually believe that. That I believe.
where I could do things that I did
That I believe.
to all you people that I care about.
I believe that. I don't know how I got here, how
I'd
I
like to
let
say
myself
to
get caught.
any and everyone who's suffering from addiction, please get professional help. Don't let pride get in your way the way I did. I had people who loved me, who tried to help me. Many, many more people who I know would have helped me. I had resources. I had access to more resources. And I still couldn't beat them.
By access to resources, do you mean
I
your
tried
clients' money?
many times.
Those resources?
It's just too hard. I say, please get professional help. I'm very proud, as I stand here today, to be 812 days clean.
No one's clapping for you.
But I didn't do it soon enough. Please get help now. There are so many wonderful facilities out there with professional people who care and who do wonderful, wonderful work.
Didn't
I
you go
would
to
like
rehab
to say
3 or 4
a
times?
special thank you to the people at the Vol Recovery Rehabilitation Center.
Shout out.
And at Sunrise Detox.
Okay.
For all the wonderful care that they gave me. Every single day, I utilize
You know, your clients could
the
have used care
processes
too.
that they
Medical
taught
care
me.
from the accidents they were in. This isn't about
and
you.
I used the tools that they gave me in hopes that tomorrow I can add another day to my total.
It's just not about
Lastly,
you. This is
I
not the
want to
form.
thank the men
Share it in AA
and women
or NA or whatever.
that
Share it
sent me
elsewhere.
letters, emails,
Who's sending you letters?
and given messages to my attorneys with genuine messages of support.
Always there's
They mean more to me than you could possibly know.
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate it.
To your pen pals. Because this is about you.
Last thing I want to say, Your Honor, is that I am fully committed to trying to be a better person. I'm going to do as much good as possible
You're going to do what?
and help as many people as I can
Tell them where the
while
money
I'm
is.
incarcerated. I remain fully and wholeheartedly committed to finding a way to somehow make those who love me proud again in some small way. I appreciate each of you talking to me. I appreciate each of you looking at me while I'm talking to you. Can tell that you're listening, and I appreciate it.
Me.
I'm going to say one more time.
Me.
I hope you know, I hope you believe that it is heartfelt. And the two things that I hope you take away
I hope you
today
believe it's
are, number
heartfelt.
one,
You know what he didn't say? This is coming from my heart. He said, I hope you believe it's heartfelt, not from the bottom of my heart. I am gutted over what I've done to you. No. Every single time what he says is, I hope you feel, I hope you believe. He's not talking about his emotion. He's talking about what their takeaways should be. Every single time. Your words, Alec, your words betray you. Your words are, believe this, take this away. You're telling them again to believe something instead of just being genuine.
and number two, that I hate the things that I did. And I am so sorry. And Your Honor, I thank you for letting me address you and for letting me address
asked
the
him to
victim.
recuse himself like 2
Thank you
weeks
so much.
ago.
Sir.
We're going to take a break now for
Great.
45 minutes.
What?
It's for a 45-minute lunch, and we'll be back at 2:47, thereabouts.
2:47 ET. So we've got about 45 minutes. I'm going to probably take a break on the stream, breaking it into 2 streams. We've got about 16,000 of y'all here. I'm going to try to get through some questions. Maybe I won't break the stream, and we'll just take a quick bathroom break and answer questions. This was absolutely wild. I think Judge Newman needs a minute to process what he wants to have to say after that. I can't believe how long he talked. Chat, you guys are saying he talked for like 50 minutes. I'm not surprised. So I might just pause the stream and not take a full break because we're at 4 hours in. Miguelina and I will chat about it. I'm going to answer some questions in super chats because we are now on a 45-minute court break. So Miguelina, if you'll just pin that comment that we are on a 45-minute court break. We're going to get to some of your questions. I can't wait to see what everyone has to say after this. Like, I can't wait to see. I mean, we're going to have a Dick and Jim press conference at some point, obviously. I'm going to have to get a snack. We're going to have a Dick and Jim press conference at some point. I think we'll hear from Eric Bland on his podcast with Mandy Matney, Cup of Justice. I don't know if we'll hear from him this evening on Court TV. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. I did a lot of white collar crimes. I really enjoyed the world. That's going to sound weird. I was a prosecutor for 10 years for those of you that are new and have not subscribed, go ahead and do that. But I prosecuted a lot of white collar crimes. I found white collar crime fascinating, challenging. I found that I was adept at breaking down lots of information and helping people understand it in a way that made it approachable. I tried a tax case. Like I've done, I mean, aside from the violent crime and the murders and things, I shouldn't be all the way shocked. I am not surprised at the distancing, the gaslighting, the manipulation. It is very typical of fraud victims. I want you to feel this. I want you to do that. So there you go. You get to see it all in real time. For those of you who've not dealt with people who are manipulative in that way, there you go. There you go. So let's just take a break. Let's take a breath. Let's get to your Q&A. And we're on a court break. I have to go. I have to get out of this Audacity green. Oh, let's go to questions, shall we? Alec motherfucking Murdaugh. Today has been wild. Wild. But y'all got to see it in real time. I mean, you can't make it up. Court is court. There is no making up the kind of stuff that goes on in court. And the audacity we saw today was kind of stunning to watch, but maybe not all the way surprising. Alec Murdaugh took time to point out Eric Bland kind of at the beginning-ish of his statement and say, I did not kill my wife and son. He absolutely took time to point out where he believes people got it wrong, but also took time to say to some of the victims, you know me, and I wouldn't have done this. It so ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I see y'all asking for a pickle cleanse. All right. Pickle cleanse. We
all need a minute. Like, what was that? Ugh. We needed a full pickle.
Oh, but don't worry, I'm gonna put it back in its winter coat. The pickle is now cozy again. That was bananas. So chat, welcome. Does arguing the novelty of a sentence length hurt the prosecution? I thought the judges don't really like to set new precedents. It's not a precedent. The reason that Creighton kept leaning into this as one of the higher sentences in the state is because 27 years on over 100 indictments feels low. So Creighton was reminding everyone that in the state, financial crimes are sentenced low, and this 27-year sentence is appropriate in the light of all of the circumstances. That's what he kept reminding everyone, that it might feel low, but it's not in fact a low sentence. My audio cable is killing me. I need a new cable. Good reminder before we cover our next live trial, because I'm dead in one ear. Beats Kill Bean. Oh my God, Emily, please try to interview Eric Bland. I saw a lot of these comments. I will reach out and ask. Will Alec or his attorneys be speaking? Apparently, Alec. Will Poot be speaking anymore? Probably not. If the money is offshore, will that info come out? Not unless somebody traces it to an offshore account. But the way Alec was taking money out and getting it to Cousin Eddie, if it was being laundered and moved offshore that way, it's very difficult to trace because it's not being transferred, right? It's being laundered. So unless somebody talks or somebody knows where it is, it's not likely they're going to find it. Jessica said, 100% not going to lie, I skipped my 10 a.m. meeting. Jessica, I don't know what time zone you're in, but here we go. It's now 1:15 Central. It's 2:15 Eastern. We have about a half an hour before court comes back. Miguelina, I think we just do Q&A, and then maybe I'll put up the be right back for a minute and run to the restroom, and then we'll just do it that way. I think hopefully it won't be too much more than another hour or two, and the stream won't get too crazy. I think that makes the most sense, since we've got a lot of questions and super chats, and it was a short lunch break. Falasumi, I happen to have the same hoodie on. Imagine that. I love my I Have Questions hoodie. It is in the Lawnard shop that still has a sale going on for Cyber Week, so you guys can check that out. But I would really appreciate it if you subscribe to the channel. For those of you that are new in the chat, this is your number one place to watch live trial coverage, because it's got, sassy lawyer commentary. Do you think he is setting up for his murder trial? I mean, I don't know if he's going to get another murder trial. So, I don't know if he's going to get another murder trial. I think this is Alec trying to speak to the media one last time, trying to tell people to leave his kid alone. I don't think the internet should be harassing Buster at all. I don't think people should harass Buster, but people are going to chat about Buster. People are going to talk about Alec's family and talk about the rest of what the lawyers in his family were doing. He's opened that door to people discussing his family. Snow, thank you very much. The stream is telling me it is your 20th super chat. I appreciate your support. I could not have watched the last hour without you, EDB. Thank you for your honest and respectful commentary as always. I feel like I was skating the lines of respectful to Alec at the end there. I was doing my best. I was doing my best, because if the victims feel like they are heard, if they are happy with this result, then I am happy for them. I am just, the course of conduct is so abhorrent. But again, we see it again with Alec just being like, me. I want to talk about me, want to talk about want to talk about my number one, hold me, oh my, that. Kayla said, Emily, can you please ask him to fuck off into the forever? This makes me sick. Me. Yep. Me. Alec Murdaugh, I am so hurt by what I've done to you, is what he was saying to his victims. I am so devastated by what I got caught doing. I am so sorry. Mm-hmm. I see a lot of the chat saying, footage for Netflix doc season 3. Kidding, mostly. Well, he wanted to have his say, and this way he can have it. Because didn't his lawyers get in trouble for having an audio interview with him in jail through a phone call? Rhonda, congratulations. I turned 62 on Sunday, cancer-free, for my first CT scan. Congratulations, Rhonda. Thank you for bringing something light to celebrate in the chat. I'm sure it was a journey, but we are glad you are cancer-free. Casey Cat said, my dream would have been everybody walk out while Alec was speaking, then come back when Judge Newman was ready to sentence. I'm sure we'll hear more about it from Eric Bland when he comes back, or when he will talk on his podcast. I'm sure he'll be on Court TV this evening. Vinnie Paulton normally brings people on that are closely connected to what's going on for the evening. So that will be true. I think tonight could just be taking a break to add comments after this shit show. I don't know. I mean, Alec definitely made it about him. Judge Newman's face was wild. Does Alec expect a standing ovation? He definitely wanted to have his moment and be heard. It's hard to understand motivations when you can't get inside somebody's head, but I found in here, we'll just go with my opinion. It came across to me as more manipulative than sincere. I'm also glad he didn't mention Bubba. Chat. Morning all, this is my first time back on a live since my dad passed last month. I'm sorry for your loss, Brittany. I just wasn't feeling it. I get it. Glad to be back with y'all today. I hope this wasn't too difficult to watch Alec acting like a fool. Lacey said, okay, got my coffee refill. I've had 3 today, which is why I'm going to have to take a break and go to the restroom in a minute. Question, if this is an agreed statement of facts, how, as I read this wrong, Marissa, if this is an agreed statement of facts, as in this is how AM says this all happened. Okay, getting to actually the legal part of the plea. When Alec took the plea last week, it was a factual basis plea. And Creighton read all of the facts as agreed to into the record. So that part was the agreed upon factual basis last week. I covered that hearing live. Today was the argument in sentencing from Creighton. So that, and it's not how Alec said it all went down. It's how the prosecution believes it went down, and Alec didn't disagree. If that makes sense. Alec agreed. LK just took a 30-minute meeting and he's still going. That could have applied to anybody today. Well, Creighton or Alec. Question, do you think the victims had any input? For example, Katie Moore, this is a great question. For example, maybe they just want it to be done regardless of sentence. And I said I wanted to cover this question after we heard from the victims who all are ready to be done, who are ready for this case to be resolved. I think Justin Bamberg was so tremendously poignant in talking about the hardship to small communities, not just of serving jury duty and being away from work, but of the community to pay for, or the taxpayers of the community to pay for, a high profile case and the security that comes along with it, and the drain on the community having these kinds of cases go forward in their communities. I thought it was incredibly poignant. So do I think the victims had input? I think they were told what was happening, but I hope that the prosecution asked them, do the victims have to agree with a plea deal? No, they don't have to. Do they have a right to be heard by the court? Absolutely. And that's what we were doing today at this sentencing hearing that will continue in about 20 minutes from now. So what generally happens is you will have that conversation and find out how comfortable the victims are with something. Sometimes they agree, sometimes they don't. The goal of the prosecutor is not specifically to represent the victims, but to represent the people of the state of, or the people of the county of. And so the stress to the county and the interest of justice all has to be taken into consideration when making that deal. And you hope that the victims are on board. And it seemed that Creighton had a chance to talk to these victims. And from what we've heard, the victims are on board. They are ready to move on. They are ready to close this door. They are ready to forgive, not forget, but to forgive for themselves and to move past what this person did to them and move forward with their lives, which is a tremendously healthy attitude. And the victims showed a tremendous amount of resolve, resolution, strength, and courage, not only taking on the Murdaugh dynasty. And a lot of these victims came forward before the murder charges, taking on a dynasty and trusting the Attorney General's office and SLED to not fuck it up, to get it right, to get justice so that they would also be safe when coming forward as victims in this case. it must have been tremendously scary, and they did it. So with all of that, I think these victims were told, and I think they were able to have a conversation with the prosecution about that. Sarah asked, can we agree that there's an evidentiary problem if he gets a new trial? Sarah, I'm not sure what you're referring to with an evidentiary problem if he gets a new trial. If he gets a new murder trial, the financial crimes won't come into it nearly as much. I don't think he'll testify again. And I think it could be a very interesting and different trial, but I'm not sure exactly what you mean by an evidentiary problem. That would have to be a longer discussion. Satine said, where did the money go? They tracked some of it to loan payments, credit card payments, and the rest. They did not track all of it. A lot of it went to Cousin Eddie. Emily, could he get off on the murder? Could he get off murder charges on a technicality? I think that's their game plan. They're trying with the murder. We'll see if they get a hearing about the jury tampering, but I don't know if they are actually playing 4D chess or if they're just rolling with what they got. We're going to have to see. Stone Gavel, thank you so much for the super chat. Anthony said, completely emotionless and no remorse, sitting there so flippant and aloof. Yep. Were they able to track all of the stolen money? Learn Knitting Now? No, they did not track. I don't think, well, some of it he withdrew for cash, right? So the stuff that got taken out into cash can't be tracked in the same way that stuff that's transferred to loan payments can. So did they track it all in that way? No, because some of it came out for cash, but they could see that it came out as cash. So is there money missing that became cash and then went to wherever? Yes. CW is totally making it clear how horrid AM is. This is from much earlier today talking about Creighton Waters. Yes. I hope that the priest has his holy water ready for this demon named Alec Murdaugh. Nefertiti, I am sure that priest was sitting there with his eyebrows to the heavens during that entire speech. Ursula's Witch, I don't think there has ever been a case like this against an attorney that has this large of an amount of theft from so many innocent victims. Tom Girardi has more victims and more money. So Tom Girardi is the other case going on right now. Historically, these are, I don't know if there's other, like the Avenatti cases and stuff. There are other cases of millions of dollars of theft from, victims, but this is one of the bigger and more high profile one. Girardi so far is the highest theft case, highest dollar amount of theft I have seen. Just coming in, working book fair at Sun School. Book fair is the best time of year. I love it. God. I wonder if that's where my compulsive journal buying started, was at the Scholastic Book Fair. It's like, no, this one journal is going to fix everything. I think it started with the Scholastic Book Fair. Thank you, Emily. Phenomenal coverage from the UK. Thank you so much, Bernie. Appreciate it. Thank you, Emily. Can't wait for Judge Newman to talk. Same. Also, if you guys are new to the stream and found me today to cover this, will you go ahead and pop a 1 in the stream? I'm just curious, and there's over 15,000 of you here, so I thought I would ask. So Meg's Morbid Curiosity says, as a recovering addict, anger isn't the word. I empathize tremendously, Megs. I know that Alec doesn't speak for all addicts by any chance. I am interested how people feel about whether or not he had addiction issues. I'm not here to speculate on what he states the status of his addiction is or was, but it's very clear that not all of this money went to drugs. This money went to loans and other things. He has tried to blame it on addiction. We will see. The jury didn't really address it. But again, it's not for me to decry. People deal with addiction. Lots of lawyers deal with addiction. But not all of those people steal from their jobs, steal from their clients. Some do, not all do. Some steal from their families. Some do, not all do. Alec can't speak for all of anyone, but he also can't see clearly enough to know that. Thank you for the super chat. The only true emotions he showed were for Buster. It felt like the anger for Eric Bland was also authentic. Come on, guys, let's get Emily to 1 million. I mean, I would appreciate it. I just need to prove to my 11-year-old that I'm actually a real YouTuber. But we did at one point have more on this stream than on Ninja's stream, and he's got like 23 million subs. So I'm always happy to see how powerful this community is that wants to have conversations about the law. 100% off topic, but vitally important. Have you seen this season's Iridescent Snowflake Cold Cup from Starbucks? I've not seen the Snowflake one. I do have this one. I will look for the Snowflake one. And then I yesterday got this one. It's research. It's research. I swear. He was going for Creighton's high score. And Murdaugh seemed that he wanted to outtalk the other lawyers in the courtroom because every lawyer got to have a conversation, right? And he was not going to leave without the last word. You know who gets the last word? Judge Newman. Jason, congratulations. We have lots and lots of sober law nerds here. So lots. Okay, it's not all I got, but it's all I have within arm's reach. The others I drank out of this morning and they are gone. I'll take a look at the Snowflake one. He talked for 50 minutes, mentioned Buster so many times, talked about Maggie, about his whole family, but not about Paul. He said Paw a few times, but not in the way he talked about Buster. That's true. It's absolutely true. Jordan said, Emily, do you think your youngest will keep raising the bar when you get to 1 million? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's going to be, well, it's not 5 million. But for years now, it has been all my favorite YouTubers have an M after their number and you have a K after your number. It really has just become a competition with me and my kid. I actually care very much more about having conversations with the law nerd than sub numbers. But also, it'd be cool to have a gold play button. We've got 2 of the silver ones. It's time. It's time. It's time. Also, we like to prove ourselves as real YouTubers to the people who measure those kinds of metrics. Chris, wait, did Alex speak today? Rewind the stream. He spoke for almost an hour, and we're on a lunch break until court comes back in about 15 minutes. So, Paula said, I don't understand what is meant by gifted membership. Is it for people who can't buy one? People can gift memberships in the stream and YouTube distributes them. And then you get a 30-day membership that is gifted by someone else. You can turn that on in your settings on YouTube and see that. Was Buster there? Jessica, no, Buster was not in court. He might have been watching from TV, but not necessarily. Courtney G, new subscriber. Thank you. Welcome. It's research. My new answer when Amazon delivery arrives. Yes. Where did the money go from the house, cars, etc.? I don't know where all the money went. And he still has access. He still had access to some of his 401k money that went to pay his lawyers for the murder trial. That's in a receivership. There is still a morass of civil litigation going on. Let's not forget there is still quite a lot going on with regard to the civil litigation. It's bananas. I want to know where all the money is too. I feel like Daryl Brooks spoke for an hour and a half. Does anyone remember? Daryl Brooks spoke forever. I want Judge Newman to read him. Don't we all? I love that Eric Bland was like, and he came for you, Judge Newman. I loved it. Chat, you're right. It is probably time to run to the restroom. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put on the court stream real quick. I'm going to put this up on the screen. I am going to put on some background music and let y'all chat. Hopefully the mods have been taking breaks in and out. We're going to throw on a little bit of lo-fi from StreamYard. I love that they give us music that we can use. That's not going to get the stream copy claimed, unlike our members only stream on Friday. And I will be back in just a few minutes because I'm going to run to the restroom and grab a snack real quick. Law nerds, I will see you back here. So, BRB. Oh, let me put that in the bottom. Let me put that up here. I'm going to run to the restroom. I suggest y'all do the same. Grab a snack. We're almost done with this sentencing hearing. And I appreciate you all. I'll be right back. Oh, I was muted. Elaine, your mic. Y'all get a snack? What did you grab? What did you grab for snack time? I've got a little bit of lunch. Did I eat it? Not yet, but we've got it. I'm ready to hear from Judge Newman. Bring the Newman. I am ready for Judge Newman. So hopefully y'all took a minute to get some food. I knew it was going to be a longer day in court. I mean, even though we started at 9 a.m., I was like, today's going to be a full day. It's going to be a full day. I have buffalo chicken salad, some cheese, and some pretzel crackers, and some fizzy water. That's what I've got today. So, oh boy, today's going to be interesting. I can't wait to hear what Judge Newman has to say. When court comes back, I will kill the music. I'm vibing for a minute. I'm just like, I'm ready to play some Suika with y'all. Oh, I need to feed my Snorlax at some point. And if you playing Pokemon Go Sleep, me. Still, yes, I love it. All right, we're going to get to some more super chats because we've got time. So I should have swooped when I came back in here. We're back. Should we do a recap of the morning? Maybe. Morning recap. Alec Murdaugh had a lot to say. He hasn't been sentenced yet. Judge Newman has not accepted his plea and sentence yet. That's going to happen after the break. A lot was said in court today. I found the victim impact statements to be heart-wrenching. I thought Creighton, though he said he would be brief, he never is. I can't fault him because neither am I. But he went into detail, not just about the crimes, but about the victims, the particular victims that represent each of the charges that Alec pled to, what their cause of injury was, what Alec did to take advantage of them, to steal from them, to really make it clear the type of catastrophic injuries Alec was dealing with his clients. It was very interesting to see the way Creighton walked through it all. You can tell how passionate he is for the financial crimes cases. Then we got into impact statements from the victims and from a number of the lawyers that represent the victims. The lawyers that I expected to see, Eric Bland, Mark Tinsley, and Justin Bamberg. It was really poignant at times, heartbreaking at times. And then we heard from victims and victims' families. So that is what we did this morning before the break. Court took a 45-minute break. So court should have been back about 4 minutes ago. Court's not back yet. We'll get there when they're back. I just want to make sure that I've got the stream rolling. So give me 1 second. Let me make sure we're still on live. Oh, we're a little bit behind. Let's see if we're caught up now to live court. You know, sometimes we got user error. I know I still have the music on. I'm vibing. I'm going to leave it on until court comes back. I hope it's not too loud. I enjoy it. Bamberg, not Bamberg. That's on me. I try. I don't know why we're getting a spinny wheel of death. It's absolutely not what we need. Give me 1 second, because court should be back. But now my feed wants to spinny wheel of death me. So I'm going to try to refresh this feed real quick. So give me 1 sec while I do that, and then we'll get back into court today. Surprise, court's not back yet. I'm not surprised. Courts can run long. There's no jury. Courts tend to be the most timely when there is, in fact, a jury present. We'll just leave this up in the background in case. So, alrighty, yo. Let us continue on. I've got the music on low, so if you have headphones on, you might be able to hear it. If you don't, maybe not. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's better than the clicking that was going on from the court audio earlier today. That was a lot, especially for my all of my neurospicy friends who were just like, I can now only focus on the clicking. It's hard. Karen said, I'm celebrating 21 years clean and serene on December 14th. He did not have an addiction as bad as he said, for sure. Definitely not working the 12 steps. Thank you for your input, Karen. Congratulations on your sobriety. My 6-year-old has a YouTube channel. I had to make him a paper play button at 25 subs and a wooden play button at 50 subs. Jessica, it's so important to celebrate all of the milestones. I work well with motivation. It's why I like games. Well, mobile gaming. I like games where you get to track things and you get rewards for things. I love tracking all the things. I love getting rewards on my Apple Watch and my Oura Ring and my all the things. I love it. I'm highly motivated by gamification of things, but I'm also very, very neurospicy. Terry in the chat said, "Oh my God, Sweeka, my 10-year-old grandson loves that. Yes, I got hooked as soon as you mentioned it. It's so good." Just sweeping through, these were from earlier in the stream to thank all of the incredibly generous law nerds who gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If any of you have been gifted memberships, you can go access all the members only streams in the members tab. Question: how much do you think the Murdaugh trials hurt Poot and Jim's careers, if at all? I don't know. I think everybody kind of knew, well, in the state knew who Poot and Jim were. They were very excited to get invited to CrimeCon. Did you see Poot talking about the fact that he was like, we were basically celebrities? We were basically celebrities there. He is, he's loving it. I think Poot's kind of towards the end of his career, though, based on this trial, based on what he's been doing with Murdaugh, and the fact that he is still an active member of the state legislature. So do I think we'll see many more trials from Poot? Maybe not, but that's not uncommon with a lawyer who's had a career as long as he has. Poot has been an attorney for a very, very long time. So no, I don't necessarily think it did. They fought for their clients, and there will be people who look at that and are like, I want somebody to fight for me like that. What's up after the break? Judge Newman. Bring the Newman is what's happening after the break. And it looks like we're just about there. So I'm waiting for this camera to swing back down and we'll swoop and get into the afternoon. Yeah, Judge Newman's going to have a lot to say. So let's see. I don't think Alec's in the courtroom yet. When he comes out, we'll swoop-a-doop and we'll get ready to go for the afternoon. As I say that, here we go. Let me end our music. Thank you, Streamyard. Streamyard is what I've used to stream since I started streaming on YouTube. It has made it so easy. I love being a Streamyard ambassador. I have a link. It's an affiliate link down below, but it gets you some free stuff too.
Mr. Murdaugh's presentation to the court, and we would ask him, the defense, I believe, has agreed to let her address the court very quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
We have an additional victim impact statement. So we have an additional victim impact statement of somebody who was at work and arrived while Mr. Murdaugh was making his soliloquy.
Good afternoon. I want to thank everybody for just,
does the mic work, or you're not speaking into it?
Yes.
Speak a little loud.
It's a lot, Your Honor. Give her a minute.
Good afternoon. I just want to thank everybody for giving me this chance. You Judge Newman. I want to address Mr. Murdaugh. Mr. Murdaugh, it's been years since my mother, Blondell Gary, had passed in an ambulance accident on Old Sheldon Church Road. When
this has got to be a lot for her
when
today.
he took the case, I trusted you.
Yep.
I really trusted you, like a lot. Like I had a lot of faith in you, because my friend Miss P, she had told me about you, and so I entrusted you. But you know what? Today, I thank God. You know, God gave me this time just to tell you that I forgive you. I forgive you. And I hope and pray
this is the kindest group of
that you would look to him and ask him truly in your heart to forgive you of everything that you have done, all of your sins, because what you did to all of the families is just so wrong.
Yes, it is.
It's wrong. So just ask him. Just ask him to forgive you. I forgive you. Okay? Just know that I do. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chair. Your Honor, that would be the state's presentation. I would just say in closing that I think Your Honor just
You're
got a
absolutely
taste
Dr. Berry.
of what all these victims have gotten. And I think that he talked about
Thank
these
you for
special
that.
recollections. It's good to know he has recollections about some things. But he's good. He can look people in the eye. But we've seen it all before. We saw it for 2 days at the murder trial. We saw it in Dave Owen's car. And all of these victims have seen it over and over again in their interactions with him and in his office.
Eric Bland is back for the court's presentation.
But even as we heard that entire soliloquy, even now, his only concern, the main thing he was concerned about was
his legacy.
How he felt others perceived him, his perception in the mind of others.
Yep.
And I'll just close with saying what I said to you right before sentencing in the murder trial, that when he sat there and looked all these victims in the eye, it was the same thing that he had done when he stole from them. It's the same thing that he's done in his interactions with police. And the reality is that not one single person who thought they knew this man, and there were so many who thought they did, not one single person knew who he really was.
Just on the same train of thought.
And Your Honor, it's time for, at least in these proceedings, respectfully, for the system to be done with him, and we would ask you to accept the 27 years.
Slam the door, Your Honor. Lock it up. We're done. Creighton's like, shut the door.
Your Honor, we have nothing further to say except we urge you to
Accept
the Attorney General's position on accepting the negotiated plea.
Wow. That's the briefest I've ever seen Poot be.
Where there's a negotiated sentence, as I stated earlier, either the court accepts the guilty plea and impose the exact sentence that the parties have negotiated, or
doesn't.
The court will not accept the guilty plea. We've now spent 2 days listening to the recitation by the state and the defense, and I will accept the negotiated sentence and accept the guilty plea. Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll come around for sentencing.
I'm very interested to see what Judge Newman has to say. He did not mince words at the murder trial. So we will see what he has to say now.
It was September of 2021 when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court assigned me to preside over the pending investigations involving the various offenses that you are being investigated for, initially including these financial crimes and the murder cases. And I have lived with this case now for over 2 years. And
I mean, same.
I have 34 days left before active retirement. And after
we appreciate you, Judge
imposing
Newman.
this sentence,
I would like
your
to be
life
done
will
with you.
continue. I will turn the page and leave you behind. You're quite an enigma, a person that many of us thought we knew. And as I stated earlier, I can only recall you as being a fun-loving, happy person. I've never seen you sad. I've never seen you being anything other than a friendly, caring person.
And then
it's so disappointing to see you again in this setting. I believe the last time we saw each other and you were not in jail was at a conference when you were poolside having a good time. And as it turns out, that was a couple of months after the passing of your wife and son. But you were having a good time, made nothing of it. And And then the Labor Day weekend events occurred, and next thing I know, I'm assigned to preside over all of your matters. Not on your matters, but others as well. And we started out with over 100 charges, indictments against various folks, and we've
He's got more
whittled
than
that
99
down
problems.
to just a handful. Outstanding, and I'm happy to turn the page and turn not turn the remnants over to anyone else, but to certainly turn over anything pending
To
against
be
you
done.
to someone else. It's been said that these are white collar offenses.
It's
I've
a goodbye
never
all the way around.
had that distinction. I've never thought of it that way. I've looked at criminal offenses as criminal offenses. You know, 3 property crimes in South Carolina you can get 10 years in prison. People
Really?
have gotten 10 years for shoplifting, 3rd offense. I've sent people into retirement for committing criminal offenses over and over and over again. But I've never thought of it as being a white collar offense. Have had employees do embezzlement, church secretaries stole money, preachers stolen money.
I had a number of those cases in LA.
Many offenses. But I never draw a distinction between a violent crime
And a nonviolent crime.
and other crimes. Certainly
hurts
the
the
law
victims.
makes a distinction, and
It
many
does.
violent crimes are non-parole offenses. The plea I'm accepting with you, you must serve 85% of the time. The parties have indicated that they are the victims, to the extent that they can be called victims. That's my preferred term for the group of people who have been preyed upon or victimized. They've all indicated that they would like for the court to accept the negotiated sentence.
They did.
It is a stern sentence. The question was asked, or what kind of animal are you? You're an enigmatic person.
That's what Jay Jenks said. Jerome Jenks.
I don't know that you understand yourself. What comes to mind is a young man that I sentenced to death penalty for killing a police officer and setting his body on fire. And though personally I was opposed to capital punishment, he was sentenced to death. And in writing up that sentence report, I concluded that he was heartless. He was just empty. And when I see you and I listen to you and I reflect on all that I've seen since being appointed, assigned to these cases, you come closest to that young man.
Wow.
Being empty, I don't see anything. I tried to reach you at sentencing in the other case. I've listened to you here today, and I don't see anything there. Hopefully something will emerge within your spirit, within your soul. Certainly, being a person of your age and intelligence and experience, you have a lot to offer to the people that you encounter on a daily basis in the institution. And I think it's admirable that you've indicated that you will help them and continue to try to do good
We'll see.
by them. You'll certainly have a lot of opportunity to do that. You know, as we look at all of us, none of us are perfect. Many of us do things that we shouldn't do.
The courtroom is much
It's just
emptier than it was before the break.
unimaginable to me that you have done some of the things that you've done. And whether it's you or someone you become upon using drugs or through the process of just committing the crimes over and over the period of years, I don't know. I don't even know who I'm speaking to now.
Interesting.
But being a person of power and influence,
tremendous.
The question is raised of what type of character do you have? A person who would prey upon folks who are vulnerable and who are of a lower perceived estate than you. How you would prey upon those people who you say you love.
Repeatedly.
And you capitalize on a disparity of what you have versus what they had and what they need and what they desired. In my years, I know of no greater joy as a lawyer that I've had during my 47 years as a lawyer.
Smack it down, Judge
the
Newman.
Joy of giving
my 47
of having a satisfied
years.
client, of delivering good results for a client and experiencing that joy with them. I can think of no greater joy than I've experienced and being able to deliver on behalf of a client. And I'm sure you've experienced that joy as well.
He's just going to read him
until
slowly,
until you decided that the only joy
calmly.
you're concerned about was your own.
Yep.
I take no joy at all in imposing this sentence, but it is what it is. And you'll have to suffer the consequences of your acts, continue to suffer the consequences. And and hopefully some good will come out of you as you move forward. There are a number of counts here, a number of indictments, and you'll get an individual sentence as to each one. On indictment, GS 4727, for money laundering, the sentence is 20 years. Obtaining signature of property by false pretenses, the sentence is 10 years. The second count of obtaining property by false pretenses, count 7, 10 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent, value more than $10,000, the sentence is 10 years. Another, obtaining property by false pretenses, count an indictment 4730, count 4, sentences 10 years. Money laundering on indictment, same indictment, count 5, sentences 20 years. Money laundering, count 8 of that indictment, the sentence is 20 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent, indictment number 32, count 1, sentence is 5 years. Money laundering under indictment number 33, count 2, the sentence is 20 years. money laundering under indictment 34, count 2, the sentence is 20 years. Forgery, value $10,000 or more under indictment 35, count 5, the sentence is 10 years.
Newman is going through each charge that he
Computer
is
crimes under indictment 36,
to.
the sentence is 5
So that's what
years.
he's going through. He will probably have a closing
Breach
remark,
of trust
and
with
that's it.
fraudulent intent under indictment ending in 37, the sentence is 10 years.
He will be sentenced to the agreed
All
upon
those
27
sentences
years,
will run concurrent
except for the two lead
with each
sentences.
other. Money laundering under indictment ending in 38, count
So there's
2,
a
the
lead-
sentence is 7 years.
7-year count and a lead 20-year count,
Consecutive.
and those will be consec.
To sentences previously stated. Under indictment 01,
With all of these
4701,
indictments, he was facing multiple life counts again.
breach of trust with fraudulent intent.
On the 101
sentence is 10
indictments, he
years,
pled for 27.
concurrent.
And that's
Breach
27.
of trust, fraudulent intent under indictment.
I think
ending
after.
in 02,
I'm hoping after
count
his life
1,
sentences, but we'll see.
sentence is 10 years. Under indictment ending in 10, count 1, sentence is 5 years,
Where's the one
concurrent.
I wanted? The one I wanted? This is the one I wanted.
Money laundering in indictment ending in 23, count 3, the sentence is
The court is going over
20
everything he
years.
pled to. And then we'll talk about the ins and outs of sentencing in a minute.
under indictment ending 24, obtaining goods under false pretenses, sentence is 10 years. Willful intent to evade or defeat payment of taxes under indictment 34, sentences 5 years concurrent. You have one 20-year sentence and a consecutive 7-year sentence for a total sentence of 27 years.
He was
Most
facing
of the offenses pled to are serious offenses under the law.
multiple life counts,
Subjects you to the 3 strikes law.
hundreds of years on these 101 indictments. He's getting 27
You
due to
are
a plea deal
given
with the
credit for
prosecution.
time served pursuant to section 241340
Give him the 500 days, Your Honor.
to be calculated by the South Carolina Department.
The judge is like, I'm not fighting with you. Let them calculate it.
I think that completes the sentence. Anything further regarding this sentence?
Your Honor, just for clarification, and I think the sentencing sheets reflect this, but he's got
Credits.
all those sentences concurrent for 20,
Yes.
and then there's one 7-year consecutive sentence.
Correct.
So he's got a 27-year sentence, 85% parole
Yes.
eligible.
That's what he said.
Max out.
Yes.
Somebody take
And
that
it's
pen away
reflected
from
on
him.
the sentencing sheet.
Yes, sir.
Any comment about that, Mr. Waters or Mr.?
That is correct, Your Honor.
It is what it
There's 20
is.
years at 85% and then a 7 at 85%. And again, those are no parole offenses, meaning got to
85%.
Right.
or more, depending on how he behaves.
And that's the sentence of the court. Mr. Murdaugh, any
Murdaugh's
final
laughing
comments?
at Creighton.
No, sir, I will just reiterate
Oh, fucking hell.
what I did say.
Any final comments, Mr. Murdaugh? No, sir, but let me go. And here you go.
All of you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor, and enjoy being with you.
Yes, sir. Very well.
Really, Poot?
Enjoyed being with you as well.
You're not on the road.
Neither are you,
right.
Poot.
Very good. Thank you all. for
Trying to
job
make
well done.
nice with the judge. And that is it. Oh, where's Eric Bland going? What's happening in court? I have questions. Judge Newman is getting ready for a mandatory retirement. I believe the age is 73 in South Carolina, where they mandate judges to retire. So he has made comment that he is getting very much ready for his mandatory or forced retirement, and that this is kind of the end of him having to deal with Murdaugh. So long day in court. I imagine we're going to have a few press conferences. So we're just going to hang out for a few minutes. We're just going to hang out for a few minutes to see if we have a press conference. Last week, the defense attorney said that they would have more to say after the plea deal was accepted. I imagine instead of hearing Poot's comments in court, we are going to hear those comments at a press conference. For all of you that are new to my channel, the internet's preferred place to watch live trials, go right ahead and subscribe. I cover court stuff. Emily, is that how you promote your channel? Not well. I've been a lawyer for almost 18 years at this point. I do legal commentary in the crime and pop culture space, sometimes with snark, sometimes with insight, sometimes with both at the same time. So law nerds, those of you that were asking about the I Have Questions sweatshirt, the sale is still ongoing at the Law Nerd shop for Cyber Week, and you still have time to order for Christmas. So those are all the housekeeping things. What Judge Newman's normal clerk of court here, was Judge Newman's clerk here today? The clerks vary. So Judge Newman has been kind of riding circuit to cover these cases. So Judge Newman has appeared in multiple different jurisdictions to cover these cases. So today he is not in Colton County. They were in Beaufort County, I believe. The Colton County clerk of court was Becky Hill. That is a different court. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go look at a few other streams, but I believe this stream will switch over to a press conference if there is one. And I know Miguelina is keeping an eye on those as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on a few different streams. It looks like we're still in court from the Court TV stream, so we're going to go there. I love watching people file in and out of court. But I would also love to talk to Judge Newman. I thought Judge Newman was great, but we've got to make sure Judge Newman is done all the way done before we do that. And then we're going to keep an eye out for press conferences that will probably take place in a few minutes. So let's just keep this on court. I'm going to answer some questions, and we're going to go from there. Law nerds, good to see you. New law nerds, good to see you. This is a amazing and fun community. Compassionate community, best community on the internet. And, if you like deep dives into legal stuff with occasional pop culture references, okay, more than occasional, then we're here. Anthony, how do you keep your composure in sentencing as a prosecutor? How do you control tears during victim impact statements? I didn't always. There were definitely times I cried in court. How do you control your anger and not strangle and yell? Well, murder's bad. So that part wasn't too hard. There were definitely times that I cried in court, during victim impact statements or reading victim impact statements. How did I keep my composure? I don't know if I had healthy coping mechanisms to shoving things down into an itty bitty little box. So those are all things I am still unpacking. I'm sure people have healthier coping mechanisms than I did. It was not always easy. It is not an easy job, but it is a job that I was very honored to do. So I did my best, but also I have a job to do. And sometimes when you have a job to do, it's easier to be objective because you're at work. Much, I imagine, the way people just handle shit when they work in the ER. It's like, how do you not freak out? Because I can't, because I'm at work. And so you just kind of go into work mode. My husband and I regularly refer to it as work mode. There's times when he feels like he's being cross-examined about what's for dinner. And he's like, why are you in work mode? I'm like, I don't know. I haven't shaken it off yet. Tamara said, judges saying you're acting doesn't fool me. Bruh. There were a couple bruhs today. It was very interesting. Judge Newman brings the spice. It was definitely a slap with a velvet glove, wasn't it? He has a way to gently let someone know exactly what it is. So, Miguelina, I'm looking at LNC. It looks like they're the only ones outside so far, but I will pull that one up too. Thank you. So we're gonna go look for a press conference stream real quick and see what we got. All right, here we go. I like this. We got two different angles. So I like having options. We've got options, y'all. All right, let's see who comes outside of court and has a conversation at the microphones. Hold on. Where do I want to be? Where do you want to? There's where we want to be. All right. We'll just keep an eye out as the media comes out of the courtroom, as the... Are we testing the mics?
What did I have for breakfast? Had some yogurt this morning. Earlier than I would have liked.
Not yogurt.
You guys good? Cool. This is fun.
I like it when they do sound check with interesting questions as opposed to, can you count to 5? We love an interesting question. I once did a sound check for NPR, and the sound check question was 2 truths and a lie. I thought it was the best. We had a lovely little chat about it, as opposed to, can you count backwards from 5? Of course, Poot and Jim are the first ones out to the presser. I hope Creighton doesn't take another victory lap. We've heard a lot from Creighton today. I appreciate Creighton bringing the fire, but I don't know if we need a whole victory lap today. I appreciate the bouquet of the cameras, though. They look real good. And they set up the press conference not directly in the sun. I miss Barber, though, and his stylish glasses. Poot, who are you waiting on?
We'll be ready to go as soon as John Monk gets here.
I guess that's who he's waiting on. Does the chair move with Judge Newman? No. Judge Newman goes into those courts.
Will you stop taking pictures and come on? We're waiting on you. Okay, fuck him.
He really just said, okay, fuck him. Hold on. Poot, that was a trick. Hold on. We're gaining up the audio. Well, I guess we know a little bit more about Poot than we needed to.
Will you stop taking pictures and come on? We're waiting on you. Okay, fuck him. All right.
Okay, fuck him is exactly what was said.
Only statement we'd have is that Alex is satisfied to get this behind him. It's a substantial sentence. He understands that. And he
Satisfied.
looks forward to a hearing on our motion to set aside his murder convictions based on jury tampering. And before you ask me, no judge has been appointed. It's the Supreme Court. We don't know when they'll appoint a judge.
It's not guaranteed that he'll get a hearing
so let me save you those questions.
or that he'll get an evidentiary hearing.
Yeah, obviously, Alec had a lot to say in court today, and he took full advantage of the opportunity.
Sir, that is an understatement. Alec took full advantage of the opportunity. Yep.
Save you those questions. Jim?
Yeah, obviously, Alec had a lot to say in court today, and he took full advantage of the opportunity. And so, I don't have anything more to add.
Any questions?
With this sentence alone, do you expect Alec to spend the rest of his life in prison?
Yes.
No. I mean, with this sentence, he will be eligible to be released and max out at like 75 and a half. He's 55 now. He gets credit for time served. He's already challenged me to a golf game. I'll be 86, so he'll probably win if I live that long. But no, I tell you, Alec is committed to getting out. One thing that came, I don't want to count our chickens before the eggs hatch, but a lot of the lawyers in there didn't express a lot of confidence that he was going to have to do 2 life sentences without parole. So,
I mean, that was
They were focused on this case.
We don't know anything
Oh,
about
hold on. This is
any
what
of
the podcast is about tomorrow. She's asking about the wiretapping arrest of Clerk of Court Becky Hill's son.
didn't express a lot of confidence that he was going to have to do 2 life sentences without parole. So,
Okay.
I mean, that was
Going to jail for the wiretapping, do you think it's going to help with your motion for new trial?
We don't know anything about any of the facts involving that case. So we're not going to, and it's a pending case. We're not going to comment on that. Yes, ma'am.
With your confidence that he's going to have his murder vacated,
It's like, there's not a fucking chance I can hear you. The question seemed to be, are you confident that the murder sentence is going to be vacated? It looks like we've got Eric Bland, Justin Bamberg, Mark Tinsley, and a lot of the victims' families taking photos in the background of the press conference.
Could you say that again? I didn't catch it all.
It's as loud as I can go.
Yes.
I will say most courthouses are in city centers, so the police station and fire department are all right there. I've got this gained up as much as I can. It's just the audio we've got.
Not going to tell you. Because we're still investigating it. And first of all, we got to get a new trial. I mean, you're going to black cat me here. We need to go ahead and deal with the jury tampering issue, get a new trial, and then that would be a valid question.
What happens now with restitution for the victim's family?
There was no restitution
most
in
of
this
these
sentence.
folks have been already gotten restitution either from the law firm or insurance companies.
Yes. Alex not paying.
The prosecutor didn't seem too convinced that Alex was being sincere in his comments. How sincere do you think he was?
The question was, the prosecutor didn't seem convinced that Alec was being sincere. How convinced are you that Alec was being sincere? I mean, come on. What do you think they're going to say?
Yeah, it's the Alec that I've spoken to since September of 2021. He immediately expressed remorse then, and he expressed remorse today.
And you know, we met him when Paul was charged with the boat case.
You've
and
known
we
him
both
longer
spent
than
a lot
that.
of time
Stop
with him
it.
and Maggie and Paul. I mean, that's the Alex before he was ever charged, before he was ever accused. I mean, he's always been, when I say straight up, pretty honest with us about.
But he is clean today, and he's been clean for.
Pretty honest with you. Yes, Dr. B. I was just about to rant. Go. You got 30 seconds. What do you need? Yes, you are on the mic. It doesn't have to be today. Yes, I do. I was going to rant. Dr. B had questions. It's been a long court day. Thank you, Dr. B. Okay. So what he said that triggered me is Alec has always been honest with us. They're the ones who filed the motion in the insurance case saying that Alec lied to them about how Gloria Satterfield fell at the house. So Alec has always been pretty honest with us, except those motions we had to file in court saying our client lied to us. And then that motion saying that, you know, we had to withdraw his confession of judgment because Alec was, you know, manipulating his insurance carrier and lied to all of his clients. But other than that, he's been pretty honest with us. Come on, Jim. Seriously? Really?
Over 800 days, and believe it or not, it's pretty easy to get drugs in prison, and so he's proud of that accomplishment.
Mr. Murdaugh said that he was planning to plead guilty from day one, but it took until 2 weeks before we were supposed to have the first trial to actually get the ball rolling.
There's one, blame us.
Mr. Murdaugh, the question was, Mr. Murdaugh said he's been wanting to plea since the beginning, but it took till 2 weeks ago for him to take the plea. Oh, and the chat saying, and lied about not being at the kennel. Oh, the lies.
Because we've got to investigate, and we have to make motions, we have to go through this process. Two, as he said, he didn't get a
You can plea from day one. It happens all the time. You do not try to fool us, Poot. We are law nerds. I am lawyer. We are law nerds. We know the things. You can investigate and plea well sooner than the, week before trial, sir. Come on.
real plea offer till, 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, I mean, early November.
No, you plead guilty, you get life without parole. That was the offer. And then when we finally got ready to try this case, the Attorney General's office became more reasonable, and we went back and forth and ended up at 27 years.
The state seems to think that he's not going to be able to get out of prison with this sentence, and you don't seem to agree.
Well, the sentence, 85%.
Of course they disagree.
27 years. Y'all can do the math. I mean, that.
He'd be 75, 76 years old.
Yeah, so
I'm going to be 75 next month.
we're not sure he's going to make it, but
I don't feel like I'm going to die.
Is Jim saying we're not sure Poot's going to make it to 75? Was that what he was saying? Poot's like, I'll be 75 next month. And then Jim's like, I mean, we're not sure he's going to make it. Are you not sure that Poot's going to make it? Jim.
You guys said you guys were going back and forth with the negotiated sentence. What were you guys asking for?
We're not going to, those are negotiations. We're not going to get into that. But
That's
something
appropriate.
less than 27, and they were asking for something more than 27.
That's appropriate.
Anything else? What?
One of the lawyers of victims in the case mentioned that he believes there's still some of the $8 million that was stolen, that it wasn't all used on drugs. What do you say to that? Do you have any doubt in your mind that all of that money is gone?
I believe in Santa Claus. I mean, there's no money there. He wouldn't be borrowing money from his law partners, from his brother, from everybody. And, if there's money there for him, I mean, that's...
The whole pattern of his borrowing and spending would indicate he was spending the money on something. We believe drugs. And if you look at the checks just written to Eddie Smith...
We believe drugs.
Okay, and other people we know he bought drugs from, it's almost $5 million of money that was written to either drug dealer or written to drug dealers. And, and the rest was spent on paying back loan. I mean, look, if you go through it, there's no extra money there. Anything else?
They're like, we know, we've looked.
Have a great day.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Poot. Bye, gentlemen. I hope we're going to hear from the other attorneys, from Eric Bland, Justin Bamberg, and others. They were back. Yep, it looks like we will. All right, let's take a swoop because it looks like we're going to hear from Bland Richter.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, on September 21, the chapter opened, and today the chapter closed. The Satterfield case
Also
was
that
the
part.
case that broke the financial crimes wide open, and I think the resources that SLED allocated made it go a long way to bring the murder charges, and everything kind of came together. And today it's ironic, but the Satterfield case is what caused the plea of guilt to happen. This case was supposed to go to trial yesterday.
Yes, it was.
And like my partner says, until your shoulders are pinned to the mat, you're not going to give up. And this case was going to go to trial. I don't think that...
I will just say, from Bland Richter, we have had in filings golf analogies, baseball analogies, basketball analogies, and now we came from the outside with a wrestling analogy. There we go.
Judge Newman was going to recuse himself. I don't think he was going to change the venue, and pressure breaks pipes, and that's what caused Alex
And a plumbing analogy.
to plea. I meant every word that I said today. I think that he's a very, very dangerous, evil man. I got up and I left when he was on his filibuster because I felt that what he was doing was denigrating the victims, telling them that he loved them, and regaling in stories.
He's like, I was
This was
disgusted.
nothing but a PR stunt for him. If the murder case somehow gets reversed, that he could try to reshape his image. He didn't do a good job of it in the murder case during the murder trial. But it's a sad day. Justin Bamberg was correct. As a lawyer, I hate this. I hate that it happened. It's that there's former Attorney General Charlie Condon. He knows as a lawyer, it sets us back years when something like this happens. And I'm just happy for
It
the
offends the
Satterfield
conscience.
family that it's over with, the Pleyler family, Jordan Jenks, Sandra Manning, and Blake Hodges that we represent, and Melvick Edwards. I agree with the sentence. I think it was a just sentence. It's a long sentence. I agree with what Judge Newman said, that we shouldn't differentiate between white-collar and blue-collar crimes. It's all crimes. But it is a long sentence. And, I think Alex is never going to see the light of day, whether it's he dies in state prison or he comes out of state prison and has to go to federal prison. The Labor Day shooting charges are still out there.
He's not been sentenced on the federal plea yet.
It's a good day for justice. When Ronnie and I argued the bond hearing in October 21, we said that he's got to get a full cup of justice and deliver it to him and make him get that cup just like everybody else. And the cup of justice kind of took off on another tangent. But that's what Alex got today. He was treated just like everybody else.
Eric.
So I'm very satisfied. Ronnie, you have anything you want to add?
No, I said it in the courtroom. It's the same point. This is Brian Harriet. He's not a victim. You know, victims are folks who had something bad happen to them.
Ronnie.
He was prey. He was hunted. He and other victims of Alex Murdaugh, he targeted the weak and the vulnerable. He took advantage of that.
He did.
He saw justice finally today. To Eric's point, you got to pin this guy to the mat before you finally get an admission of that which cannot be denied. So we're happy today that he finally admitted that which was impossible to deny, that he stole all of that money.
You know, analogies.
What sentence would you have liked to have seen?
Look, I trust Creighton Waters and his team.
That's a hard
I trust
question
Judge
for them.
Newman.
They got to let it go.
It is a watershed verdict in a case like this, or a sentence in a case like this. So would more have been better? Sure. But I think 27 years, given these crimes, is an appropriate sentence.
I worked with Creighton Waters for about the past month, and I can tell you this, that Creighton came to me about a month ago and said, would you object if the sentence was 27 to 30 years? He said, Harpootlian is never going to take it, but we have to, Judge Newman wants us to explore whether we can get.
This answers a question that so many of you asked. Did the victims know that this plea deal was coming and what range they were in? And what Eric has just shared is that Creighton came to them and said, we're looking in the range of 27 to 30 years. Can we work with that? How would your clients, the victims here, feel about that? Judge Newman wants us to give an offer. So it's interesting to know that this has been discussed for at least a month, and that was given to or told to the different victims' attorneys to talk to their clients about.
A resolution. In all cases, there's always a time when you explore a resolution. Civil cases, it's a mediation, or before you go to the courthouse, you settle. And he said, would you have an objection to a 27 to 30 year sentence? And I did the math. He's 54 years old. I know how many years somebody lives in maximum security. I knew that Judge Gergel had a backstop sentence that's coming in a couple months for the federal crimes he pled guilty to, plus there's the Labor Day shooting, plus if the murder charges stick. So he said, I said, no, I don't have an objection. I talked to the clients, and no one's said, no, we want him in life. But the point is that Harpootlian, he said, would never agree. And they did not. They did not want Alex to plead to anything more than 14 to 15 years. And, you know, God bless the Attorney General, Alan Wilson, and my hero, Creighton Waters. They never yielded. They never went below 27 years. So I'm real proud of the state.
Why would they? He confessed to everything. They were like, let's go to trial then. They're like, okay, bet. Let's go to trial then. There's no reason for them to yield at all. Let's go to trial.
I'm proud of that sentence.
There was a statement you made inside where you said there's 22 charges, but he's really guilty of 101. I think that was very impactful to many people from home. What do you have to say about that? Well, we know he's guilty, but there was a reason why you put that in your
because it leaves out some of the victims that were part of those charges.
May I ask that you step back up there?
Sorry.
Get back to the microphone, please.
It leaves out a lot of the victims who were part of those 102 charges that he didn't plead guilty to, but they had their money taken.
I will just say that Creighton Waters said that each plea represented a victim and listed them all out. I'm not sure anybody was left out. If there is, I'd be curious as to who, but Creighton did say in court that each plea represented a grouping of behavior and a group of victims.
They were lied to. They just agreed, the state agreed on a compromise. Compromise, by the way, is not a dirty word in our society. It's a good word. Used to be a real good word until Washington made it a bad word. But they compromised and they went with the 20 charges that they really wanted to. Obviously, Randy's charges was an offer plea, which is a little bit different. But for me,
He was guilty of everything, and it goes beyond just taking money. As I said, Ronnie and I have had a lot of phone calls from victims who had clients who had good personal injury cases that Alex took their case and never filed it on time, where there was a statute of limitations that ran. We didn't take the case because sometimes the damages were maybe $10,000, and when you prosecute a legal malpractice case, you need an expert witness, and they're very expensive. Lawyers charge money to testify against other lawyers, so it was impractical to bring. But he caused carnage, not only in stealing people's money, but stealing their cases, where if they got a recovery, they would be able to have medical treatment for the rest of their lives.
As far as restitution goes, Mr. Harpootlian says most of the victims have been made whole through the bank and through other means. Have your clients been made whole?
The reporter said, in terms of restitution, Harpootlian said most of the victims have been made whole. Have your victims been made whole? I believe all of the Bland Richter clients have. Let's hear what they have to say.
Well, it depends on how you define been made whole. Our clients had $4.3 million stolen from them. We've recovered in excess of $7.5 million. So you would look at that and say, yeah, you've been made whole. The value of those claims, though, is a multiple of that. In other words, if we tried that case to a jury, I would expect a jury to give us $10, $15, $20 million. So not against the value of the case, no.
Because there's an unfair trade practices claim under South Carolina law if a defendant commits multiple of these type acts.
But
if there's a pattern, which there is, obviously, with all the different theft, you get triple your damages plus your attorney's fees. Plus there's a loss of interest component. If the Satterfield boys had gotten their money in 2019, they would have been able to invest that money conservatively in one of the best stock markets that existed from 2019 to the end of COVID, and they could have made more money on that money. So we would have put up additional damages. The Plea sisters have also...
I will say a $10-15 million judgment against Murdaugh does not help if he has no money that you can get at. Sometimes the $7 million in hand is better than the $15 million judgment that you're chasing for another 20 years that you're never going to see. That's the counterpoint for me to all of that.
Recovered money, Jordan. Jenks has recovered money. All of our clients have recovered money, but it's how you define it to say make it whole. But I meant it when I said it. When Harpootlian initially, for a long time, was trying to tell us that we need to go somewhere else to other people to get our money and not from Alex. And then, you know, he gave the confession of judgment, which is still alive and well, which was the basis of one of the guilty charges.
Another $4
and
million.
he tried to vacate it and get out from under it a year after he gave it.
But Raphael, I would be remiss if I didn't say the law firm did dig deep into their personal pockets to restore a lot of that money to a lot of those victims. That wasn't our case. We got it from other sources. But it is true that the law firm did step up to the bar and make a lot of those people whole.
Well, the saying goes, you can't get blood from a turnip. Griffin says Alec doesn't have any more money.
Don't believe
Where
it.
would the money come from?
Don't believe it. There's going to come a time where books are written. I think there's going to come a time when people that have protected Alex for so long, whether it's Corey Fleming who's going to have to talk, whether it's Russell Lafitte. Remember, Russell's doing 84 months. Corey's going to end up doing close to 9-10 years. Maybe somebody's going to talk. Alex himself, on a federal level, to take that plea, has to go under a polygraph test, and there's no limitation on the questions. So I'm sure they're going to ask him a ton of questions, and somebody may come clean with a conscience who's holding money for Alex. I believe some of it's buried in cash because he gave Cousin Eddie cashier's checks to cash. But I also believe there's a lot of land partners.
Buried in cash and land partnerships.
Where he held an interest that wasn't maybe defined on paper.
Attorney Bland, when Alex was addressing the court and he started speaking about Buster and how Buster is being, with the media, portraying Buster, you got up and walked out. What was the reason?
Because that had nothing to do with it.
Eric Bland was asked, why did you get up and walk out when Alex started talking about Buster? Because it's offensive.
To, again,
That's the defense complaining about the media, podcasters, pretrial publicity. They created as much of it themselves. There isn't a microphone or a camera that Dick Harpootlian won't go in front of. And he busted on podcasters, and I am a podcaster, and right after the murder trial, his partner starts a podcast.
Jim
So
Griffin
it's,
started a
it's the pot
podcast.
calling the kettle black all the time.
I'm also a podcaster, but I identify as a YouTuber, so I'm happy to be excluded.
I think everybody needs to be investigated. The latest is I spoke to Chief Keel, who's the head of our state law enforcement division, and he said this is a very much active investigation, and there's a lot of issues that his agents are going to address with about 6 different people. This investigation slowed down, obviously, because of the machinations of the new jury trial and then trying to...
I think they're talking about Stephen Smith, but I'm going to back up to hear the question better because it was so hard to hear. But I think they're talking about Stephen Smith.
I am a podcaster, and right after the murder trial, his partner starts a podcast. So it's, it's the pot calling the kettle black all the time. I think everybody needs...
What's the latest on the Stephen Smith case, and do you think the Murdaughs will be investigated? So that was the question.
To be investigated. The latest is I spoke to Chief Keel, who's the head of our state law enforcement division, and he said this is a very much active investigation, and there's a lot of issues that his agents are going to address with about 6 different people. This investigation slowed down, obviously, because of the machinations of the new jury trial and then trying to get out from underneath the Satterfield trial. But do I think the Murdaughs need to be investigated? I think everybody does. And the one question that needed to be asked of Buster was, do you have any knowledge of what happened to Stephen Smith? Not whether you had a relationship with him, and not whether you killed him, because we have no knowledge of that. But we do believe that he may have knowledge of what happened to Stephen Smith.
Do you know what happened?
But I will add, it remains the case that we are aware of no credible evidence that connects any Murdaugh to Stephen Smith's death. So as we know it today, there is no evidence of which we are aware. If we were aware of it, we'd be the first ones to tell you. I mean, we're obviously no fans of the Murdaughs, but there is no evidence we've come into contact with that would suggest there's a connection.
Right.
Not to belabor the point, but how much more money does Alec Murdaugh owe your clients?
He owes 4.
How much more money does Alec Murdaugh owe your clients? Well, it's that confession of judgment, right? The $4.5 million?
$0.3 million by a confession of judgment. Plus post-judgment interest that clicks every day by statute.
Maybe one day he'll sell a book right and come up with the money. So it's good to have a judgment. We'll wait and see what happens.
He can if there's unless he gets out from underneath the murder convictions. The Slayer statute says he can't profit off that. But if somehow he gets out under the murder conviction and writes a book or does a movie or something, we have a judgment that's good for 10 years under South Carolina law.
They're like, we're just going to wait. We're going to wait and see.
Ginger, I mean, you have anything you want to say, Ginger?
I just want to say that we're glad today that this should be the final chapter for our family and that we can get back to our normal, low keel, easygoing, slow way of life that we enjoy. And we're ready to get back to that type of lifestyle that we enjoy.
And you deserve to.
I think that she's in heaven smiling down on all of us. And we think we are God-believing people, and we believe that forgiveness is part of what we are expected as God-believing people. So we think Gloria is proud of all of us.
Tony just shows the kind of character his mama was.
Yes.
That's the same kind of person she was.
Before I leave, I want to thank the media. I participated with my co-host Mandy Matney at the School of Journalism a couple weeks ago, and everybody was saying, are you scared of the media or whatever? No, I think the media are friends. I think if, I respect the media and the media has respected me throughout this process. If you're honest with the media, I think they're going to do good reporting. And I think the media was instrumental in putting pressure on Alex Murdaugh in writing these stories, in doing the news programs. He couldn't outrun them. there wasn't really one single positive program or anything. Nobody came forward. And I got to really applaud the media. I think you guys did a really good job. You didn't sensationalize it like Harpootlian tried to say. It was honest and accurate reporting. And I thank you for it, and so do our clients.
And I'd like to say also thank you to Eric and Ronnie and the U.S. Attorney General's office, because they put a lot of hard work into this. Thank you all, too.
All right, we'll see if Justin Bamberg and his clients want to speak. I think they probably will, and then we might see if Creighton Waters wants to speak and who's going next. It's kind of a walk to the media bubble out here with these. I guess Creighton is next with these microphones. All right, Creighton Waters, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, y'all give me the good sign. Everybody's ready.
I mean, I guess we're
Everybody ready?
All
right. Well, this has obviously been a very great day, I think, for justice in South Carolina. Obviously, Alec Murdaugh has pled guilty to these financial offenses from the state grand jury, and he's been sentenced to a sentence of 27 years of 85% time. This was something that the state agreed to for a number of reasons. First of all, again, a sentence that I think Judge Newman called very stern. I don't think anyone, as I said in court, state or federal, has seen a sentence like that for charges of this nature. But additionally, we're able to save these victims, save these communities the expense of trial after trial, and ultimately get to tell the entire story of how Alec Murdaugh abused the judicial system, how he made use of his power and his influence and this law license to do so. And I think that's a big important point of this today as well, is to have that exposed, have that addressed in state court where it belongs, and have the state court system speak on it and then begin its own process of healing and improving from the experiences that this case has brought to us. I want to thank, of course, the Attorney General, Alan Wilson, who's been instrumental and in leadership in this case from the beginning, and also my partners at SLED. My state grand jury team, you see a couple of them standing right here. I've got Johnny James and Carson Burney, who are my two financial white-collar guys who do such a great job, among so many others at SLED and among the state grand jury staff. And they've really been instrumental in all of this. And then I also want to thank, as I did in court, the victims, and particularly those initial victims and their attorneys who came forward. Some of them were unrepresented at the time. But they really showed a lot of courage in this case early on. It's really hard to conceive of it now that we're kind of on the other side of this part of the tale. But at the beginning, there was a lot of difficult feelings as to whether or not anything would ever be done, and we're happy that this result today has shown that it will be. So I'll take a couple of questions if anybody has any.
What more restitution?
You had a pretty clear path to 3 strikes. Why didn't you go ahead and go with that, considering you already sort of had it all laid out?
The question from the reporter is, you had a pretty clear path to 3 strikes. Why didn't you go ahead and go that way? Because the financial crimes could have been used under South Carolina's 3 strikes law. So if they had done 3 trials, he would have gotten another life without the possibility of parole sentence, is my understanding. So another life, just flat life sentence. So that's what the reporter is asking about.
Well, again, we got 27 years at 85%. In our judgment, that is practically a life sentence. And again, we're talking about, what Colleton endured. That's a small county. They had to endure an incredible expense. And I think you heard Justin Bamberg talk about that all of these smaller counties, Allendale, Hampton, Bamberg, would have to pay for trial after trial after trial. And that's not a good use of judicial resources, not only for the judicial resources in those counties, and to have all those neighbors and friends of those victims have to essentially foot the bill for those trials, but it's not a good use of court time or really time for SLED in the Attorney General's office. As I said in court today, and I loved Justin Bamberg's slay the dragon analogy, we have a lot of other dragons to slay. We had a big announcement last week on some of our cases involving some of the issues at SCDC, some of the corruption there. We even announced where a child had been victimized in real time through use of a contraband cell phone. Another big focus at state grand jury is fentanyl trafficking, which is killing our citizens right and left. So if we can today put Alec Murdaugh in prison, where he also waives his appeals, waives his PCR, and provide that level of certainty of finality, and be able then to move on to new things with a certainty that he's going to be in prison for the rest of his life, regardless of what happens with the murders. And let's be clear, he's got 2 life sentences for murder, and those aren't going away. We're going to litigate that, and if we, for some reason, some small chance we have to retry it, we'll do that as well.
Yep.
But this ultimately provides the best result when all those factors are put together. Yes, sir.
Have all of his victims been made whole?
Asking about restitution.
So we deferred a restitutionary figure, and the way I phrased it today is I wouldn't say anyone has been made whole. What I did say today is that in many instances the law firm paid the victims the net amount of what Alec had stolen. But that does not address any other claims that people may have. And so again, the state's job is to not get involved with that. That's for the civil side of things. What our job is to ensure that there's kind of an accountability for that net result. So for all those victims that were addressed today, there has at least been some payment made. But I'm never going to say that any of these victims who had their trust betrayed, who maybe had their money stolen back in 2011 and didn't get it back till last year, I will never say that anyone was made whole. The firm did cooperate and made an effort, again, to pay those net results back. They also were very cooperative in the investigation. The bank, Palmetto State Bank as well, was very cooperative in the investigation and made a lot of documents. And so both of those institutions, I think, were harmed by the actions of Alec. But ultimately, whether or not anyone could ever be made whole in a situation like this, I don't think that's the appropriate term to use.
Is there a chance you'll have to retry him?
So you had a complex case with the financial crimes case. You had
Right.
a complex case with the murder. Can you express just how complex it really was? What did your office do? How many people? How many hours? I mean, it just seems like a lot.
Right.
They're asking, how complex was this case? And can you give us an idea of how complex this case is?
Well, the one thing about the job that I'm lucky enough to have as chief attorney of the state grand jury, and I have this team that we've constructed, is that's our stock and trade, is to focus on complex cases. And that's why this case ultimately came to us, and that's why it was well suited. We have a long history of doing complex narcotics trafficking cases, which we again address those looking for the traffickers, looking for those larger conspiracies. We have a lot of experience in public corruption, a lot of experience in complex financial. So while it was a lot of work, it's the kind of thing that we're used to doing, and we also have develop the expertise and the resources to be able to take those deep dives into cases like this. And so ultimately, yes, was it a lot of work, but it's what the state grand jury was constructed to do, and ultimately I think you see the results of that.
They are constructed to do complex.
Go ahead.
You're going to have to retry him, and then are you going to be that guy?
Well, I mean, there's been a motion filed. I'm not going to comment on it.
He's like, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to retry this case. But if we have to, we have to. Retrials are rough.
Any pending motion, we'll obviously litigate that motion, and then whatever happens after that, we'll address it at that time.
I guess we'll see.
By pleading guilty today, it made them look at him for all of the murder crimes instead of having fled, and he called out the AG's office for not looking at other people during the murders. What do you have to say for that?
The question is, in his statement, Alec called out the AG's office and SLED for focusing on the financial crimes and not looking for the real murderer. So do you have any response to that, was the question to Creighton. Good question.
I have to say that we presented our case in front of jurors in Colleton County, and they came to that result, and I think that result speaks for itself. Yes.
He's like, the jurors thought we got the real murderer. So there we go.
The defense said that the state essentially was not budging when it came to a plea deal. I mean, this happened 2 weeks before we were supposed to go to a trial. Now, you said today in court that this was the best case scenario for everyone involved. What was the holdup here from the state's perspective?
Well, I don't think there was a holdup. I think that Alex said what he wants to say, but the real reality of what happened was that having Judge Newman set the trial date for this week and us on the state side moving to try this case, that ultimately forced him to a realization that he was going to have to take a result far worse than he ever wanted. So that really was what drove the ship. You can take Alec for what he said, but what really drove the ship was that we were prepared to try the case this week, and that forced him into the decision that he made here today.
Because here's what bolsters what Creighton just said. Eric Bland said in the previous press conference or the previous press statement that when Creighton Waters called him, he said, we're looking between 27 and 30. Harpootlian will never take it. So what shifted was Alec's feet being held to the fire, that they were going to go to trial on at least 3 sets of victims and get another life sentence on him. So instead of doing that, they took that 27-year plea deal. And that is very interesting, seeing the difference between what Eric Bland said and kind of Creighton's more subdued response that it wasn't really a holdup. Well, the holdup was kind of the defense too, that they were never going to take anything in that 27 to 30-year range.
Yeah. Do you think Alec Murdaugh has any remorse for the financial crimes he admitted to today?
Do you think Alec has any remorse is the question.
I'll let y'all be the judge of that.
Smart move, Creighton.
Sure. So this was, again, we were in trial for, preparing for trial this week for state grand jury matters. And state grand jury is different, as I just explained. It operates kind of on its own docket. So when this plea deal started to develop, I made it very clear that we were not going to blend things together. This was state grand jury and state grand jury only, and so those were the only charges that we resolved. It was the jurisdictional basis that we were here in court for. I'll take just a couple more.
What happens next with those charges? Do you plan to press forward with them, or are they going to hang out there?
Well, again, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. They're pending charges, so I'm not going to comment any further on that.
The wiretapping.
What's next? Well, what's next is that obviously we have to litigate.
He's like, well, I'm going to get some lunch, and then I'm going to go back to work. We have a bunch of other shit to do.
The juror motion, which we will do so whenever that is set. And again, we will start focusing on other priorities of the state grand jury. And I mentioned a couple of those. We've developed a partnership with SCDC to try to fight the very difficult problems of corruption and contraband there. I'd urge y'all to go back and look at the press conference we had last week, and one particular example in which a child was molested in real time by an inmate directing that with use of a contraband cell phone and an accomplice on the outside. Something that, again, those are the allegations there that I think need to be addressed. Another focus of the state grand jury is fentanyl trafficking, and then there's always corruption cases.
He's talking about corruption within the jail system, South Carolina Department of Corrections, and contraband cell phones. Creighton, sir, I realize you're a prosecutor. I'm there. I get it. But the whole viewing public was not ready for what you're dropping about what's going on in the jail. Okay.
And other complex white-collar cases that we're working on.
Okay.
But this saga's not over. We still have charges pending against Russell Lafitte, and those, obviously, we will pursue aggressively as well.
Mr. Lafitte should plea at this point.
The roadside shooting we will handle, and again, I don't want to comment any further because those are pending. All right, last one. Who gets it? Nobody? All right, thank y'all. Bye.
Wait, great. We got questions. The law nerds have questions. All right, I think that we are now going to go to Justin and his clients. They had been standing there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they left. All right. People are grabbing their mics. I guess we are done with the press conferences. So I'm going to mute the audio or turn down the audio. You never know what might happen. But it looks like the pressers are done. As we are watching the media kind of break down the press conference. Am I going to leave that up for a minute? Sure, why not? I'm going to turn down the volume. That's only in my left ear, but why not? So if any of you had problems hearing that, yes, it was a left ear mono. I love that the next video up is Peter. Hey, Peter. What's up? I love my YouTube algorithm. Is like, you're going to want to watch Peter next. All right. Let's do a quick summary. Then we're going to do some questions. And then at 6 hours today, we are going to wrap up this stream because, well, I'm sure y'all have things to do. So I've missed doing live court with you, but let's give a quick summary. Today in court, Alec Murdaugh had quite a lot to say. The attorneys representing the victims against him did too. Eric Bland walked out in the middle of Alec Murdaugh's soliloquy. Judge Newman brought a little bit of spice and fire and ultimately sentenced Alec Murdaugh to 27 years. A lot to process, a long day in court, but ultimately this is winding down the financial crimes part of the Alec Murdaugh cases. The roadside incident is still outstanding. Whether or not the feds will bring criminal charges for tax crimes is still outstanding. Sentencing on the federal crimes that he's already pled to is still outstanding. The motions with regard to jury tampering and the murder case, still outstanding. Tomorrow's podcast is going to be talking about the clerk of court, Becky Hill's son, being arrested for wiretapping and how that may or may not be connected here very early in that case to discuss it. But Alec Murdaugh is now serving 2 life sentences plus 27 years. That will continue to go up as he gets sentenced federally and for that roadside incident, which he may plea to. Also, Russell Lafitte, who has been sentenced and convicted federally, will be going to trial stateside. And I think, well, at least I'm invested. I don't know. Law nerds, are you still invested? I'm invested. I'm like all of the tentacles, all of the different tentacles, all of the different arms of the Murdaugh case, I am here for. So I feel like we just keep going. And if Russell Lafitte goes to court, we're just along for the ride, right? We get to see Jeannie Seckinger be like, Russell stole it. Russell stole it. Russell helped Alex steal it. But I've missed live court with y'all and so invested, right? All right. All the happy squirrels. Were the 27 years to be served consecutive to the 2 life sentences? No one made that clear. I don't know if the sentencing sheet is clear. I am going to reach out to the AG's office and see if somebody will answer. I want to know. Casey Katz had so confused. Was the financial sentence consecutive or concurrent to the murder sentence? They did not say. They talked about the sentence within itself, but they did not say. So we will see. Emily, where, in your opinion, do you think all that money is? Well, I can't give a great educated guess on this because I do not have all of the knowledge. But when Eric Bland is saying, I think some of it's buried it, I think some of it might be in land deals that we don't know about, I'm going to go with Eric Bland's guess because he has a lot more information about this than I do. So do I think Eric Bland is wildly speculating? No, I do not. No, I do not. If any of those things were true, would it surprise me? Not for a second. There's a lot of open land. Do I think some of it could be literally buried? Yes, I do. Male Mama Rhett said, Emily, does the 85% actually mean that that's the earliest parole date possible? This 85% is a no parole sentence based on statute in South Carolina. So it means he has to serve 85%. I mean, unless he acts up in custody and then he might get more, but he has to serve 85% before he is eligible to be released. So he would not be paroled. He would be released. Jennifer, thank you for the member chat. Please, let's not have a long presser. They were pretty succinct. There were just a lot of them. Lisa R said, you and Dr. B were great on the Friday stream. We had fun. Dr. B was like, it's a lot. Streaming, there's a lot of moving parts. It was like bring your husband to work day. He's like, there's a lot going on. You're taking in a lot of information. You're talking, like, there's a lot happening. I'm like, there is a lot. Kate P said in the chat, watched Eric Bland on another longer video, and he said he thought there was a bunch literally buried at Moselle. I mean, whoever buys Moselle, get you a fantastic metal detector or hire. There's tons of different YouTube channels that do like the magnet fishing and all kinds of stuff. Like, bring them out. Let people go looking for the money on the property. Whoever buys it, that would be fascinating. Do we think Alec will behave for 27 years? I don't know what Alec will do when all the murder convictions run out. Like when we've reached the literal end of the road. End of the road. When we reach the literal end of the legal road for him, I don't know what he's going to do. Right now, he still has something like to live and fight for, right? He's still fighting that murder conviction. So we'll see. Is this Judge Newman's last time to address Alec? I think so, Emily. I think this is the last time we will see it. Varm Kuhn, why does it matter if he gets 27 years after 2 life sentences? The life sentences are still up on appeal. Things can happen. Things can shift. Things can change. Things can happen to the murder convictions with all those allegations of jury tampering. You never know what's going to happen to the murders. So for a 27-year sentence with no appeal, that is set in stone. He will have to serve his federal time after that. So it matters because the life sentences are not done yet. They are still on the bubble until the appeal process is over. Midnight says, loving the app updates while I am working. Midnight, this was our goal with the Lawnard app. And we haven't gotten to try it out in this context, but the goal with the Lawnard app is that when we are doing particularly trial coverage or live court coverage, that we can keep you kind of in the loop, play by play of this person's talking, this witness is up, it's lunch break, so that you can pop in and out as needed, because I assume not all of you have time to sit here for 6 hours. I mean, you guys have things, we have things to do, so that you can pop in and out and go, oh, I really wanted to see this part and know what's going on. That was our primary overriding purpose, because I loved being able to do that during the Depp Heard case with texting, and then everything changed with our texting company. Texting wasn't international. There were some limitations I didn't like. The app is free for you. It is international. It is Android and iOS. It was the best solution we came up with, and we are loving being able to keep you in the loop with the play-by-play. So the Lawnard app has really absolutely come in clutch. So I'm so glad. For those of you in the chat that are like, wait, what? Yes. LawnardApp.com will get you there, completely free for you to use. Hop on in there, Lawnard app. So this was the goal for the app. And then if you're in a meeting, you can just silence your app notifications and then turn them back on. It can notify you as much as you like or as little as you like. YouTube doesn't always notify. I could get into all the ins and outs of YouTube notifications, but if you are following a channel that releases 5 or 6 videos a day and they've notified you 3 times, you might not get my live stream notification, because YouTube moderates notifications across all the channels that you subscribe to. The app gives me a lot more control, and it gives you a lot more control. And isn't that what we're all looking for? just a little bit more control. Judge Newman interview when he retires. I'll ask. Can these be consecutive to the murder charges? They can. I don't know what they've done because it wasn't stated on the record. Is it normal for defendants to be allowed to talk so much to people about things not relevant to the case? So at a sentencing like this, if they're not making threats, the judge is going to let them go. It is their moment to address the court and say what they need to say. It is very typical that the judge will just let them go. Again, if they are not making threats, they are just going to let it go. Tamara said, I know this is appropriate, but the lawyer who gave the speech about the dragon being is not only deep but cute, my Superman for today. Oh no, that's completely inappropriate. We're here for all of the standing of the lawyers. And I thought Justin's analogy was particularly poignant, given the fact that we are dealing with a lot of these cases dealt with injured children. We've talked a lot about the Murdaugh children, and he talked a lot about, it felt to me, people taking their power back. Not that they are victims, but that they have fought back. They have spoken up. They have taken the next step to be brave. And isn't that what so many fairy tales are really about? Being brave and taking that next step and making that change. So I thought it was absolutely great. I thought all the lawyers that spoke today were great. And I love, like, from Justin Bamberg's really introspective, thoughtful statements, very wise statements, to Eric Bland bringing a little bit of the fire, to Mark Tinsley being like, I just want to correct the record here, because kind of fuck this shit. Fuck this guy. Like, Tinsley brought the salt. Like, everybody brought something a little bit different. It was very interesting to watch, and I can't wait to hear. I'm going to be watching all of the kind of the thoughts about this. Mark Tinsley had reached out ages ago, and I have been needing to reach back out to him, ADHD, to have him on the channel. So we'll have to do that now that we're kind of wrapped. He's wrapped up with the beach case for a lot of it, and with this. So we'll see. Ashley said, if we can get an interview with Newman, can we talk about his whole career? Oh yes. I have so many questions for Judge Newman. I want to know which chair is his favorite. I love his law clerk. I don't know if I would want to talk to him until after the jury tampering stuff is done, though. There's like, for me, there's a waiting period. Also, I got to be totally honest on the YouTube side of things. My worst performing videos are my interviews every single time. So some of those might go members only too, because that might be the perfect balance for those who like want the full deep dive. Your mom said that speech reminded me of the Snoop meme. I want to thank me for believing in me. I want to thank me for doing all this hard work. Snoop is great. I meant no worries. We figured it out. Okay. Did Murdaugh join the crier? Because all I hear is me. I think so. I think he did. What a show he put on. Can Andy do the reunion? Ashley's out here like, I need a camera and Andy. Go. Yikes. Like in real time. Kelly D, do his attorneys get annoyed by all this shit? I think his attorneys expect it from him. It's his moment. They're just like, it is what it is. Evie said, as a child of an addict, I am fucking appalled. I understand that sentiment. Same people sending Alec letters are pen pals to Daryl Brooks. There's always some. There's always some. CE said he is doing to drug addiction what Amber Heard did to domestic violence. I don't know about that, but okay. I think Alec has a lot more therapy to do and a lot more self-realization to go. And I think Alec is getting through by saying addiction made me do this. I think that is a bit of distancing for him, but you never know. At this point, he can also apologize to Bubba. I mean, he should. Bex, you're not the only one who asked this in the chat. Generally, when people are newly sentenced or receive newer sentences, that's kind of protocol. What song should the judge use to play Alec off? Which country singer sang I Want to Talk About Me? I want to talk about me. That one. Whatever that one is. Thank you for always giving the perfect amount of shade, Emily. Well, I don't know if it's always perfect, but I definitely try. Some shade is needed. And again, people are innocent till proven guilty. He has pled to this and he's been convicted of murder. So we're now in the proven guilty part of it and we can open up the shade a little bit. Toby Keith, thank you all. Thank you. Appreciate it. That song. The victim statements are intense and moving. They are. Victim statements are very interesting to see. This is, again, we are in South Carolina with very faithful people who have leaned on their faith to say, I am forgiving and I am moving on. It is a very gracious approach. And I think a way that people can start to close the door and move on. It was very interesting to watch. Very different than some of the other witness statements that we've seen. It's wild. Still can't figure out how you ended up in Jay Hatch's defense motion about juror number 1. Me either. I don't even go here. I also can't figure out how my camera moved and you can see that's why I didn't notice. You can see my computer screen in the bottom corner, but my name badge covers it up. I'm gonna have to fix it. I moved my computer all around, or my camera up, down, and all around for the Friday stream with Dr. B. So up, down, all around. Anyway, got completely sidetracked. Sorry about that, y'all. Let's see. Off topic. Did you ever work with Joshua Ritter from True Crime? Was he a district attorney in LA? I don't. There was a lot of us. Jess said, by the way, can you reach out to Court TV and talk to them about the direction of their cameras? I don't think they want my input. I think that the thing is, I am a legal commentator, not a TV producer, so I just don't want them to get kicked out. But again, I don't know who has the cameras in Idaho that caused the problem. I don't know who that was. Loves to hear himself talk. Alec Murdaugh. What is Alec Murdaugh? Venus of Santa Cruz says the mind plays tricks on you. You play tricks back. It's like you're unraveling a big cable knit sweater that someone keeps knitting and knitting and knitting and knitting and knitting. This came in much earlier today, but yes. JP says, I hope Judge Newman rips him a new one. He did in his Newman-y way, didn't he? It's like when Daryl Brooks wouldn't stop talking because he knew the cameras would go away, and so would he. That's kind of what it is. Does anyone else get the feeling Buster isn't taking his calls and this is the only way to get his message out? I don't know what's going on there, but Buster definitely wasn't there today. You're welcome. Buster definitely wasn't there today. Lori, yes, I have no idea. I thought it was just a screenshot of somebody who follows me on Twitter, but I have no idea. I got to be honest. I don't spend a lot of time on the former Bird app. So I gotta say that. Barbara, make sure you're subscribed. I just discovered YouTube unsubscribed me. That's been happening. We had numerous members say that they had gotten unsubscribed. It's kind of that time of year. Judge Newman definitely gave the I'm disappointed vibes. It was almost worse. Like, sometimes rage you can write off, but that like methodical, thoughtful, I knew you to be this type of person and now I see you is different. But I think the thing that I don't know. I can't get inside of Alec Murdaugh's brain. My brain does not work the same way. But his friend sitting there saying, I didn't think you were capable of what they said about Maggie and Paul until I've heard all of this, I found to be incredibly, incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful. And Alec wanted to refute that immediately. He turned around and wanted to refute that he wasn't capable of that. He's like, no. I stole and lied to everyone I loved. I tell you, I still love you. I'm going to gaslight you in my statement, all of it. But what I didn't do was that. It was very interesting watching how much offense he took to it today. It was wild. So yes, Mr. Jenks was tremendously moving. They've known each other since they were kids. And it's wild. So with that, y'all, I don't know how much more talking I have left in my soul. So I am going to go. There's a new podcast for you tomorrow. I will be in the chat at 11. New stream on Thursday. I got to figure out what we're talking about. I've missed live court with you. I hope you enjoyed today. If you're new to the channel, it would mean a lot to me and my 11-year-old if you would go ahead and like and subscribe. I am traveling again next week. Spark said, question, can you do an episode covering Young Thug's RICO case shenanigans? I have not gotten caught up on what is going on in that case. I know it just started trial. So it's been a bandwidth issue to take on new cases because of my travel schedule. But once we get settled into not traveling, I will put out a poll to the members and see what new cases we're picking up, because there are some new cases that we will be picking up. I can't guarantee what those are going to be, but it's on my radar for sure. That and YNW Melly, both of those cases are on my radar. So let's see. Simply Bell said Natalie's doing a live tonight on the Thug case. It just opened. I think opening statements were yesterday or today. There's already wildness popping off in that, but I have been traveling back to back to back, and that makes it a little bit of a challenge to take on new cases. That's probably more explanation than anyone needs. What was I saying? Like, subscribe. The app is free. The Lawnard shop is on sale. Go check that out. Do all the things. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being Lawnards. Cheers, y'all. Good day in court. I appreciate you. I will see you tomorrow in the chat for the podcast, and then Thursday on the live stream. Bye for now. You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnardapp.com, or search the App Store for Lawnard. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Lawnard.